Section 1 of Dark Princess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Verla Viera. Dark Princess by W.E.B. Du Bois. Dedication. To her high loveliness, Titania the 27th, by her own grace, Queen of Faery, Commander of the Bath, Grand Medallion of Merit, Literarum Humanarum Doctor, Fide Extensor, etc., etc., of whose faith and fond affection this romance was surely born. Part 1. The Exile. August 1923. Summer is come with bursting flower and promise of perfect fruit. Rain is rolling down Nile and Niger. Summer sings on the sea, where giant ships carry busy worlds, while mermaids swarm the shores. Earth is pregnant. Life is big with pain and evil and hope. Summer in blue New York. Summer in gray Berlin. Summer in the red heart of the world. Chapter 1. Matthew Towns was in a cold white fury. He stood on the deck of the Orizaba, looking down on the flying sea. In the night, America had disappeared, and now there was nothing but waters heaving in the bright morning. There were many passengers walking, talking, laughing, but none of them spoke to Matthew. They spoke about him, noting his tall, lean form and dark brown face, the stiff, curled mass of his sinewy hair, and the midnight of his angry eyes. They spoke about him, and he was acutely conscious of every word. Each word heard and unheard pierced him and quivered in the quick. Yet he leaned stiff and grim, gazing into the sea, his back toward all. He saw the curled grace of the billows, the changing blues and greens, and he saw, there at the edge of the world, certain shining shapes that leapt and played. Then they changed. Always they changed. And there arose the great cool height of the room at the University of Manhattan. Again he stood before the walnut rail that separated student and dean. Again he felt the bewilderment, the surge of hot surprise. "I cannot register at all for obstetrics?" "No," said the dean quietly, his face growing red. "I'm sorry, but the committee—" But, why, I'm Towns. I've already finished 2 years. I've ranked my class. I took honors. This is my junior year. I must—" He was sputtering with amazement. "I'm sorry." "Hell, I'm not asking your pity. I'm demanding—" The dean's lips grew thin and hard, and he sent the shaft home as if to rid himself quickly of a hateful task. "Well, what did you expect? Juniors must have obstetrical work. Do you think white women patients are going to have a nigger doctor delivering their babies?" Then Matthew's fury had burst its bounds. He had thrown his certificates, his marks and commendations straight into the drawn white face of the dean and stumbled out. He came out on Broadway with its wide expanse and opposite a little park. He turned and glanced up at the gray piles of tan buildings threatening the sky, which were the university's great medical center. He stared at them. Then, with bowed head, he plunged down 165th Street. The gray-blue Hudson lay beneath his feet, and above it piled the Palisades upward in gray and green. He walked and walked, down the curving drive between high homes and the Hudson, by graveyard and palace, tomb and restaurant, beauty and smoke. All the afternoon he walked, all night, and into the gray dawn of another morning. Chapter 2. In after years, when Matthew looked back upon this first sea voyage, he remembered it chiefly as the time of sleep, of days of long, long rest and thought, after work and hurry and rage. He was indeed very tired. A year of the hardest kind of study had been followed by a summer as clerical assistant in a colored industrial insurance office in the heat of Washington. Thence he had hurried straight to the university with $500 of tuition money in his pocket. And now he was sailing to Europe. He had written his mother, that tall, gaunt, brown mother, hard-sinewed and somber-eyed, carrying her years unbroken, who still toiled on the farm in Prince James County, Virginia. He had written almost curtly, "I'm through. I cannot and will not stand America longer. I'm off. I'll write again soon. Don't worry. I'm well. I love you." Then he had packed his clothes, given away his books and instruments, and sailed in mid-August on the first ship that offered, after that long tramp of tears and rage, after days of despair. And so here he was. Where was he going? He glanced at the pale-faced man who asked him. "I don't know," he answered shortly. The good-natured gentleman stared, nonplussed. Matthew turned away. Where was he going? The ship was going to Antwerp. But that, to Matthew, was sheer accident. He was going away, first of all. After that, well, he had thought of France. There they were at least civilized in their prejudices. But his French was poor. He had studied German because his teachers regarded German medicine as superior to all other. He would then go to Germany. From there, well, there was Moscow. Perhaps they could use a man in Russia whose heart was hate. Perhaps he would move on to the Near or Far East and find hard work and peace. At any rate, he was going somewhere, and suddenly letting his strained nerves go, he dragged his chair to a sheltered nook apart and slept. To the few who approached him at all, Matthew was boorish and gruff. He knew that he was unfair, but he could not help it. All the little annoyances, which in healthier days he would have laughed away, avoided, or shortly forgotten, now piled themselves on his sore soul. The roommate assigned him discovered that his companion was colored, and quickly decamped with his baggage. A Romanian who spoke little English and had not learned American customs replaced him. Matthew entered the dining room with nerves aquiver. Every eye caught him during the meal, some curiously, some derisively, some in half-contemptuous surprise. He felt and measured all, looking steadily into his plate. On one side sat an old and silent man. To the empty seat on the other side he heard acutely a swish of silk approach, a pause and a consultation. The seat remained empty. At the next meal he was placed in a far corner with people too simple or poor or unimportant to protest. He heaved a sigh to have it over, and ate thereafter in silence and quickly. So at last life settled down, soothed by the sea, the rhythm and song of the old, old sea. He slept and read and slept, stared at the water, lived his life again to its wild climax, put down repeatedly the cold hard memory, and drifting, slept again. Yet always, as he rose from the deep seas of sleep and reverie, the silent battle with his fellows went on. Now he yearned fiercely for someone to talk and explain and prove and disprove. He glimpsed faces at times, intelligent, masterful. They had brains. If they knew him, they would choose him as a companion, friend. But they did not know him. They did not want to know him. They glanced at him momentarily and then looked away. They were afraid to be noticed, noticing him. And he would have killed himself rather than have them dream he would accept a greeting, much less a confidence. He looked past and through and over them with blank unconcern. So much so that a few simpler souls, themselves wandering alone hither and thither in this aimless haphazard group of a fugitive week, ventured now and then to understand. "I never saw none of you fellers like you," began one amiable Italian. "No," answered Matthew briefly, and walked away. "You're not lonesome?" asked a New England merchant, adding hastily, "I've always been interested in your people." "Yes," said Matthew with an intonation that stopped further conversation along that line. "No," he growled at an insulted missionary. "I don't believe in God. Never did. Do you?" And yet all the time he was sick at heart and yearning. If but one soul with sense, knowledge, and decency had firmly pierced his awkwardly hung armor, he could have helped make these long, hard days human. And one did, a moment now and then. A little tow-haired girl of 5 or 6 with great eyes. She came suddenly on him one day. "Won't you play ball with me?" He started, smiled, and looked down. He loved children. Then he saw the mother approaching, typically Middle West American, smartly dressed and conscious of her social inferiority. Slowly his smile faded. Quickly he walked away. Yet nearly every day thereafter the child smiled shyly at him as though they shared a secret, and he smiled slowly back. But he was careful never to see the elaborate and most exclusive mother. Thus they came to green Plymouth, and past the fortress walls of Cherbourg, and sailing by merry vessels and white cliffs, rode on to the Scheldt. All day they crept past fields and villages, ships and windmills, up to the slender cathedral tower of Antwerp. Chapter 3. Sitting in the Victoria Café on the Unter den Linden, Berlin, Matthew looked again at the White Leviathan, at that mighty organization of white folk against which he felt himself so bitterly in revolt. It was the same vast, remorseless machine in Berlin as in New York. Of course, there were differences which he felt like a tingling pain. He had on the street here no sense of public insult. He was treated as he was dressed, and today he had dressed carefully, wearing the new suit made for the opening school term. He had on his newest dark crimson tie that burned with the red in his smooth brown face. He carried cane and gloves, and he had walked into this fashionable café with an air. He knew that he would be served, politely and without question. Yes, in Europe he could at least eat where he wished, so long as he paid. Yet the very thought made him angry. Conceive a man outcast in his own native land. And even here, how long could he pay? He who sat with but $200 in the world, with no profession, no work, no friends, no country? Yes, these folks treated him as a man, or rather they did not, on looking at him, treat him as less than a man. But what of it? They were white. What would they say if he asked for work, or a chance for his brains, or a daughter in marriage? There was a blonde and blue-eyed girl at the next table catching his eye. Phew! She was for public sale and thought him a South American, an Egyptian, or a Rajah with money. He turned quickly away. Oh, he was lonesome and homesick with a dreadful homesickness. After all, in leaving white, he had also left black America, all that he loved and knew. God, he never dreamed how much he loved that soft, brown world which he had so carelessly, so unregretfully cast away. What would he not give to clasp a dark hand now, to hear a soft southern roll of speech, to kiss a brown cheek, to see warm, brown, crinkly hair and laughing eyes? God, he was lonesome, so utterly, terribly lonesome. And then he saw the princess. Many, many times in after years he tried to catch and rebuild that first wildly beautiful fantasy which the girl's face stirred in him. He knew well that no human being could be quite as beautiful as she looked to him then. He could never quite recapture the first ecstasy of the picture, and yet always even the memory thrilled and revived him. Never after that first glance was he or the world quite the same. First and above all came that sense of color. Into this world of pale yellowish and pinkish parchment, that absence or negation of color, came, suddenly, a glow of golden-brown skin. It was darker than sunlight and gold. It was lighter and livelier than brown. It was a living, glowing crimson, veiled beneath brown flesh. It called for no light and suffered no shadow, but glowed softly of its own inner radiance. Then came the sense of the woman herself. She was young and tall even when seated, and she bore herself above all with a singularly regal air. She was slim and lithe, gracefully curved. Unseeing, past him and into the struggling, noisy street, she was looking with eyes that were pools of night, liquid, translucent, haunting depths, whose brilliance made her face a glory and a dream. Matthew pulled himself together and tried to act sensibly. Here in Berlin, and but a few tables away, actually sat a radiantly beautiful woman, and she was colored. He could see the faultlessness of her dress. There was a hint of something foreign and exotic in her simply draped gown of rich, cream-like silken stuff, and in the graceful coil of her hand-fashioned turban. Her gloves were hung carelessly over her arm, and he caught a glimpse of slender-heeled slippers and sheer clinging hosiery. There was a flash of jewels on her hands, and a murmur of beads in half-hidden necklaces. His young enthusiasm might overpaint and idealize her, but to the dullest and the oldest she was beautiful, beautiful. Who was she? What was she? How came this princess, for in some sense she must be royal, here in Berlin. Was she American? And how was he? Then he became conscious that he had been listening to words spoken behind him. He caught a slap of American English from the terrace, just back and beyond. "Look, there's that darky again. See her? Sitting over yonder by the post. Ain't she some pippin? What? Get out. Listen, bet you a 10 spot I can get her number before she leaves this cafe. You're on. I know niggers, and I don't mean perhaps. Ain't I white? Watch my smoke." Matthew gripped the table. All that cold rage, which still lay like lead beneath his heart, began again to glow and burn. "Action! Action!" it screamed. No running and sulking now. Action! There was murder in his mind. Murder, riot, and arson. He wanted just once to hit this white American in the jaw, to see him spinning over the tables, and then to walk out with his arm around the princess through the midst of a gaping, scurrying white throng. He started to rise and nearly upset his coffee cup. Then he came to himself. No, that would not do. Surely the fellow would not insult the girl. He could count on no such public opinion in Berlin as in New York to shield him in such an adventure. He would simply seek to force his company on her in quite a natural way. After all, the cafe was filling. There were no empty tables, at least in the forward part of the room, and no one person had a right to a whole table. Yet to approach any woman thus, when several tables with men offered seats, was to make a subtle advance. And to approach this woman? Puzzled and apprehensive, Matthew sat quietly and watched while he paid his waiter and slowly pulled on his gloves. He saw a young, smooth-faced American circle carelessly from behind him and saunter toward the door. Then he stopped, and turning, slowly came back toward the girl's table. A cold sweat broke out over Matthew. A sickening fear fought with the fury in his heart. Suppose this girl, this beautiful girl, let the fresh American sit down and talk to her. Suppose, after all, what was she? To sit alone at a table in a European cafe? Well, Matthew watched. The American approached, paused, looked about the cafe, and halted beside her table. He looked down and bowed with his hand on the back of the empty chair. The lady did not start nor speak. She glanced at him indifferently, unclasped her hands slowly, and then with no haste gathered up her things. She nodded to the waiter, fumbled in her purse, and without another glance at the American, arose and passed slowly out. Matthew could have shouted. But the American was not easily rebuffed by this show of indifference. Apparently he interpreted the movement quite another way. Waving covertly to his fellows, he arose leisurely, without ordering, tossed a bill to the waiter, and sauntered out after the lady. Matthew rose impetuously, and he felt that whole terraced table of men arise behind him. The dark lady had left by the Friedrichstrasse door, and paused for the taxi which the gold-laced porter had summoned. She gave an address and already had her foot on the step. In a moment the American was by her side. Deftly he displaced the porter and bent with lifted hat. She turned on him in surprise and raised her little head. Still the American persisted with a smile, but his hand had hardly touched her elbow when Matthew's fist caught him right between the smile and the ear. The American sat down on the sidewalk very suddenly. Pedestrians paused. There was a commotion at the restaurant door as several men rushed out, but the imposing porter was too quick. He had caught the eye and pocketed the bill of the lady. In a moment, evidently thinking the couple together, he had handed both her and Matthew into the taxi, slammed the door, and they had whirled away. In a trice they fled down the Friedrichstrasse, leapt across the Franzische, again leapt to Charlatan, and down the Linden. Matthew glanced anxiously back. They had been too quick, and there was apparently no pursuit. He leaned forward and spoke to the chauffeur, and they drove up to the curb near the Brandenburg Gate and stopped. "Mille remerciements, monsieur," said the lady. Matthew searched his head for the right French answer as he started to step out, but could not remember. Oh, don't mention it," he stammered. "Ah, you are English? I thought you were French or Spanish." She spoke clear-clipped English with perfect accent, to Matthew's intense relief. Suppose she had spoken only French? He hastened to explain, "I am an American Negro." "An American Negro?" The lady bent forward in sudden interest and stared at him. "An American Negro," she repeated. "How singular, how very singular. I have been thinking of American Negroes all day. Please do not leave me yet. Can you spare a moment? Chauffeur, drive on." Chapter 4. As they sat at tea in the Tiergarten, under the tall black trees, Matthew's story came pouring out. "I was born in Virginia, Prince James County, where we black folk own most of the land. My mother, now many years a widow, farmed her little 40 acres to educate me, her only child. There was a good school there, with teachers from Hampton, the great boarding school not far away. I was young when I finished the course and was sent to Hampton. There I was unhappy. I wanted to study for a profession, and they insisted on making me a farmer. I hated the farm. My mother finally sent me north. I boarded first with a cousin and then with friends in New York, and went through high school and through the city college. I specialized on the pre-medical course, and by working nights and summers and playing football, amateur of course, but paid excellent expenses in fact, I was able to enter the new great medical school of the University of Manhattan 2 years ago. It was a hard pull, but I plunged the line. I had to have scholarships, and I got them, although one Southern professor gave me the devil of a time." The lady interrupted. "Southern?" she asked. "What do you mean by Southern?" "I mean from the former slave states, although the phrase isn't just fair. Some of our most professional Southerners are Northern-born." The lady still looked puzzled, but Matthew talked on. "This man didn't mean to be unfair, but he honestly didn't believe niggers had brains, even if he had the evidence before him. He flunked me on principle. I protested and finally had the matter up to the dean. I showed all my other marks and got a re-examination at an extra cost that deprived me of a new overcoat. I gave him a perfect paper, and he had to acknowledge it was good, although he made careful inquiries to see if I had not in some way cribbed dishonestly. At last I got my mark and my scholarship. During my second year, there were rumors among the few colored students that we would not be allowed to finish our course, because objection had been made to colored students in the clinical hospital, especially with white women patients. I laughed. It was, I was sure, a put-up rumor to scare us off. I knew black men who had gone through other New York medical schools, which had become parts of this great new consolidated school. There had been no real trouble. The patients never objected. Only Southern students and the few Southern professors. Some of the trustees had mentioned the matter, but had been shamed into silence. Then, too, I was firm in my Hampton training. Desert and hard work were bound to tell. Prejudice was a miasma that character burned away. I believed this thoroughly. I had literally pounded my triumphant way through school and life. Of course, I had met insult and rebuff here and there, but I ignored them, laughed at them, and went my way. Those black people who cringed and cowered, complained of failure and no chance, I despised. Weaklings, cowards, fools, go to work, make a way, compel recognition. In the medical school, there were 2 other colored men in my class just managing to crawl through. I covertly sneered at them, avoided them. What business had they there with no ability or training? I see differently now. I see there may have been a dozen reasons why Phillips of Mississippi could neither spell nor read correctly, and why Jones of Georgia could not count. They had had no hard-working mother, no Hampton, no happy accidents of fortune to help them on. While I rose to triumph after triumph. Just as in college I had been the leading athlete and had ridden many a time aloft on white students' shoulders, so now, working until 2 o'clock in the morning and rising at 6, I took prize after prize. The Mitchell Honor in Physiology, the Wellbright Medal in Pathology, the Shor's Prize for Biological Chemistry. I ranked the second-year class at last commencement, and at our annual dinner at the Hotel Pennsylvania sat at the head table with the medal men. I remember one classmate. He was from Atlanta, and he hesitated and whispered when he found his seat was beside me. Then he sat down like a man and held out his hand. "Towns," he said, "I never associated with a Negro before who wasn't a servant or laborer. But I've heard of you, and you've made a damned fine record. I'm proud to sit by you." I shook his hand and choked. He proved my life theory. Character and brains were too much for prejudice. Then the blow fell. I had slaved all summer. I was worked to a frazzle. Reckon my hard-headedness had a hand there, too. I wouldn't take a menial job. Pullman porter, waiter, bellboy, boat steward. Good money, but I waved them aside. No, bad for the soul, and I might meet a white fellow student. The lady smiled. Meet a fellow student? Did none of them work, too? Oh, yes, but seldom as menials, while Negroes in America are always expected to be menials. It's natural, but no, I couldn't do it. So at last I got a job in Washington in the Medical Statistics Department of the National Benefit. This is one of our big insurance concerns. Oh, yes, we've got a number of them. Prosperous, too. It was hard work, indoors, poor light and air. But I was interested. Worked overtime, learned the game, and gave my thought and ideas. They promoted me and paid me well, and by the middle of August I had my tuition and book money saved. They wanted me to stay with them permanently, at least until fall. But I had other plans. There was a summer school of 2 terms at the college, and I figured that if I entered the second term I could get a big lead in my obstetrical work and stand a better show for the junior prizes. I had applied in the spring for admission to the Stern Maternity Hospital, which occupied 3 floors of our center building. My name had been posted as accepted. I was tired to death, but I rushed back to New York to register. Perhaps if I had been rested, with cool head and nerves. Well, I wasn't. I made the office of the professor of obstetrics on a hot afternoon, August 10th, I well remember. He looked at me in surprise. You can't work in the Stern Hospital. The places are all taken. I have one of the places, I pointed out. He seemed puzzled and annoyed. You'll have to see the dean, he said finally. I was angry and rushed to the dean's office. I saw that we had a new dean, a Southerner. Then the blow fell. Seemingly, during the summer, the trustees had decided gradually to exclude Negroes from the college. In the case of students already in the course, they were to be kept from graduation by a refusal to admit them to certain courses, particularly in obstetrics. The dean was to break the news by letter as students applied for these courses. By applying early for the summer course, I had been accepted before the decision, so now he had to tell me. He hated the task, I could see. But I was too surprised, disgusted, furious. He said that I could not enter, and he told me brutally why. I threw my papers in his face and left. All my fine theories of race and prejudice lay in ruins. My life was overturned. America was impossible, unthinkable. I ran away, and here I am. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Dark Princess by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Part 1. The Exile. Chapter 5. They had sat an hour drinking tea in the Tiergarten, that mightiest park in Europe with its lofty trees, its cool dark shade, its sense of withdrawal from the world. He had not meant to be so voluble, so self-revealing. Perhaps the lady had deftly encouraged confidences in her high but gracious way. Perhaps the mere sight of her smooth brown skin had made Matthew assume sympathy. There was something at once inviting and aloof in the young woman who sat opposite him. She had the air and carriage of one used to homage, and yet receiving it indifferently as a right. With all her gentle manner and thoughtfulness, she had a certain faint air of haughtiness, and was ever slightly remote. She was colored, and yet not at all colored in his intimate sense. Her beauty, as he saw it near, had seemed even more striking. Those thin, smooth fingers moving about the silver had known no work. She was carefully groomed from her purple hair to her slim toe-tips, and yet with few accessories. He could not tell whether she used paint or powder. Her features were regular and delicate, and there was a tiny diamond in one nostril. But quite aside from all details of face and jewels, her pearls, her rings, the old gold bracelet, above and beyond, and much more than the sum of them all, was the luminous radiance of her complete beauty, her glow of youth and strength, behind that screen of a grand yet gracious manner. It was overpowering for Matthew, and yet stimulating. So his story came pouring out before he knew or cared to whom he was speaking. All the loneliness of long, lonely days clamored for speech, all the pent-up resentment choked for words. The lady listened at first with polite but conscious sympathy. Then she bent forward more and more eagerly, but always with restraint, with that mastery of body and soul that never for a moment slipped away, and yet with so evident a sympathy and comprehension that it set Matthew's head swimming. She swept him almost imperiously with her eyes, those great wide orbs of darkening light. His own eyes lifted and fell before them, lifted and fell until at last he looked past them and talked to the tall green and black oaks. And yet there was never anything personal in her all-sweeping glance, or anything self-conscious in the form that bent toward him. She never seemed in the slightest way conscious of herself. She arranged nothing, glanced at no detail of her dress, smoothed no wisp of hair. She seemed at once unconscious of her beauty and charm, and at the same time assuming it as a fact, but of no especial importance. She had no little feminine ways. She used her eyes apparently only for seeing, yet seemed to see all. Matthew had the feeling that her steady, full, radiant gaze that enveloped and almost burned him saw not him, but the picture he was painting, and the thing that the picture meant. He warmed with such an audience, and painted with clean, sure lines. Only once or twice did she interrupt, and when he had ended, she still sat full-faced, flooding him with the startling beauty of her eyes. Her hands clasped and unclasped slowly, her lips were slightly parted, the curve of her young bosom rose and fell. "And you ran away," she said musingly. Matthew winced and started to explain, but she continued. "Singular," she said. "How singular that I should meet you, and today." There was no coquetry in her tone. It was evidently not of him, the hero, of whom she was thinking, but of him, the group, the fact, the whole drama. "And you are 3 millions?" she asked. 10 or 12, he answered. "You ran away," she repeated, half in meditation. "What else could I do?" he demanded impulsively. "Cringe and crawl? Of course the Negroes have no hospitals?" "Of course they have, many, but not attached to the great schools. What can Howard, rated as our best colored school, do with thousands, when whites have millions? And if we come out poorly taught and half-equipped, they sneer at nigger doctors." "And no Negroes are admitted to the hospitals of New York?" "Oh yes, hundreds. But if we colored students are confined to colored patients, we surrender a principle." "What principle?" "Equality." "Oh, equality." She sat for a full moment, frowning and looking at him. Then she fumbled away at her beads and brought out a tiny jeweled box. Absently she took out a cigarette, lighted it, and offered him one. Matthew took it, but he was a little troubled. White women in his experience smoked, of course, but colored women? Well, but it was delicious to see her great, somber eyes veiled in hazy blue. She sighed at last and said, "I do not quite understand, but at any rate I see that you American Negroes are not a mere amorphous handful. You are a nation. I never dreamed... But I must explain. I want you to dine with me and some friends tomorrow night at my apartment. We represent, indeed, I may say frankly, we are, a part of a great committee of the darker peoples, of those who suffer under the arrogance and tyranny of the white world." Matthew leaned forward with an eager thrill. "And you have plans? Some vast emancipation of the world?" She did not answer directly, but continued. "We have among us spokesmen of nearly all these groups, of them or for them, except American Negroes. Some of us think these former slaves unready for cooperation, but I just returned from Moscow last week. At our last dinner I was telling of a report I read there from America that astounded me and gave me great pleasure, for I almost alone have insisted that your group was worthy of cooperation. In Russia I heard something, and it happened so curiously that, after sharp discussion about your people but last night, for I will not conceal from you that there is still doubt and opposition in our ranks, that I should meet you today. I had gone up to the palace to see the exhibition of new paintings. You have not seen it? You must. All the time I was thinking absently of Black America, and one picture there intensified and stirred my thoughts, a weird massing of black shepherds and a star. I dropped into the Victoria, almost unconsciously, because the tea there is good, and the muffins quite unequaled. I know that I should not go there unaccompanied, even in the day. White women may, but brown women seem strangely attractive to white men, especially Americans, and this is the open season for them. Twice before I have had to put Americans in their place. I went quite unconsciously, and noted nothing in particular until that impossible young man sat down at my table. I did not know he had followed me out. Then you knocked him into the gutter quite beautifully. It had never happened before that a stranger of my own color should offer me protection in Europe. I had a curious sense of some great inner meaning to your act, some world movement. It seemed almost that the powers of heaven had bent to give me the knowledge which I was groping for, and so I invited you, that I might hear and know more. She rose, insisted on paying the bill herself. You are my guest, you see. It is late, and I must go. Then, tomorrow night at 8. My card and address. Oh, I quite forgot. May I have your name? Matthew had no card, but he wrote in her tiny memorandum book with its golden filigree, Matthew Towns, Exile, Hotel Roter Adler. She held out her hand, half turning to go. Her slenderness made her look taller than she was. The curved line of her flowed sinuously from neck to ankle. She held her right hand high, palm down, the long fingers drooping, and a ruby flamed dark crimson on her forefinger. Matthew reached up and shook the hand heartily. He had, as he did it, a vague feeling that he took her by surprise. Perhaps he shook hands too hard, for her hand was very little and frail. Perhaps she did not mean to shake hands, but then what did she mean? She was gone. He took out her card and read it. There was a little coronet, and under it, engraved in flowing script, Her Royal Highness the Princess Kautilya of Bodpur, India. Below was written, Lutzauer Ufer, No. 12. Chapter 6. Matthew sat in the dining room of the Princess on Lutzauer Ufer. Looking about, his heart swelled. For the first time since he had left New York, he felt himself a man, one of those who could help build a world and guide it. He had no regrets. Medicine seemed a far-off, dry-as-dust thing. The oak paneling of the room went to the ceiling, and there broke softly with carven light against white flowers and into long, lucent curves. The table below was sheer with lace and linen, sparkling with silver and crystal. The servants moved deftly, and all of them were white, save one who stood behind the prince's high and crimson chair. At her right sat Matthew himself, hardly realizing until long afterward the honor thus done an almost nameless guest. Fortunately, he had the dinner jacket of year before last with him. It was not new, but it fitted his form perfectly, and his was a form worth fitting. He was a bit shocked to note that all the other men but two were in full evening dress, but he did not let this worry him much. 10 of them sat at the table. On the princess's left was a Japanese, faultless in dress and manner, evidently a man of importance, as the deference shown him in the orders on his breast indicated. He was quite yellow, short and stocky, with a face which was a delicately handled but perfect mask. There were 2 Indians, one a man grave, haughty, and old, dressed richly in turban and embroidered tunic, the other, in conventional dress and turban, a young man, handsome and alert, whose eyes were ever on the princess. There were 2 Chinese, a young man and a young woman, he in a plain but becoming Chinese costume of heavy blue silk, she in a pretty dress, half Chinese, half European in effect. An Egyptian and his wife came next, he suave, talkative, and polite, just a shade too talkative, and a bit too polite, Matthew thought. His wife a big, handsome, silent woman, elegantly jeweled and gowned, with much bare flesh. Beyond them was a cold and rather stiff Arab who spoke seldom, and then abruptly. Of the food and wine of such dinners, Matthew had read often, but never partaken, and the conversation, now floating, now half submerged, gave baffling glimpses of unknown lands, spiritual and physical. It was all something quite new in his experience. The room, the table, the service, the company. He could not keep his eyes from continually straying sidewise to his hostess. Never had he seen color in human flesh so regally set. The rich and flowing grace of the dress out of which rose so darkly splendid the jeweled flesh. The black and purple hair was heaped up on her little head, and in its depths gleamed a tiny coronet of gold. Her voice and her poise, her self-possession and air of quiet command, kept Matthew staring almost unmannerly, despite the fact that he somehow sensed a shade of resentment in the young and handsome Indian opposite. They had eaten some delicious tidbits of meat and vegetables, and then were served with a delicate soup, when the princess, turning slightly to her right, said, "You will note, Mr. Towns, that we represent here much of the darker world. Indeed, when all our circle is present, we represent all of it, save your world of black folk." "All the darker world except the darkest," said the Egyptian. "A pretty large omission," said Matthew with a smile. "I agree," said the Chinaman. But the Arab said something abruptly in French. Matthew had said that he knew some French, but his French was of the American variety which one excavates from dictionaries and cements with grammar like bricks. He was astounded at the ease and the fluency with which most of his company used languages, so easily, without groping or hesitation, and with light, sure shading. They talked art in French, literature in Italian, politics in German, and everything in clear English. "Monsieur Ben Ali suggests," said the princess, "that even you are not black, Mr. Towns." "My grandfather was, and my soul is. Black blood with us in America is a matter of spirit, and not simply of flesh." "Ah, mixed blood," said the Egyptian. "Like all of us, especially me," laughed the princess. "But, Your Royal Highness, not Negro," said the elder Indian in a tone that hinted a protest. "Essentially," said the princess lightly, "as our black and curly-haired Lord Buddha testifies in 100 places." But a bit imperiously, "Enough of that. Our point is that Pan-Africa belongs logically with Pan-Asia, and for that reason Mr. Towns is welcome tonight by you, I am sure, and by me especially. He did me a service as I was returning from the new palace." They all looked interested, but the Egyptian broke out. "Ah, Your Highness, the new palace! And what is the fad today? What has followed Expressionism, Cubism, Futurism, Vorticism? I confess myself at sea. Picasso alarms me. Matisse sets me aflame. But I do not understand them. I prefer the classics." "The Congo," said the princess, "is flooding the Acropolis. There is a beautiful Kandinsky exhibit, and some lovely and startling things by unknown newcomers." "Mais," replied the Egyptian, dropping into French. And they were all off to the discussion, save the silent Egyptian woman and the taciturn Arab. Here again Matthew was puzzled. These persons easily penetrated worlds where he was a stranger. Frankly, but for the context, he would not have known whether Picasso was a man, a city, or a vegetable. He had never heard of Matisse. Lightly, almost carelessly as he thought, his companions leapt to unknown subjects. Yet they knew. They knew art, books, and literature, politics of all nations, and not newspaper politics merely, but inner currents and whisperings, unpublished facts. "Ah, pardon," said the Egyptian, returning to English. "I forgot Monsieur Towns speaks only English and does not interest himself in art." Perhaps Matthew was sensitive and imagined that the Egyptian and the Indian rather often, if not purposely, strayed to French and subjects beyond him. "Mr. Towns is a scientist?" asked the Japanese. "He studies medicine," answered the princess. "Ah, a high service," said the Japanese. "I was reading only today of the work on cancer by your Peyton Roos in Carroll's laboratory." Towns was surprised. "What, has he discovered the etiological factor? I had not heard." "No, not yet, but he's a step nearer." For a few moments Matthew was talking eagerly, until a babble of unknown tongues interrupted him across the table. "Proust is dead, that snob of humor, yes, but his Recherche du Temps Perdu is finished, and will be published in full. I have only glanced at parts of it. Do you know Gasquet's Hymne? Perrault gets the Prix Goncourt this year. Last year it was the Negro, Moran. I have been reading Croce's Aesthetic lately. Yes, I saw the Meyerhold Theater in Moscow. Gaunt realism. Howell China was tremendous. Then easily, after the crisp brown fowl, the princess tactfully steered them back to the subject which some seemed willing to avoid. And so, she said, the darker peoples who are dissatisfied. She looked at the Japanese and paused as though inviting comment. He bowed courteously. If I may presume, Your Royal Highness, to suggest, he said slowly, the two categories are not synonymous. We ourselves know no line of color. Some of us are white, some yellow, some black. Rather, is it not, Your Highness, that we have from time to time taken counsel with the oppressed peoples of the world, many of whom by chance are colored? True, said the princess. And yet, said the Chinese lady, it is dominating Europe which has flung this challenge of the color line, and we cannot avoid it. And on either count, said Matthew, whether we be bound by oppression or by color, surely we Negroes belong in the foremost ranks. There was a slight pause, a sort of hesitation, and it seemed to Matthew as though all expected the Japanese to speak. He did, slowly and gravely. It would be unfair to our guest not to explain with some clarity and precision that the whole question of the Negro race, both in Africa and in America, is for us not simply a question of suffering and compassion. Need we say that for these peoples we have every human sympathy? But for us here, and for the larger company we represent, there is a deeper question, that of the ability, qualifications, and real possibilities of the black race in Africa or elsewhere. Matthew left the piquant salad and laid down his fork slowly. Up to this moment he had been quite happy. Despite the feeling of being out of it now and then, he had assumed that this was his world, his people, from the high and beautiful lady whom he worshipped more and more, even to the Egyptians, Indians, and Arab who seemed slightly, but very slightly, aloof or misunderstanding. Suddenly, now there loomed plain and clear the shadow of a color line within a color line, a prejudice within prejudice, and he and his again, the sacrifice. His eyes became somber and did not lighten even when the princess spoke. I cannot see that it makes great difference what ability Negroes have. Oppression is oppression. It is our privilege to relieve it. Yes, answered the Japanese, but who will do it? Who can do it but those superior races whose necks now bear the yoke of the inferior rabble of Europe? This, said the princess, I have always believed. But as I have told your Excellency, I have received impressions in Moscow which have given me very serious thought. First, as to our judgment of the ability of the Negro race, and second, she paused in thought, as to the relative ability of all classes and peoples. Matthew stared at her as she continued. You see, Moscow has reports, careful reports of the world's masses, and the report on the Negroes of America was astonishing. At the time, I doubted its truth. Their education, their work, their property, their organizations, and the odds, the terrible, crushing odds against which, inch by inch and heartbreak by heartbreak, they have forged their unfaltering way upward. If the report is true, they are a nation today, a modern nation worthy to stand beside any nation here. But can we put any faith in Moscow? Asked the Egyptian. Are we not keeping dangerous company and leaning on broken reeds? Well, said Matthew, if they are as sound in everything as in this report from America, they'll bear listening to. The young Indian spoke gently and evenly, but with bright eyes. Naturally, he said, one can see Mr. Towns needs must agree with the Bolshevik estimate of the lower classes. Matthew felt a slight slur and winced. He thought he saw the lips of the princess tighten ever so little. He started to answer quickly, with aplomb, if not actual swagger. I reckon, he began. Then something changed within him. It was as if he had faced and made a decision, as though some great voice, crying and reverberating within his soul, spoke for him and yet was him. He had started to say, I reckon there's as much high-born blood among American Negroes as among any people. We've had our kings, presidents, and judges. He started to say this, but he did not finish. He found himself saying quite calmly and with slightly lifted chin, I reckon you're right. We American blacks are very common people. My grandfather was a whipped and driven slave. My father was never really free and died in jail. My mother plows and washes for a living. We come out of the depths, the blood and mud of battle. And from just such depths, I take it, came most of the worthwhile things in this old world. If they didn't, God help us. The table was very still, save for the very faint clink of china as the servants brought in the creamed and iced fruit. The princess turned, and he could feel her dark eyes full upon him. I wonder, she murmured, almost catching her breath. The Indian frowned. The Japanese smiled, and the Egyptian whispered to the Arab. I believe that is true, said the Chinese lady thoughtfully, and if it is, this world is glorious. And if it is not, asked the Egyptian icily. It is perhaps both true and untrue, the Japanese suggested. Certainly Mr. Towns has expressed a fine and human hope, although I fear that always blood must tell. No, it mustn't, cried Matthew, unless it is allowed to talk. Its speech is accidental today. There is some weak, thin stuff called blood, which not even a crown can make speak intelligently. And at the same time, some of the noblest blood God ever made is dumb with chains and poverty. The elder Indian straightened, with blazing eyes. Surely, he said, slowly and calmly, surely the gentleman does not mean to reflect on royal blood? Matthew started, flushed darkly, and glanced quickly at the princess. She smiled and said lightly, Certainly not. And then with a pause and a look straight across the table to the turban and tunic, Nor will royal blood offer insult to him. The Indian bowed to the tablecloth and was silent. As they rose and sauntered out to coffee in the silk and golden drawing-room, there was a discussion, started of course by the Egyptian, first of the style of the elaborate piano case, and then of Schoenberg's new and unobtrusive transcription of Bach's triumphant choral prelude, Komm Gott Schöpfer. The princess sat down. Matthew could not take his eyes from her. Her fingers idly caressed the keys as her tiny feet sought the pedals. From white, pearl-embroidered slippers, her young limbs, smooth in pale dull silk, swept up in long, low lines. Even the delicate curving of her knees he saw as she drew aside her drapery, and struck the first warm tones. She played the phrase in dispute, great chords of aspiration and vision that melted to soft melody. The Egyptian acknowledged his fault. Yes, that was the theme I had forgotten. Again Matthew felt his lack of culture audible, and not simply of his own culture, but of all the culture in white America which he had unconsciously and foolishly, as he now realized, made his norm. Yet withal Matthew was not unhappy. If he was a bit out of it, if he sensed divided counsels and opposition, yet he still felt almost fiercely that that was his world. Here were culture, wealth, and beauty. Here was power, and here he had some recognized part. God, if he could just do his part, any part, and he waited impatiently for the real talk to begin again. It began and lasted until after midnight. It started on lines so familiar to Matthew that he had to shut his eyes and stare again at their swarthy faces. Superior races, the right to rule, born to command, inferior breeds, the lower classes, the rabble. How the Egyptian rolled off his tongue his contempt for the rabble. How contemptuous was the young Indian of inferior races. But how humorous it was to Matthew to see all tables turned. The rabble now was the white workers of Europe. The inferior races were the ruling whites of Europe and America. The superior races were yellow and brown. You see, said the Japanese, Mr. Towns, we here are all agreed and not agreed. We are agreed that the present white hegemony of the world is nonsense, that the darker peoples are the best, the natural aristocracy, the makers of art, religion, philosophy, life, everything except brazen machines. But why? Because of the longer rule of natural aristocracy among us. We count our millenniums of history where Europe counts her centuries. We have our own carefully thought-out philosophy and civilization, while Europe has sought to adopt an ill-fitting mélange of the cultures of the world. But does this not all come out the same gate, with the majority of mankind serving the minority? And if this is the only ideal of civilization, does the tint of a skin matter in the question of who leads? Thus Matthew summed it up. Not a whit. It is the natural inborn superiority that matters, said the Japanese, and it is that which the present color bar of Europe is holding back. And what guarantees in the future more than in the past, and with colored more than with white, the wise rule of the gifted and powerful? Self-interest and the inclusion in their ranks of all really superior men of all colors. The best of Asia, together with the best of the British aristocracy, of the German Adel, of the French writers and financiers, of the rulers, artists, and poets of all peoples. And suppose we found that ability and talent and art is not entirely or even mainly among the reigning aristocrats of Asia and Europe, but buried among millions of men down in the great sodden masses of all men, and even in black Africa. It would come forth. Would it? Yes, said the princess, it would come forth, but when and how? In slow and tenderly nourished efflorescence, or in wild and bloody upheaval with all that bitter loss? Pah, blurted the Egyptian. Pardon, Royal Highness, but what art ever came from the canaille? The blood rushed to Matthew's face. He threw back his head and closed his eyes, and with a movement he heard again the great song. He saw his father in the old log church by the river, leading the moaning singers in the great song of emancipation. Clearly, plainly, he heard that mighty voice, and saw the rhythmic swing and beat of the thick brown arm. Matthew swung his arm and beat the table. The silver tinkled. Silence dropped on all, and suddenly Matthew found himself singing. His voice full, untrained but mellow, quivered down the first plaintive bar. When Israel was in Egypt land. Then it gathered depth. Let my people go. He forgot his audience, and saw only the shining river and the bowed and shouting throng. Oppressed so hard they could not stand. Let my people go. Then Matthew let go restraint, and sang as his people sang in Virginia 20 years ago. His great voice, gathered in one long deep breath, rolled the call of God. Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land, tell old Pharaoh to let my people go. He stopped as quickly as he had begun, ashamed, and beads of sweat gathered on his forehead. Still there was silence almost breathless. The voice of the Chinese woman broke it. It was an American slave song. I know it. How wonderful. A chorus of approval poured out, led by the Egyptian. That, said Matthew, came out of the black rabble of America, and he trilled his R. They all smiled as the tension broke. You assume, then, said the princess at last, that the mass of the workers of the world can rule as well as be ruled? Yes, or rather can work as well as be worked, can live as well as be kept alive. America is teaching the world one thing, and only one thing of real value, and that is, that ability and capacity for culture is not the hereditary monopoly of a few, but the widespread possibility for the majority of mankind, if they only have a decent chance in life. The Chinaman spoke. If Mr. Towns' assumption is true, and I believe it is, and recognized, as sometime it must be, it will revolutionize the world. It will revolutionize the world, smiled the Japanese, but not today. Nor this siècle, growled the Arab. Nor the next, and so in secula seculorum, laughed the Egyptian. Well, said the little Chinese lady, the unexpected happens. And Matthew added ruefully, it's about all that does happen. He lapsed into blank silence, wondering how he had come to express the astonishing philosophy which had leapt unpremeditated from his lips. Did he himself believe it? As they arose from the table, the princess called him aside. End of section 2. Section 3 of Dark Princess by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Part 1. The Exile. Chapter 7. "I trust you will pardon the interruption at this late hour," said the Japanese. Matthew glanced up in surprise as the Japanese, the two Indians, and the Arab entered his room. "Sure," he said cheerily. "Have any seats you can find. Sorry there's so little space." It was 3 o'clock in the morning. He was in his shirt sleeves without collar, and he was packing hastily, wondering how on earth all these things had ever come out of his two valises. The little room on the 5th floor of the Roter Adler Hotel did look rather a mess, but his guest smiled and so politely deprecated any excuses or discomfort that he laughed too, and leaned against the window while they stood about door and bed. "You had, I believe," continued the Japanese, "an interview with Her Royal Highness, the Princess, before you left her home tonight." "Yes." I presume you realize, Mr. Towns, that the Princess of Wadpur is a lady of very high station, of great wealth and influence. I cannot imagine anybody higher." The elder Indian interrupted. "There are," he said, "of course, some persons of higher hereditary rank than Her Royal Highness, but not many. She is of royal blood by many scores of generations of direct descent. She is a ruling potentate in her own right over 6 millions of loyal subjects and yields to no human being in the ancient splendor of her heritage. Her income, her wealth in treasure and jewels, is uncounted. Sir, there are few people in the world who have the right to touch the hem of her garment." The Indian drew himself to full height and looked at Matthew. "I'm strongly inclined to agree with you there," said Matthew, smiling genially. "I had feared," continued the younger Indian, also looking Matthew squarely in the eye, "that perhaps, being American, and unused to the ceremony of countries of rank, you might misunderstand the democratic graciousness of Her Royal Highness toward you. We appreciate, sir, more than we can say," and both Indians bowed low, "your inestimable service to the Princess yesterday in protecting her royal person from insufferable insult, but the very incident illustrates and explains our errand. The Princess is young and headstrong. She delights in her new European independence to elude her escort, and has given us moments of great solicitude and even fright. Meeting her as you did yesterday, it was natural for you to take her graciousness toward you as the camaraderie of an equal, and, quite unconsciously, I am sure, your attitude toward her has caused us grave misgiving." "You mean that I have not treated the Princess with courtesy?" asked Matthew in consternation. "In what way? Tell me." "It is nothing, now that it is past, and since the Princess was gracious enough to allow it. But you may recall that you never addressed her by her rightful title of Royal Highness. You several times interrupted her conversation and addressed her before being addressed. You occupied the seat of honor without even an attempted refusal, and actually shook Her Highness's hand, which we are taught to regard as unpardonable familiarity." Matthew grinned cheerfully. "I reckon if the Princess hadn't liked all that, she'd have said so." The Japanese quickly intervened. "This is, pardon me, beside our main errand," he said. "We realize that you admire and revere the Princess not only as a supremely beautiful woman of high rank, but as one of rare intelligence and high ideals." "I certainly do." "And we assume that anything you could do, any way you could cooperate with us for her safety in future, we could count upon your doing?" "To my very life." "Good. Excellent. You see, my friends," turning to the still disturbed Indians and the silent, sullen Arab, "it is as I rightly divined." They did not appear wholly convinced, but the Japanese continued. "In her interview with you, she told you a story she had heard in Moscow of a widespread and carefully planned uprising of the American blacks. She has entrusted you with a letter to the alleged leader of this organization and asked you to report to her your impressions and recommendations, and even to deliver the letter if you deem it wise. Now, my dear Mr. Towns, consider the situation. First of all, our beloved Princess introduces you, a total stranger, into our councils and tells you some of our general plans. Fortunately, you prove to be a gentleman who can be trusted, and yet you yourself must admit this procedure was not exactly wise. Further than that, through this letter, our reputations, our very lives, are put in danger by this well-meaning but young and undisciplined lady. Her unfortunate visit to Russia has inoculated her with Bolshevism of a mild but dangerous type. The letter contains money to encourage treason. You know perfectly well that the American Negroes will neither rebel nor fight unless put up to it or led like dumb cattle by whites. You have never even heard of the alleged leader, as you acknowledged to the princess. She is evidently well spied upon. She is, and will always be, well guarded, answered the elder Indian tensely. Except yesterday, said Matthew. But the Japanese quickly proceeded. Why then go on this wild goose chase? Why deliver dynamite to children? Thank you. I beg your pardon. I may speak harshly, but I speak frankly. You are an exception among your people. I've heard that before. Once I believed it. Now I do not. You are generous, but you are an exception, and you know you are. Most people are exceptions. You know that your people are cowards. That's a lie. They are the bravest people fighting for justice today. I wish it were so, but I do not believe it, and neither do you. Every report from America, and believe me, we have many, contradicts this statement for you. I am not blaming them, poor things. They were slaves and children of slaves. They cannot even begin to rise in a century. We samurai have been lords 1,000 years and more. The ancestors of Her Royal Highness have ruled for 20 centuries. How can you think to place yourselves beside us as equals? No, no, restrain your natural anger and distaste for such truth. Our situation is too delicate for niceties. We have been almost betrayed by an impulsive woman, high and royal personage though she be. We have come to get that letter, and to ask you to write a report now, to be delivered later, thoroughly disenchanting our dear princess of this black American chimera. And if I refuse? The Japanese looked pained but patient. The others moved impatiently, and perceptibly narrowed the circle about Matthew. He was thinking rapidly. The letter was in his coat pocket on the bed beyond the Japanese, and within easy reach of the Indians if they had known it. If he jumped out the window, he would be dead, and they would eventually secure the letter. If he fought, they were undoubtedly armed and 4 to 1. The Japanese was elderly and negligible as an opponent, but the young Indian and the Arab were formidable, and the older Indian dangerous. He might perhaps kill one and disable another, and raise enough hullabaloo to arouse the hotel, but how would such a course affect the princess? The Japanese watched him sadly. Why speak of unpleasant things, he said gently, or contemplate futilities? We are not barbarians. We are men of thought and culture. Be assured our plans have been laid with care. We know the host of this hotel well. Resistance on your part would be absolutely futile. The back stairs opposite your entrance are quite clear, and will be kept clear until we go. And when we go, the letter will go with us. Matthew set his back firmly against the window. His thoughts raced. They were armed, but they would use their arms only as a last resort. Pistols were noisy, and knives were messy. Oh, they would use them. One look at their hard, set eyes showed that. But not first. Good. Then first, instead of lurching forward to attack as they might expect, he would do a first-base slide and spike the Japanese in the ankles. It was a mean trick, but anything was fair now. He remembered once when they were playing the DeWitt Clinton High, but he jerked his thoughts back. The Japanese was nearest him. The fiery young Indian just behind him and a bit to the right, bringing him nearer the bed and blocking the aisle. By the door was the elder Indian, and at the foot of the bed, the Arab. Good. He would, at the very first movement of the young Indian, who he instinctively knew would begin the melee, slide feet forward into the ankles of the Japanese, catching him a little to the right so that he would fall or lurch between him and the Indian. Then he would, with the same movement, slide under the low iron bed and rise with the bed as weapon and shield. But he would not keep it. No, he would hurl it sideways and to the left, pinning the young Indian to the wall and the Japanese to the floor. With the same movement he would attempt a football tackle on the Arab. The Arab was a tough customer, tall, sinewy, and hard. If he turned left, got his knife and struck down, quick and sure, Matthew would be done for. But most probably he would, at Matthew's first movement, turn right towards his fellows. If he did, he was done for. He would go down in the heap, knocking the old Indian against the door. Beside that door was the electric switch. Matthew would turn it and make a last fight for the door. He might get out, and if he did, the stairs were clear. The coat and letter? Leave them, so long as he got his story to the princess. It was all a last desperate throw. He calculated that he had good chances against the Japanese's shins, about even chances to get under the bed unscathed, and 1 in 2 to tackle the Arab. He had not more than 1 chance in 3 of making the door unscathed, but this was the only way. If he surrendered without a fight, that was unthinkable. And after all, what had he to lose? Life? Well, his prospects were not brilliant anyhow. And to die for the princess, silly of course, but it made his blood race. For the first time he glimpsed the glory of death. Meantime, he said, be sensible. It would not hurt to spar for time. He pretended to be weighing the matter. Suppose you do steal the letter by force. Do you think you can make me write a report? No, a voluntary report would be desirable, but not necessary. You left with the princess, you will remember, a page of directions and information about America to guide her in the trip she is preparing to make, and from which we hope to dissuade her. You appended your signature and address. From this it will be easy to draft a report in handwriting so similar to yours as to be indistinguishable by ordinary eyes. You add forgery to your many accomplishments. In the pursuit of our duty, we do not hesitate at theft or forgery. Still Matthew parried. Suppose, he said, I pretended to acquiesce, gave you the letter, and reported to the princess. Suppose even I told the German newspapers of what I have seen and heard tonight. There was a faraway look in the eyes of the Japanese as he answered slowly. We must follow fate, my dear Mr. Towns, even if fate leads to murder. We will not let you communicate with the princess, and you are leaving Berlin tonight. The Indians gave a low sigh, almost like relief. Matthew straightened and spoke slowly and firmly. Very well. I won't surrender that letter to anybody but the princess, not while I'm alive, and if I go out of here dead, I won't be the only corpse. Every eye was on the Japanese, and Matthew knew his life was in the balance. The pause was tense. Then came the patient voice of the Japanese again. You admire the princess, do you not? With all my heart. The Indians winced. You would do her a service? To the limit of my strength. Very well. Let us assume that I am wrong. Assume that the Negroes are worth freedom and ready to fight for it. Can you not see that the name of this young, beautiful, and high-born lady must under no circumstances be mixed up with them, whether they gain or lose? What would not Great Britain give thus to compromise an Indian ruler? That is for the princess to decide. No, she is a mere woman, an inexperienced girl. You are a man of the world. For the last time, will you rescue Her Royal Highness from herself? No, the princess herself must decide. Then, said the princess's full voice, the princess will decide. She stood in the open doorway, the obsequious and scared landlord beside her with his pass-keys. She had thrown an opera cloak over her evening gown, and stood unhatted, white-slippered, and ungloved. She threw one glance at the Indians, and they bowed low with outstretched hands. She stamped her foot angrily, and they went to their knees. She wheeled to the Arab. Without a word, he stalked out. The Japanese alone remained, calm and imperturbable. We have failed, he said, with a low bow. The princess looked at him. You have failed, she said. I am glad there is no blood on your hands. A drop of blood, more or less, matters little in the great cause for which you and I fight. And if I have incurred your Royal Highness's displeasure tonight, remember that, for the same great cause, I stand ready tomorrow night to repeat the deed and seal it with my life. The princess looked at him with troubled eyes. Then she seated herself in the only and rather rickety chair, and motioned for her 2 subjects to arise. Matthew never forgot that scene. he collarless and in shirt sleeves, with sweat pouring off his face, the room in disorder, mean, narrow, small, and dingy, the Japanese standing in the same place as when he entered, in unruffled evening dress, the Indians on their knees with hidden faces, the princess disturbed yet radiant. She spoke in low tones. "I may be wrong," she said, "and I know how right, but infinitely and calmly right, you usually are. But some voice within calls me. I have started to fight for the dark and oppressed peoples of the world. Now suddenly I have seen a light which illumines the mass of men, and not simply its rulers, white and yellow and black. I want to see if this thing is true, if it can possibly be true that wallowing masses often conceal submerged kings. I've decided not simply to send a messenger to America, but shortly to sail myself, perhaps this week on the Gigantic. I want to see for myself if slaves can become men in a generation. If they can, well, it makes the world new for you and me." The Japanese started to speak, but she would not pause. "There is no need for protest or advice. I am going. Mr. Towns will perform his mission as we agreed, if he is still so minded, and as long as he is in Europe, these two gentlemen," she glanced at the Indians, "will bear his safety on their heads, at my command. Go!" The Indians bowed and walked out slowly, backward. She turned to the Japanese. "Your Highness, I bid you good night and good-bye. I shall write you." Gravely, the Japanese kissed her hand, bowed, and withdrew. The princess looked at Matthew. He became acutely conscious of his appearance as she looked at him almost a full minute with her great, haunting eyes. "I thank you again," she said slowly. "You are a brave man, and loyal." She held out her hand low to shake his. But the tension of the night broke him. He quivered, and taking her hand in both his, kissed it. She rose quickly, drew herself up, and looked at first almost affronted. Then, when she saw his swimming eyes, a kind of startled wonder flashed in hers. Slowly she held out her hand again, regally, palm down and the long fingers drooping. "You are very young," she said. He was only 25. The princess was all of 23. End of Part 1, The Exile. End of Section 3. Section 4 of Dark Princess by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Part 2, The Pullman Porter. September to December 1923. Fall. Fall of leaf and sigh of wind. Gasp of the world soul before. In crimson, gold, and gray, it dips beneath the snows. The flame of passing summer slowly dies in the looming shadow of death. Fall on the vast gray-green Atlantic, where waves of all waters heave and groan toward bitter storms to come. Fall in the crowded streets of New York. Fall in the heart of the world. Chapter 1. Matthew was paring potatoes. Paring potatoes. There was a machine in the corner, paring too, but Matthew was cheaper than the machine and better. It was not hard work, it was just dull. Idiotic, dull. He pared mechanically, with humped shoulders and half-closed eyes. Garbage lay about him, and nauseating smells combined of sour and sweet, decay and ferment, offal and delicacy, made his head dizzy and his stomach acrid. The great ship rose, shivered, and screamed, dropped in the gray grave of waters, and groaned as the hot hell of its vast belly drove it relentlessly, furiously forward. The terrible, endless rhythm of the thing, paring, rising, falling, groaning, paring, swaying, with the slosh of the greasy dishwater, in the close hot air, set Matthew to dreaming. He could see again that mother of his, that poor but mighty, purposeful mother, tall, big, and brown. What hands she had, gnarled and knotted. What great, broad feet. How she worked. Yet he seemed never to have realized what work was until now. On the farm, that little 40 acres of whitish-yellow land, with its tiny grove and river, its sweep of green, white cotton, its geese, its chickens, the cow and the old mule, the low log cabin with its 2 rooms and wide hall leading to the boarded kitchen behind. How he remembered the building of that 3rd room just before his father went away. Work? Work on that curious little hell in paradise had not been work to him. It had been play. He had stopped when he was tired. But mother and the bent old father had it been work for them. Hard, hateful, heavy, endless, uninteresting, dull, stupid? Yes, it must have been like this, saving air and sun. Toil must have dulled and hardened them. God, what did this world... That a nigger did it. I know. That a their damn nigger. The Italian bent over him. Matthew looked up at him without interest. His soul was still dreaming far away, rising, falling, pairing, glowing. Somebody was always swearing and quarreling in the scullery. Funny for him to be here. It had seemed a matter of honor, life, death, to sail on this particular ship. He had, with endless courtesy, and with less than $100 in his pocket, assured the princess that he needed nothing. And then, 4th class to Hamburg, standing, and the docks. The Gigantic was there. Would she sail on it? He did not know. He approached the head steward for a job. No more work. He stood hesitating. A stevedore who staggered past, raining sweat, dropped his barrow and hobbled away. Matthew left his bags, seized the heavy barrow, and trundled it on the ship. It was not difficult to hide until the boat had swung far down the channel. Then he went to the head steward again. "What the hell are you doing here? Just like a damn nigger." Here again it came from the lips of the fat, lumbering Italian. "Damn a nigger." And Matthew felt a flat-handed cuff beside his head that nearly knocked him from the stool. He arose slowly, folded his arms, and looked at the angry man. The Italian was a great baby whom the men picked on and teased and fooled. Cruel, senseless sport for people who took curious delight in tricking others of their kind. It was to Matthew an amazing situation, one he could not for the life of him comprehend. These men were at the bottom of life, scullions. They had no pride of work. Who could have pride in such work? But they despised themselves. God was in the first cabin, overeating, guzzling, gambling, sleeping. They despised what he despised. He despised Negroes. He despised Italians, unless they were rich and noble. He despised scullions' work. All these things the scullions despised. Matthew and the Italian were butts. The Italian openly, Matthew covertly. For they were a little dashed at his silence and carriage. But they sneered and growled at the nigger and egged the dago on. And the Italian, big, ignorant moron, sweet and childish by nature, wild and bewildered by his strange environment, despised the black man because the others did. This time their companions had slyly slipped potatoes into the Italian's pan until he had already done twice the work of the others. But the last mess had been too large. He grew suspicious and angry, and he picked on Matthew because he had seen the others sneer at the dark stranger, and he was ready to believe the worst of him. Matthew stood still and looked at the Italian. With a yell, the irate man hurled his bulk forward and aimed a blow which struck Matthew's shoulder. Matthew fell back a step and still stood looking at him. The scullery jeered, "Fight! The nigger and the dago!" Again the fist leaped out and hit Matthew in the nose, but still Matthew stood and did not lift his hand. Why? He could not have said himself. More or less consciously he sensed what a silly mess it all was. He could not soil his hands on this great idiot. He would not stoop to such a brawl. There was a strange hush in the scullery. Somebody yelled, "Scared stiff!" But they yelled weakly, for Matthew did not look scared. He was taller than the Italian, not so big, but his brown muscles rippled delicately on his lithe form. Even with his swelling nose, he did not look scared or greatly perturbed. Then there was a scramble. The kitchen steward suddenly entered, one of the cast of stewards, the visible revelation of God in the cabin. A splendid man, smooth-coated, who made money and yelled at scullions. "Chief!" The Italian ducked, ran, and hid, and Matthew was standing alone. The steward blustered. "Fighting, hey?" "No." "I saw you." "You lie." The scullery held its breath. The steward, with purple face, started forward with raised fist, and then paused. He was puzzled at that still figure. It wouldn't do to be mauled or killed before scullions. "All right, nigger. I'll attend to you later. Get to work, all of you," he growled. Matthew sat down and began paring again. But now the dreams had gone. His head ached. His soul felt stripped bare. He kept pondering dully over this room, glancing at the shifty eyes, the hunches and grins, smelling the smells, the steam, the grease, the dishwater. There was so little kindness or sympathy for each other here among these men. They loved cruelty. They hated and despised most of their fellows, and they fell like a pack of wolves on the weakest. Yet they all had the common bond of toil. Their sweat and the sweat of toilers like them made one vast ocean around the world. Waves of world sweat droned in Matthew's head dizzily, and naked men were driven drowning through it, yet snapping, snarling, fighting back each other as they wallowed. Well, he wouldn't fight them. That was idiotic. It was human sacrilege. If fight he must, he would fight stewards and cabin gentry, lackeys and gods. He walked stiffly to his berth and sat half-dressed in a corner of the common bunk-room, hating to see his hot, dark, ill-ventilated bunk. The men were growling, sprawling, drinking, and telling smutty stories. They had, it seemed to Matthew, a marvelous poverty of capacity to enjoy, to be happy, and to play. The door opened. The kitchen steward came in, followed by a dozen men and women, evidently from the first cabin. Fat, sleek persons in evening dress, the women gorgeous and bare, the men pasty-faced and swaggering. All were smoking and flushed with wine. Towns started and stared. My God, if one face appeared there, if the princess came down and saw this, saw him here. He groaned and stood up quickly, with the half-formed design of walking out. "A ring, men," called the steward. The scullery glowered, smirked, and shuffled. Back to one side, torn by conflicting motives, hesitating. "These ladies and gentlemen have given a purse of $200 to have this fight out between the darky and the dago. Strip, you, but keep on your pants. This gentleman is referee. Come, Towns, now's the chance for revenge." The Italian rose, lounged forward, and looked at Towns truculently, furtively. His anger was gone now, and he was not sure Towns had wronged him. Towns looked at him, smiled, and held out his hand. The Italian stared, hesitated, then almost ran and grabbed it. Towns turned to the steward, still watching the door. "We won't fight," he said. "We ain't gonna fight," echoed the Italian. "Throw them into the ring." "Try it," cried Towns. "Try it," echoed the Italian. The steward turned red and green. He saw a fat fee fading. "So we can't make you rats fight," he sneered. "Oh, yes, we'll fight," said Matthew. "But we won't fight each other. If rats must fight, they fight cats, and dogs, and hogs." "Wow!" yelled the scullery, and surged. "Home, James," squeaked a shrill voice. "There ain't going to be no fight tonight." She had the face of an angel, the clothes of a queen, and the manners of a prostitute. The guests followed her out, giggling, swaying, and swearing. "It's no place for minister's son, nohow," hiccuped the youth in the rear. The steward lingered and glanced at Matthew, teetering on heel and toe. "So that's your game, trying to stir up something, hey? Planning Bolshevik stuff. Do you know where I've half a mind to land you in New York? I'll tell you. In jail. Do you hear? In jail." The room was restless. The grumbling stopped gradually. The men looked as though they wanted to talk to him, but Matthew crept to his bunk and pretended to sleep. What was going to happen? What would they do next? Were they going to make him fight his way over? Must he kill somebody? Of all the muddles that a clean, straight life can suddenly fall to, his seemed the worst. He tossed in his narrow, hot bed in an agony of fear and excitement. He slept and dreamed. He was fighting the world. Blood was spurting, heads falling, ghastly eyes were bulging, but he slew and slew until his neighbor yelled, "Who the hell you hittin'? Are yous crazy?" And the man fled in fear. Matthew rose early and went to his task, paring, peeling, cutting, paring. Nothing happened. The steward said no further word. The scullery growled, but let Matthew alone. The Italian crept near him like a lost dog, trying in an inarticulate way to say some unspoken word. So Matthew dropped back to his dreams. He was groping toward a career. He wanted to get his hand into the tangles of this world. He wanted to understand. His revolt against medicine became suddenly more than resentment at an unforgivable insult. It became ingrained distaste for the whole narrow career, the slavery of mind and body, the ethical chicanery. His sudden love for a woman far above his station was more than romance. It was a longing for action, breadth, helpfulness, great constructive deeds. And so, rising and falling, working and writhing, dreaming and suffering, he passed his week of days of weeks. He hardly knew when it ended. Only one day, washing dishes, he looked out of the porthole. There was the Statue of Liberty shining. And Matthew laughed. Chapter 2. There is a corner in High Harlem where 7th Avenue cuts the dark world in two. West rises the noble facade of City College, gray and green. East creeps the sullen Harlem, green and gray. There Matthew stood and looked right and left. Left was the world he had left. There were some pretty parlors there, conventional in furniture and often ghastly in ornament, but warm and homelike in soul. There was his own bedroom, Craig's restaurant with its glorious biscuit, churches whose music often brushed his ears sweetly afar, crowded but neat apartments, swaggering but well-dressed lodgers, workers, visitors. He turned from it with a sigh. He had left this world for a season, perhaps forever. It would hardly recognize him, he was sure, for he was unshaven and poorly clothed. He turned east, and the world turned too, to a more careless and freer movement, louder voices, and easier camaraderie. By the time Lenox Avenue was reached, the world was gay and vociferous, and shirt-sleeves and overalls mingled with tailored trousers and silk hosiery. But Matthew walked on in the gathering gloom. Fifth Avenue. But Fifth Avenue at 135th Street. He knew it vaguely, a loud and unkempt quarter with flashes of poverty and crime. He went on into an ill-kept hall and up dirty and creaking stairs, half-lighted, and knocked on a door. There were loud voices within, loud, continuous, quarreling voices. He knocked again. "Come in, man. Don't stand there pounding the door down." Matthew opened the door. The room was hot with a melange of smoke, bad air, voices, and gesticulations. Groups were standing and sitting about, lounging, arguing, and talking. Sometimes they shouted and seemed on the point of blows, but blows never came. They appeared tremendously in earnest without a trace of smile or humor. This puzzled Matthew at first, until he caught their broad A's and curious singing lilt of phrase. He realized that all or nearly all were West Indians. He knew little of the group. They were to him singular, foreign, and funny. He had never been in a group of them before. He looked about. "Is Mr. Perigua in?" Someone waved carelessly toward the end of the room without pause in argument or gesture. Matthew discovered there a low platform, a rickety railing, and within, a table and several men. They were talking, if anything, louder and faster than the rest. With difficulty he traced his way toward them. "Mr. Perigua?" No response, but another argument of which Matthew understood not a word. "May I speak with Mr. Perigua?" A man whirled toward him. "Don't you see I'm busy, man? Where is the sergeant at arms? Why can't you protect the privacy of my office when I'm in conference?" A short, fat, black man reluctantly broke off an intense declamation and hastened up. "What can I do for you? Are you a member?" He seemed a bit suspicious. "I don't know. I have a message for Mr. Perigua." "Give it to me." "It is not written. It is verbal." "All right. Tell me. I'm Mr. Perigua's representative, official sergeant-at-arms of this—" He hesitated and looked suspiciously at Matthew again. "Club." Parigua had heard his name repeated and turned again. He was a thin, yellow man of middle size, with flaming black hair and luminous eyes. He was perpetual motion, talking, gesticulating, smoking. Parigua leapt to his feet. "Get out!" he cried to his fellows. "State business. Committee will meet again tomorrow night." "What? Then Tuesday." "No? Well, then tomorrow at noon. You can't... Well, we'll meet without you. Do you think the world must stand still while you guzzle? Come in. Sergeant, I'm engaged. Keep the gate." "Well?" Matthew sat down within the rail on a chair with half a back. The black eyes blazed into his, and the long, thin fingers worked. The purple hair writhed out of place. "I've been in... Berlin." "Yes?" "And certain persons... Yes, man, my God, get on with it." "Gave me a message, a word of greeting for Mr. Parigua." "Well, what is it?" "Are you Mr. Parigua?" "My God, man, don't you know me? Is there anybody in New York that doesn't know Parigua? Is there anybody in the world? Gentlemen," he leapt to the rail, "am I Parigua?" A shout went up. "Parigua! Parigua forever!" And a song with some indistinguishable rhyme on Parigua forever began to roll until he stopped it with an impatient shout and gesture. "Shut up! I'm busy." Matthew whispered to him. Parigua listened and rose to his feet with transfigured face. "Man, my God, come!" He tore toward the door. "Le jour de gloire est arrivé." "Come, man!" he shouted, and dragging Matthew, he reached the door and turned dramatically. "Men, I have news, great news, the greatest. Salute this ambassador from the world, who brings salvation. There will be a plenary council tomorrow night. Midnight. Pass the word. Adieu." And as they passed out, Matthew heard the song swell again. "Parigua, Parigua, They passed upstairs to another room. It was a bedroom, dirty, disheveled, and stuffed with furniture and with stale smells of food and tobacco. A scrawny woman, half-dressed, rose from the bed, and at an impatient sign from Parigua went into the next room and closed the door. Parigua grasped Matthew by both hands and hugged him. "Man," he gasped. "Man, God knows you're welcome. I am on my last legs. I don't know where to turn. The landlord has dispossessed us. Bills are pouring in, and over the country, the world, the brethren are clamoring. Now all is well. We are recognized by the great leaders of Asia and Africa. Pan-Africa stands at last beside Pan-Asia, and Europe trembles." Matthew felt his spirits droop. This man was no leader. He was too theatrical. Matthew felt that he must get at the facts before he took any steps. "But tell me all about your plans," he said. "Who are you?" countered Parigua. Matthew answered frankly. "I am a Pullman porter. I was a student in medicine, but I quit. I went to Europe, and there by accident met people who had heard of you and your plans. They were not agreed, I must say plainly, as to their feasibility, but they commissioned me to investigate." "Did they send any money?" "None at present. Later, if my reports are satisfactory, they may." "And you are a porter? How long have you been in service?" Matthew answered. "Since this morning. You see, I came back as a scullion. Had some trouble on the boat because I was a stowaway, but despite all, they gave me $50 for my work and offered to hire me permanently. I took the money, bought some clothes, and applied for a Pullman job. It seemed to me that it offered the best opportunity to see and know the Negroes of this land." "You're right, man, you're right. Having trouble getting on?" "Not much." Parigua pondered. "See here," he said. "I'll make you inspector of my organization and give you letters to my centers. Travel around as a porter. Sound out the country. Test out the organization. Make your report soon and get some money. Something must happen, and happen soon." "But what—" began Matthew. Matthew never forgot that story. Out of the sordid setting of that room rose the wild head of Parigua, haloed dimly in the low-burning gas. Far out in street and alley groaned, yelled, and sang Harlem. The snore of the woman came fitfully from the next room, and Parigua talked. Matthew had at first thought him an egotistic fool, but Parigua was no fool. He next put him down as an ignorant fanatic, but he was not ignorant. He was well read, spoke French and Spanish, read German, and knew the politics of the civilized world and current events surprisingly well. Was he insane? In no ordinary sense of the word, wild, irresponsible, impulsive, but with brain and nerves that worked clearly and promptly. He had a big torn map of the United States on the wall, with little black flags clustered over it, chiefly in the South. Lynchings, he said briefly. Lynchings and riots in the last 10 years. His eyes burned. Know how to stop lynching? He whispered. Why, no, except... We know. Dynamite. Dynamite for every lynching mob. Matthew started and grew uneasy. But, he objected, they occur sporadically, seldom or never twice in the same place. Always a half-dozen in Mississippi and Georgia, 3 or 4 in South Carolina and Florida. There's a lynching belt. We'll blow it to hell with dynamite from airplanes, and then when the Ku Klux Klan meets sometime, we'll blow them up. Terrorism, revenge is our program. But, began Matthew as sweat began to ooze. Perigua waved. He was a man difficult to interrupt. We've got to have messengers continuously traveling to join our groups together and spread news and concert action. The Pullman porters have a new union on old-fashioned lines. I'm trying to infiltrate with the brethren. See? Now you're going to take a job as inspector and run on a key route. Where are you running now? New York to Atlanta. Good. Boys don't like running south. You can do good work there. But just a moment. Are the Negroes back of you ready for this? To a man, that is, the real Negroes, the masses, when they know and understand. Most of them are too ignorant and lazy. But when they know, of course, the nabobs and aristocrats, the college fools and exploiters, they are like the whites. Matthew thought rapidly. He did not believe a word Perigua said, but the point was to pretend to believe it. He must see. He must investigate. It was wild, unthinkable, terrible. He must see this thing through. End of section 4. Section 5 of Dark Princess by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Part 2. The Pullman Porter. Chapter 3. George! Inherently there was nothing wrong with the name. It was a good name. The father of his country and stepfather of Matthew had rejoiced in it. Thus Matthew argued often with himself. George! It was the name that had driven Matthew as a student away from the Pullman service. It was not really the name. It was the implications, the tone, the sort of bounder who rejoiced to use it. A scullion, ennobled by transient gold and achieving a sleeping-car berth, proclaimed his kingship to the world by one word, George! So it seemed, at least, to oversensitive Matthew. It carried all the meaner implications of menial service and largesse of dimes and quarters. All this was involved and implied in the right not only to call a man by his first name, but to choose that name for him and compel him to answer to it. So Matthew, the porter on the Atlanta car of the Pennsylvania Railroad, number 183, and Southern Railroad, number 33, rose in his smart and well-fitting uniform and went forward to the impatiently calling voice. The work was not hard, but the hours were long, and the personal element of tact and finesse, of estimate of human character and peculiarities, must always be to the fore. Matthew had small choice in taking the job. He had arrived with little money and almost ragged. He had undertaken a mission, and after Perigua's amazing revelation, he felt a compelling duty. "Do you belong to the Porters' Union?" asked the official who hired him. "No, sir." "Going to join?" "I had not given it a thought. Don't know much about it." "Well, let me tell you, if you want your job and good run, keep out of that union. We've got our own company union that serves all purposes, and we're going to get rid gradually of those radicals and Bolsheviks who are stirring up trouble." Matthew strolled over to the room where the porters were resting and talking. It was in an unfinished dark corner of the station under the stairs, with few facilities and no attempt to make it a clubroom even of the simplest sort. "Say," asked Matthew, "what about the Union?" No one answered. Some glanced at him suspiciously. Some went out. Only one finally sidled over and asked what Matthew himself thought of it, but before he could answer, another, passing, whispered in his ear, "Stool pigeon, keep your mouth." Matthew looked after the trim young fellow who warned him. It was Matthew's first sight of Jimmy. The day had been trying. A fussy old lady had kept him trotting. A woman with 2 children had made him nurse. 4 Southern gentlemen gambling in the drawing-room had called him nigger. He stood by his car at Washington at 9:30 at night, his berths all made. To his delight, Jimmy was on the next car, and they soon were chums. Jimmy was joy. He was not much over 25, and so full of jokes and laughter that none, conductors, passengers, or porters, escaped the contagion of his good cheer. His tips were fabulous, and yet he was never merely servile or clownish. He just had bright, straight-eyed good humor, a quick and ready tongue, and he knew his job down to Z. He was invaluable to the greenness of Matthew. "Here comes a brown-skin," he whispered. "Hustle her to bed if she's got a good berth in the middle of the car, else they'll find a mistake and put her in lower 1. And he sauntered whistling away as the conductor stepped out. The conductor was going in for the diagram. "Wait till I get back," he called, nodding toward the coming passenger. The young colored woman approached. She was well dressed, but a bit prim. She had lower 6. Matthew sensed trouble, but remembering Jimmy's admonition, he showed her to her berth. She did not look at him, but he carefully arranged her things. The conductor came back. "What did you put her there for?" he asked. "She had a ticket for 6, Matthew answered. Both he and the conductor knew that she had not bought that ticket in person. In Washington, they would never have sold a colored person going south, number 6. She'd have got 1 or 12 or nothing. The conductor was mad. It meant trouble for him all next day from every Southerner who boarded the train. "Tell her there's some mistake. I'll move her later." But Matthew did not tell her. On the contrary, he suggested to her that he make her berth. She knew why he suggested it, and she resented it, but consented without glancing at him. He sympathized even with her resentment. The conductor swore when he came through with the train conductor and found her retired, but he could do nothing, and Matthew merely professed to have misunderstood. In the morning, after an almost sleepless night and without breakfast, Matthew took special care of the dark lady, and when she was ready, carried her bag to the empty drawing-room and let her dress there in comfort. There again he felt and understood the resentment in her attitude. She could not be treated quite like other passengers. Yet she must know that it was not his fault, and perhaps she did not know that the extra work of straightening up the drawing-room at the close of a 24-hour trip was no joke. Still, he smiled in a friendly way at her as he brought her back to the seat which he had arranged first, so as to put her to the least unpleasantness from sitting in some other berth. A woman flounced up and away as the girl sat down. She thanked Matthew primly. She was afraid to be familiar with a porter. He might presume. She was not pretty, but round-faced, light brown, with black, crinkly hair. She was dressed with taste, and Matthew judged that she was probably a teacher or clerk. She had a cold, half-defiant air which Matthew understood. This class of his people were being bred that way by the eternal conflict. Yet, he reflected, they might say something pleasant and have some genial glow for the encouragement of others caught in the same toils. Then, as ever, his mind flew back to Berlin and to the woman of his dreams and quest. He wondered where she was and what she was doing. He had searched the newspapers and unearthed but one small note in the New York Sunday Times, which proved that the princess was actually on the Gigantic. Her Royal Highness, the Princess of Bois, has been visiting quietly with friends while en route from England to her home in India by way of Seattle. He smiled a bit dubiously. What had porters and princesses in common? He came back to earth and began the daily struggle with the brushing and the bags through narrow aisles out to the door, to collect the coats and belongings and carefully brush the clothes of 20 people, to wait for, take, and appear thankful for the tip which was wage and yet might be thrown like alms, to find lost passengers in the smoking car, toilet, or dining room, and lost hats, umbrellas, packages, and canes. Matthew came to dread the end of his journeys more than all else. His colored passenger did not care to be brushed. As they rolled slowly through the yards, he glanced at her again. "Anything I can do for you?" he asked. "Aren't you a college man?" she asked, rather abruptly. "I was," he answered, wiping the sweat from his face. She regarded him severely. "I should think then you'd be ashamed to be a porter," she said. He bit his lips and gathered up her bags. "It's a damn good thing for you that I am," he wanted to say, but he was silent. He only hoped desperately that she would not offer to tip him, but she did. She gave him 15 cents. He thanked her. Chapter 4. With a day off in Atlanta, Matthew and Jimmy looked up Parigua's friends. Jimmy laughed at the venture, although Matthew did not tell him much of his plans and reasons. "Don't worry," grinned Jimmy. "Let the white folks worry. It'll all come out right." They had a difficult time finding any of the persons to whom Parigua had referred Matthew. First, they went down to Decatur Street. It was the first time Matthew had been so far south or so near the Black Belt. The September heat was intense, and the flood of black folk overwhelmed him. After all, what did he know of these people, of their thoughts, ambitions, hurts, plans? Suppose Parigua really knew, and that he who thought he knew was densely ignorant. They walked over to Auburn Avenue. Could anyone tell them where the office of the Arrow was? It was up yonder. Matthew and Jimmy climbed to an attic. It was empty, but a notice sent them to a basement 3 blocks away. Empty, too, and without notice. Then they ran across the editor in a barber shop where they were inquiring. A little, silent black man with sharp eyes. No, the Arrow was temporarily suspended and had been for a year. Parigua? Oh, yes. Well, there could be a conference tonight at 8 in the Odd Fellows Hall, one of the small rooms. At what hour? Well, you know colored people. If he came at 9, he'd be early. Yes, he knew Parigua. No, he couldn't say that Parigua had much of a following in Atlanta, but Parigua had ideas. Parigua had... yes, ideas. Well then, at 9. Jimmy said he'd leave him at that. He had a date, and he didn't like speeches anyhow. They parted, laughing. Nobody came until 9:30. By 10 there was the editor, an iron molder, a college student, a politician, a street cleaner, a young physician, an insurance agent, and 2 men who might have been idlers, agitators, or plain crooks. It was an ugly room, incongruously furnished, and with no natural center like a fireplace, a table, or a rostrum. Some of the men smoked, some did not. There was a certain air of mutual suspicion. Matthew gathered quickly that this was no regular group, but a fortuitous meeting of particles arranged by the editor. Instead of listening to a conference, he found himself introduced as a representative of Mr. Parigua of New York, and they prepared to hear a speech. Matthew was puzzled, nonplussed, almost dumb. He hated speech-making. His folk talked too easily and glibly, in his opinion. They did not mean what they said, not half, but they said it well. But he must do something. He must test Parigua and his followers. He must know the truth. So Matthew talked, at first a little vaguely and haltingly, and then finally he found himself telling them, almost word for word, that conversation about American Negroes in Berlin. He did not say who talked or where it took place. He just told what was said by certain strangers. They all listened with deep absorption. The student was the first to break out with, "It is the truth. We're punk, useless sheep, and all because of the cowardice of the old men who are in the saddle. Youth has no recognition. It is fear that rules. Old Slipper is afraid of missing his tea and toast." The editor agreed. "No recognition for genius," he said. "I've published the Arrow off and on for 3 years." "Usually off," growled the politician. "And a damn poor paper it is," added the iron molder. "I know it, but what can you expect from 258 paid subscribers? If I had 5,000, I'd show you a radical paper." "Ah, it's no good. Niggers won't stay put," returned the politician. "You mean they won't stay sold," said someone. We're satisfied. That's the trouble, said the editor. We're too damn satisfied. We've done so much more with ourselves than we ever dreamed of doing that we're sitting back, licking our chops, and patting each other on the back. Well, said the young physician, we have done well, haven't we? You has, growled the iron molder. But how about us? You all is piling up money, but it don't help us none. If we had our own foundries, we'd get something like wages instead of scabbing to starve white folks. Well, you know we are investing, said the insurance agent. Our company... Hell, that ain't investment, it's gambling. That's the trouble, said the scavenger. We's strivers. We's climbing on one another's back. We's getting up, some of us, by tromping others down. Well, at any rate, some do get up. Yeah, sure, but the most of us, where is we going? Down, with not only white folks, but niggers on top of us. Well, what are we going to do about it? What can we do? Merit and thrift will rise, said the physician. Nonsense. Selfishness and fraud rise until somebody begins to fight, answered the editor. Perigua is fighting. Perigua is a fool. Negroes won't fight. You won't. Will you? If I get a chance. Chance? Hell, can't any fool fight? Asked the editor. Sure, but I ain't no fool, and besides, if I was, how'd I begin? How? Yelled the student. Clubs, guns, dynamite. But the politician sneered. You couldn't get one nigger in 1,000,000 to fight at all, and then they'd sell each other out. You ought to know. I sure do. And so it went on. When the meeting broke up, Matthew felt bruised and bewildered. Chapter 5. Matthew walked into the church about noon. Jimmy positively refused to go. Had all the church I need, he said. Besides, got a date. The services were just beginning. It was a large auditorium, furnished at considerable expense and with some taste. It gave a sense of space and well-being. The voices of the surpliced choir welled up gloriously, and the tones of the minister rolled in full accents. Matthew particularly noticed the minister. He remembered the preacher at his own home, an old, bent man, outlandish, with blazing eyes and a fire of inspiration and denunciation that moved every auditor. But this man was young, not much older than Matthew, good-looking, intelligent, and educated. This service of mingled music and ceremony was attractive, and the sermon, well, the minister did not say much, but he said it well, and if conventionally and with some tricks of the orator, yet he was pleasing and soothing. His death was an interpretation of fall, the approach of looming winter, and the test of good resolutions after the bursting spring and fruitful summer. The audience listened contentedly, but with no outbursts of enthusiasm. There were a few amens from the faithful near the pulpit, but they followed the cadence of the beautiful voice rather than the impact of his ideas. The audience looked comfortable, well-fed, and well-clothed. What were they really thinking? What did the emancipation of the darker races mean to them? Matthew lingered after the service, and his tall, well-clad figure attracted attention. A deacon welcomed him. He must meet the pastor, and at the door in his silk robe he did meet him. They liked each other at a glance. The minister insisted on his waiting until most of the crowd had passed. Matthew ventured on his queries. "I've just returned from Germany," he began. The minister beamed. "Well, well, that's fine. Hope to take a trip over myself in a year or two. My people here insist. May get a Walker Popularity Prize. Now what do people over there think of us? I mean, of us colored folk?" It was the opening. Matthew explained at length some of the opinions he had heard expressed. The minister was keen with intelligent interest, but just as he was launching out in comment, they were interrupted. "Brother Johnson, we're ready now, and dinner will be on the table. Mustn't keep the old lady waiting." The speaker was a big, dark man, healthy-looking and pleasant, carefully tailored with every evidence of prosperity. His car and chauffeur were at the curb, a new Cadillac sedan. The minister hesitated. "My friend, Mr. Towns, just from Germany," he began. "Delighted, I'm sure." "Yes, this is Brother Jones, president of the Universal Mutual. You've heard, I know, of our greatest insurance society. Mr. Towns is just from Germany. I'll—" "Bring him along," Bring him right along and finish your talk at the table. Always room in the pot for one more. Germany? Well, well, are they still licked over there? Been promising the old lady a trip for the last 10 years. Germany, France, Italy, and all. Like to take in Africa, too. But you know how it is. Business. And they were packed into the big car and gliding away. There was no chance to finish the talk with the young minister. The host started off talking about himself, and nothing could stop him. His home was big and costly, too overdone to be beautiful, but with a good deal of comfort and abundant hospitality. He served a little whiskey to Matthew upstairs, with winks and asides about the minister, and then downstairs and everywhere he talked of himself. He was so naive and so thoroughly interested in the subject that none had the heart to interrupt him, although his wife, as she fidgeted in and out helping the one rather unskilful maid, would say now and then, "Now, John, stop boasting." John would roar good-naturedly, hand around another helping of chicken or ham, pass the vegetables and hot bread, and begin just where he left off. "And there I was without a cent, and $400 due. I went to the bank, the First National. Old man Jones was my people. His grandfather owned mine. 'Mr. Jones,' says I want $500 cash today.' 'Well, John,' says he, 'what's the security?' 'I'm the security,' says I, and, sir, he handed me the cash. Well, he wasn't out nothing. My check in 5 figures goes at the bank today, don't it, Reverend?" And so on, and so forth. It was frank, honest self-praise, and his audience hung on his words, although most of them had heard the story 100 times. "So you've been to Germany? Well, well. Have they got them radicals in jail yet? Italy's got the dope. Old what's his name? Mr. Jones was saying the last time I was in the bank making my weekly deposit. What was it? About $6,000, as I remember. Says he, 'John, we need a Mussolini right here in America.' You're not against reform, are you, Mr. Jones?" No, sir, I'm a great reformer, but no radical. No anarchist or Bolshevik. We've got to protect property." There was an interruption from some late arrivals. "What boat did you return on?" asked somebody. Matthew smiled and hesitated. "The Gigantic," he said, and he wanted to add, "in the scullery." Could they stand the joke? He looked up and decided they couldn't, for he was looking into the eyes of the latest arrival, and she was the prim young person who had tipped him 15 cents yesterday morning. Mr. Towns, who has just returned from a trip to Germany. Miss Gillespie. Miss Gillespie is our new principal of the recently equipped Jones School, named after the president of the First National. Matthew smiled, but Miss Gillespie did not. She frankly stared, bowed coldly, and then, after a small mouthful or two, whispered to her neighbor. The neighbor whispered, and then slowly the atmosphere of the table changed. Matthew was embarrassed and amused, and yet how natural it all was, that unfortunate smile of his, that unexplained trip to Germany, and the revelation evidently now running around that he was a Pullman porter. They thought him a liar through and through. It was not simply that he was a railway porter. No. Mr. Jones was democratic and all that, but after all, one did not make chance porters guests of honor. And Mr. Jones, when the whispering reached him, grew portentously and emphatically silent. Matthew, now thoroughly upset, rose with the others and made his way straight to the minister. "Say, I seem to have cut a hog," he said. The minister smiled wanly and said, "I'm afraid I'm to blame. No, said Matthew, and then tersely he told of his rebuff and flight to Europe, and his return to begin again. "I did not mean really to sail under false colors, and I did come home on the Gigantic. I pared potatoes all the way over." The minister burst into a laugh. They shook hands, and with a hurried farewell to a rather gruff host, Matthew slipped away. But he left 15 cents for Miss Gillespie. Jimmy roared when Matthew told him. Chapter 6. In October, Matthew wrote his first report for the princess. He wrote it on his knee and in his one chair, sitting high up in the narrow furnished bedroom which he had hired in New York on West 59th Street. It was a noisy and dirty region, but cheap and near his work. There was a bed, a chair, and a washstand, and he had bought a new trunk, in which he locked up his clothes and few belongings. "Your Royal Highness, I have at your request made a hasty but careful survey of the attitude of my people in this country, with regard to the possibility of their aid to a movement looking toward righting the present racial inequalities in the world, especially along the color line. My people are increasing in material prosperity. A few are even accumulating wealth. Large numbers own their homes and live in cleanliness and a fair degree of comfort. Extreme poverty and crime are decreasing, while intelligence is increasing. There is still oppression and insult, some lynching, and much caste and discrimination. But on the whole, the Negro has advanced so rapidly, and is still advancing at such a rate, that he is more satisfied than complaining. He is astonished and gratified at his own success, and while he knows that he is not treated quite as a man, and lacks the full freedom of a white man, he believes that he is daily approaching this goal. This main movement and general feeling is by no means shared by all. There is bitter revolt in the hearts of a small intelligentsia who resent color caste, and among those laborers who feel in many ways the pinch of economic maladjustment, and see the rich Negroes climbing on their bowed backs. These classes have no common program save complaint, protest, and inner bickering. And only in the case of a small class of immigrant West Indians has this complaint reached the stage that even contemplates violence. Parigua is a man of intelligence and fire, of a certain honesty and force, but he is not to be trusted as a leader. His organization is a loose mob of incoherent elements, united only by anger and poverty. They have their reasons. I first thought Parigua a vain and egotistic fool, but the other night, sitting in his dirty flat, a furious, ragged figure of bitter resentment, he told me part of his story, spat it out in bits, of the beautiful wife whom an Englishman seduced, the daughter who became a prostitute, of the promotion refused him in the railroad shops because of color, and his fight with the color line in the army, of his prosecution for inciting to riot, his conviction and toil in jails and chain gangs, with vermin and disease, and of his long, desperate endeavor to stir up revolt in America. Parigua and those whom he represents have a grievance and a remedy, but he will never accomplish anything systematic. Do not think of contributing to his organization. I still have your envelope unopened. He has no real organization. He has only personal followers. On the other hand, the Negroes are thick with organizations. They are threaded through with every sort of group movement. But their organizations so far chime in accord with the white world. Their business organizations, growing fast, have the same aims and methods as white business. Their religion is a replica of white religion, only less snobbish because less wealthy. Even their labor movement is the white trade union, hampered by the fact that white unions discriminate and that colored labor is the wage-hammering adjunct of white capital. Your Highness and the friends whom I had the honor of meeting may then well ask, are these folk of any possible use to a movement to abolish the present dictatorship of white Europe? I answer yes, 100 times. American Negroes are a tremendous social force, an economic entity of high importance. Their power is at present partly but not wholly dissipated, and dispersed into the forces of the overwhelming nation about them, but only in part. A tremendous striving group force is binding this group together, partly through the outer pounding of prejudice, partly by the growth of inner ideals. What they can and will do in the rebuilding of a better, bigger world is on God's knees and not now clear. But clarity dawns, and so far as we gain self-consciousness today, we can be a force tomorrow. The burning question is, what help is wanted? What can we do? What are your aims and program? I know well from your own character and thought that you could not encourage mere terrorism and mass murder. The very thought of 10 million grandchildren of slaves trying to wrest liberty from 10 times their number of rich, shrewder fellows by brute force is, of course, nonsense. On the other hand, with intelligence and forethought, concentrated group action, we can so align ourselves with national and world forces as to gain our own emancipation and help all of the colored races gain theirs. Frankly, then, what is the great plan? How and when can we best cooperate? What part can I take? I am eager to hear from you. I am, Your Royal Highness. There came a knock on the door, and Matthew opened it. A young Japanese stood there who politely asked for Mr. Keswick. No, Mr. Keswick was not here, and did not live here. In fact, Matthew had never heard of Mr. Keswick. The Japanese was sorry, very, very sorry for the intrusion. He went softly down the stairs. End of section 5. Section 6 of Dark Princess by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Part 2. The Pullman Porter. Chapter 7. There was no answer to Matthew's report. He had given the princess a temporary address at Parigua's place, and in this report he enclosed this room as a permanent one. He had sent the princess's letter to her bankers as agreed on. Still there was no word or sign. Matthew was at first patient. After the second week he tried to be philosophical. At the end of a month he was disappointed and puzzled. By the 1st of December the whole thing began to assume a shape grotesque and unreal. They over there had perhaps succeeded in changing her mind. Perhaps she herself, coming and seeing with her own eyes, had been disillusioned. It would be hard for a stranger to see beneath the unlovely surface of this racial tangle. But somehow he had counted on this woman, on her subtlety and vision, on her own knowledge of the color line. He did not know what to do. Should he write again? His pride said no, but his loyalty and determination kept him following up Parigua and remaining in touch with him. At least once a week they had conferences, and Matthew reported. This week there was, as usual, little to report. He had seen 12 men, 3 crazy, 3 weak, 3 dishonest, 3 willing but bewildered, dazed, lost. Broken reeds all. Parigua listened dully, hunched in his chair, chewing an unlit cigar, unkempt, unshaven, ill. His eyes alone lived and flamed as with unquenchable fire. "Any money yet from abroad?" he asked. "No." "Have you asked for any?" "No." "So," said Parigua, "you think it useless?" Hitherto Matthew had tried to play his part, to listen and study and say little as to his own thought. Suddenly now a pity for the man seized him. He leaned forward and spoke frankly. "Parigua, you're on the wrong tack. First of all, these people are not ready for revolt. And next, if they were ready, it's a question if revolt is a program of reform today. I know that time has been when only murder, arson, ruin could uplift, when only destruction could open the path to building. The time must come when, great and pressing as change and betterment may be, they do not involve killing and hurting people." Parigua glared. "And that time's here, I suppose." "I don't know," said Matthew. "But I hope, I almost believe it is. It must be after that hell of 10 years ago. At any rate, none of us Negroes are ready for such a program against overwhelming odds." "No!" yelled Parigua. "We're tame tabbies. We're fawning dogs. We lick and growl and wag our tails. We're so glad to have a white man fling a swill that we wriggle on our bellies and crawl. We slave that they may loll. We hand over our daughters to be their prostitutes. We wallow in dirt and disease that they may be clean and pure and good. We bend and dig and starve and sweat that they may sit in sweet quiet and reflect and contrive and build a world beautiful for themselves to enjoy. And we're not ready even to protest, let alone fight. We want to be free, but we don't dare strike for it. We think that the blows of white men, of white laborers, of white women, are blows for us and our freedom. Hell! You damned fool, they have always been fighting for themselves. Now they're half free with us niggers to wait on 'em. We give white carpenters and shop girls their coffee, sugar, tea, spices, cotton, silk, rubber, gold, and diamonds. We give them our knees for scrubbing and our hands for service. We do it, and we always shall, until we stand and strike." And Parigua leapt up, struck the table until his clenched hand bled. Matthew quailed. I know," he said. "I'm not minimizing it a bit. In a way, I'm as bitter about it all as you. But the practical question is what to do about it. What will be effective? Would it help, for instance, to kill a couple of dozen people who, if not innocent of intentional harm, are at least unconscious of it?" And why unconscious? Because we don't make 'em know. Because you've got to yell in this world when you're hurt. Yell and swear and kick and fight. We're dumb. We dare not talk, shout, holler. And why don't we? We're afraid. We're scared. We're congenital idiots and cowards. Don't tell me, you fool. I know you and your kind. Your caution is cowardice inbred for 10 generations. You want to talk, 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 and argue until somebody in pity and contempt gives you what you dare not take. Go to hell. Go to hell, you yellow carry-on. From now on, I'll go it alone. Perigua! Perigua! But Perigua was gone. Matthew was nonplussed. All his plans were going awry. Still no word or sign from the princess, and now he had alienated and perhaps lost touch with Perigua. What next? He paused in the smoky, dirty club rooms and idly thumbed yesterday morning's paper. Again he inquired for mail. Nothing. He stood staring at the paper, and the first thing that leapt at him from a little inconspicuous paragraph on the social page was the departure, quote, for India, yesterday, of Her Royal Highness the Princess of Bois. End quote. He walked out. So this was the end of his great dream, his world romance. This was the end. Whimsically and for the last time, he dreamed his dream again. The Victoria Cafe and his clenched fist, the gleaming tea table, the splendid dinner. Again he saw her face, its brave high beauty, its rapt interest, its lofty resolve. Then came the grave face of the Japanese, the disapproval of the dark Indians, the contempt of the Arab. They had never believed, and now he himself doubted. It was not that she or he had failed. It was only that, from the beginning, it had all been so impossible, so utterly unthinkable. What had he, a Negro, in common with what the high world called royal, even if he had been a successful physician, a great surgeon? And how much less had Matthew Towns, Pullman porter? A dry sob caught in his throat. It was hard to surrender his dream, even if it was a dream he had never dared in reality to face. Well, it was over. She was silent. Gone. He was well out of it, and he walked outdoors. He walked quickly through 135th Street, past Avenue and Park. He climbed the hill and finally came down to the broad Hudson. He walked along the viaduct, looking at the gray water, and then turned back at 133rd Street. There were garages and old decaying buildings in a hollow. He hurried on, past Old Broadway, and up a sordid hill to a still terrace, and there he walked straight into the young Atlanta minister. "Hello! I am glad to see you." For a moment Matthew couldn't remember. Then he saw the picture of the church, the dinner, and the Joneses. He greeted the minister cordially. "How is Miss Gillespie?" he asked with a wry grin. "Married. Married to that young physician you met at the Radical Conference. Oh, you see we followed you up. They have gone to Chicago. Well, here I am in New York on a holiday. Couldn't get off last summer and thought I'd run away just before the holidays. Been here a week and going back tomorrow. Hoped I might run across you. I feel like a man out of a straitjacket. I tell you this, being a minister today well, it's a hard job." "My experience is," said Matthew, "that life at best is no cinch." The minister smiled sympathetically. "I tell you," he said. "Let's have a good time. I want to go to the theater and see movies and hear music. I want to sit in a decent part of a good theater and eat a good dinner in a gilded restaurant, and then," he glanced at Matthew, "yes, then I want to see a cabaret. I've preached about ballrooms and haunts of hell," he said with a whimsical smile, "but I've never seen any." Matthew laughed. "Come on," he said, "and we'll do the best we can. The first balcony is probably the best we can do at a theater, and not the best seats there. But in the movies, where all God's chillin' are dark, we can have the best. That gilded restaurant business will be the worst problem. We'd better compromise with the dining room at the Pennsylvania station. There are colored waiters there. At the Grand Central, we'd be fed, but in the side aisles. But what of it? I'm in for a lark, and I too have a day off. In fact, it looks as though I had a life off." They visited the Metropolitan Art Museum at the minister's special request. They dined about 3 at the Grand Central Station, sitting rather cozily back but on one side, at a table without flowers. Matthew calculated that at this hour they would be better received than at the more crowded hours. Then they went at 6 to the Capitol, and sat in the great, comfortable loge chairs. The minister was in ecstasy. "White people have everything, don't they?" he mused, as they walked up the Great White Way slowly, looking at the crowds and shop windows. "These girls, all dressed up and painted, they look... But are many of them for sale?" "Yes, most of them are for sale, although not quite in the way you mean. And the men, too," said Matthew. The minister was a bit puzzled, and as they went into the Guild Theatre, said so. It was an exquisite place, and they had fairly good seats, well forward in the first balcony. "What do you mean, for sale?" he asked. "I mean that in a great modern city like New York, men and women sell their bodies, souls, and thoughts for luxury and beauty and the joy of life. They sell their silences and dumb submissions. They are content to do things and let things be done. They promise not to ask just what they are doing, or for whom, or what it costs, or who pays. That explains our slavery." "This is not such bad slavery." "No, not for us, but look around. How many Negroes are here enjoying this? How many can afford to be here at the wages with which they must be satisfied if these white folks are to be rich?" "You mean that all luxury is built on a foundation of poverty?" "I mean that much of the costliest luxury is not only ugly and wasteful in itself, but deprives the mass of white men of decent homes, education, and reasonable enjoyment of life. And today this squeezed middle white class is getting its luxuries and necessities by inflicting ignorance, slavery, poverty, and disease on the dark colonies of European and American imperialism. This is the new poverty, and the basis of armies, navies, and war in Nicaragua, the Balkans, Asia, and Africa. Without the starvation and toil of our dark fellows, you and I could not enjoy this." The minister was silent, for the play began. He only murmured, "We are consenting too." And then he choked, and half an hour later, as the play paused, added, "And what are we going to do about it? That's what gets me. We're in the mess. It's wrong, wrong. What can we do? I can't see the way at all." Then the play swung on. Beautiful rooms, sleek, quiet servants, wealth, a lovely wife loving another man. The husband kills him. The curtain leaves her staring at a corpse with horror in her eyes. The minister frowned. "Do they always do this sort of thing?" he asked. "Always," Matthew answered. And the minister added, "Why can't they try other themes? Ours, for instance. Our search for dinner and our reasons for the first balcony. Good dinner and good seats, but with subtle touches, hesitancies, gropings, and refusals that would be interesting. And that woman wasn't interesting." They rode to Harlem for a midnight lunch and planned afterward to visit a cabaret. The minister was excited. "Don't flutter," said Matthew genially. "It'll either be tame or nasty." "You see," said the minister, "sex is curiously thrust on us parsons. Men dislike us, either through distrust or fear. Women swarm about us. The church is woman. And there I am always, comforting, advising, hearing tales, meeting evil, ducking, dodging, trying not to understand, not understanding. That's the trouble. Towns, what the devil should I know of the temptations, the dirt, the—" "Look here," interrupted Towns. They were in a restaurant on 7th Avenue. It was past midnight. The little half-basement was tasteful and neat, but only a half-dozen people were there. The waffles were crisp and delicious. Matthew had bought a morning paper. Glancing at it carelessly, as the minister talked, he shouted, "Look here!" He handed the paper to the minister and pointed to the headlines. The Ku Klux Klan was going to hold a great Christmas celebration in Chicago. "In Chicago?" "Yes." "But Chicago is a stronghold of Catholics." "I know, but watch. The Klan is planning a comeback. It has suffered severe reverses in the South and in the East. I'll bet $1 they are going to soft-pedal Rome and Jewry and concentrate on the new hatred and fear of the darker races in the North and in Europe. That's what this meeting means." The minister frowned and read on. Klansmen from the whole country will meet there. The grand officers and Southern members will go from headquarters at Atlanta on a luxurious special train and meet other Klansmen and foreign guests in Chicago. There they will discuss the repeal of the 15th Amendment and prepare for a great meeting on the rising tide of color to be called later in Europe. And we sit silent and motionless, said the minister. That's it. Not only injustice, oppression, insult, a lynching now and then, but they rub it in. They openly flout us. Is there any group on earth but us who would lie down to it? The minister was silent. Then he said, They may be rallying against Rome and liquor rather than against us. Nonsense, said Matthew, and added, What do you think of violence? What do you mean? Suppose Negroes should blow up that convention or that fine deluxe special, and say by this bloody gesture that they didn't propose to stand for this sort of thing any longer. The minister quailed. But what good? What good? Murder, and murder mainly of the innocent. Revenge, hatred, and a million I told you so's. The Negro is a menace to this land. Yes, all that, but not simply that. Fear, the hushing of loose slander and insult, the curbing of easy proposals to deprive us of things deeper than life. They look out for the Indian's war whoop, the Italian's knife, the Irishman's club. What else appeals to barbarians but force, blood, war? The minister answered slowly, These things get on our nerves, of course, but you mustn't get morbid and too impatient. We've come a long way in a short time, as time moves. We're rising, we're getting on. But Matthew brooded. Are we getting on so far? Aren't the gates slowly, silently closing in our faces? Isn't there widespread, deep, powerful determination to make this a white world? The minister shook his head. Then he added, We can only trust in Christ. Christ! Blurted Matthew. Chapter 8. The cabaret was close, hot, and crowded. There was loud music and louder laughter and the clinking of glasses. More than half the patrons were white, and they were clustered mostly on one side. They had the furtive air of fugitives in a foreign land, out from under the eyes of their acquaintances. Some were drunk and noisy. Others seemed looking expectantly for things that did not happen, but which surely ought to happen in this bizarre outland. The colored patrons seemed more at home and natural. They were just laughing and dancing, although some looked bored. The minister stared. Are they having a good time, or just trying to? Some of them are really gay. This girl here. The minister recoiled a little as the girl reached their table. She was pale cream, with black eyes and hair, and her body, which she was continuously raising her clothes to reveal, had a sinuous, writhing movement. She danced with body and soul, and sang her vulgar blues with a harsh, shrill voice that hardly seemed hers at all. She was an astonishing blend of beauty, rhythm, and ugliness. She had collected all the cash in sight on the white side, and now came over to the Negroes. "Come on, baby," she yelled to the minister as she began singing at their table, and her writhing body curled like a wisp of golden smoke. The minister recoiled, but Matthew looked up and smiled. Some yearning seized him. It seemed so long since a woman's hand had touched him that he scarce saw the dross of this woman. He tossed her $1, and as she stooped to gather it, she looked at him impishly and laughed in a softer voice. "Thanks, big boy," she said. The proprietor, with his half-shut eyes and low voice, strolled by. "Would you boys like a drop of something, or perhaps a little game?" The minister did not understand. "Whiskey and gambling," grinned Matthew. The minister stirred uneasily and looked at his watch. They stayed on, ordering 25-cent ginger ale at $1 a bottle, and gay sandwiches at 75 cents apiece, and a small piece at that. "Honest," said the minister, "I'm not going to preach against cabarets and dance halls any more. They preach against themselves. There's more real fun in a church festival by the Ladies' Aid." Then he glanced again at his watch. "Good Lord, I must go. It's 3:00, and I must leave for Philadelphia at 6." Matthew laughed, and they arose. As they passed out, the dancing girl glided by Matthew again and slipped her hand in his. "Come and dance, big boy," she said. Her face was hard and older than her limbs, but her eyes were kind. Matthew hesitated. "Goodbye," he said to the minister. "Hope to see you again sometime soon." He went back with the girl. Chapter 9. That trip in his Pullman seemed Matthew's worst. Sometimes, as he swung to Atlanta and back, he almost forgot himself in the routine, and Jimmy's inexhaustible humor always helped. He became the wooden automaton that his job required. He neither thought nor saw. He had no feelings, no wishes, and yet he was ears and voice, swift in eye and step, accurate and deferential. But at other times all things seemed to happen, and he was a quivering bundle of protests, nerves, a great oath of revolt. It seemed particularly so this trip, perhaps because he was so upset about the princess's departure. Besides that, Jimmy left him at Atlanta. He had taken a few days off. "Got a date," he grinned. Matthew was lonesome and tired, and his return trip began with the usual lost article. People always lose something in a Pullman car, and always by direct accusation, glance, or innuendo the black porter is the thief. This time a fat, flashily dressed woman missed her diamond ring. "A solitaire worth $500. I left it on the windowsill. It has been stolen." She talked loudly. The whole car turned and listened. The whole car stared at Matthew. It is no pleasant thing to be tacitly charged with theft, and to search for vindication under the accusing eyes of 24 people. Matthew took out the seats, raised the carpet, swept, and poked. Then he went and dragged out all the dirty bed linen from the close-packed closet and went over it inch by inch. He searched the women's toilet room. Then, coming back with growling conductor and whispering passengers, he found the ring, finally, in the spittoon. He got little thanks. Indeed, he knew quite well that some would think he had concealed it there. The woman gave him 50 cents. Also, he missed his breakfast, and his head ached. The inevitable woman with the baby was furious, for in his search he had forgotten to get the hot milk from the diner, and the cook had used it. A man passed his station because the train conductor had not been notified of the extra stop. The Pullman conductor placed the blame on the porter. "Damn niggers are good for nothing," said the angry man. Of course, Matthew was supposed to be a walking encyclopedia of the country they were traversing. "What town is this?" "Greensboro, madam." "What mountains are those?" "The Blue Ridge, sir." "What creek are we crossing?" "I don't know, madam." "Well, don't you know anything?" Matthew silently continued his dusting. "Is that the James River?" "It's a portion of it, madam." "Is that darky trying to be smart?" The bell rang furiously. To Matthew's splitting head it seemed always angry. He brought cup after cup of ice water to people too lazy to take a dozen steps. "Why the hell don't you answer the bells when they ring?" growled the poker gambler who had the drawing room. "Bring us some C&C ginger ale and be quick about it." "Sorry, but the—" "Don't answer me back, nigger." Matthew went and brought Clicquot Club, the only kind they carried. Apparently the passenger did not know the difference. It was dinner time, and he got a moment to sit down in the end section and dozed off. "Do you hear?" An elderly man was yelling at him. "Which way is the diner?" "Straight ahead, sir. Second car." The man looked at him. "Asleep at your post is not the way to get on in this world," he said. Matthew looked at him. His patience was about at an end, and the man saw something in his eye. He added as he turned away, "Young man, my father fought and died to set you free." "Well, he did a damn poor job," said Matthew. And he went into the smoking room and into the toilet and shut and locked the door. It was nearly 10 at night when dinner for the porters was ready, for the passengers had stuffed themselves at lunch and were not hungry until late. The food left was cold and scarce, and the cooks too tired to bother. He was greeted by a chorus when he returned to the car. It began as he passed the drawing room. "Where's that porter? George. Can you get me some liquor? Any fly girls on the train? How about that one in lower 5? Then outside. "Porter, will you please make this berth? You've passed it repeatedly. These colored men are too presuming." "Water." "When do we get to—" "What station was that?" "Please hand me my bag." How can I get into that upper? Haven't you a lower? Where's the conductor? What connections can I make? How late are we? When do we change time? When is breakfast? That milk for baby? And right off! Ice water! Shoes! Matthew left the train with a gasp and took the subway to Harlem. It was after midnight and clear and cold. He wanted warmth and company, and he went straight to the cabaret. He knew he was going, and all day long the yearning for some touch of sympathy and understanding had been overpowering. He wanted to forget everything. He was going to get drunk. He walked by Parigua's place from habit. It was closed and vacant. No one whom he saw could tell him where Parigua was. Matthew turned and walked straight to the cabaret. "Hello, big boy." He gripped the girl's hand. It was the only handclasp that seemed even friendly that he had had for a long time. She curled her arm about his neck. "What do you say to a drink?" she asked. He drank the stuff that burned and rankled. He danced with the girl, and all the time his head ached and whirled. What could he do? What should he do? He went out with her at 4 o'clock in the morning. He scarcely knew when or why. He wanted to forget the world. They whirled away in a taxi and stumbled up long stairs, and then with a sigh he slipped his clothes off and, clasping his arms around her curving form, fell into dreamless sleep. End of Section 6. Section 7 of Dark Princess by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Part 2, The Pullman Porter. Chapter 10. At the head of the stairs next morning, Matthew met Parigua. The girl had looked at his haggard face with something like forgotten shame. "Goodbye, big boy," she said. "You ain't built for the sporting game. I wish—" She looked at him uncertainly, her face drawn and coarse in the morning light, her body drooping. "I wish I could help some way. Well, if you ever want a friend, come to me." "Thank you," he said simply, and kissing her forehead, went. For a long time she stood with that kiss upon her brow. Then he met Parigua coming out of the door opposite. Was he in Parigua's building? He had been too drunk the night before to notice. No, this was too narrow for 135th Street. He met Parigua, and Parigua blazed at him. "You're having a hell of a time, ain't you? Prostitutes instead of patriotism." Then he snarled, "Wake up! The time has come. Have you seen this?" It was an elaborate account of the coming meeting of the Klan in Chicago. Parigua was trembling with excitement. Matthew looked at him sharply. Something else was wrong. He looked hungry and wrought up with drink or excess. Matthew glanced at the paper. The great Klan special was leaving Atlanta for Chicago 3 days later at 3:40 in the afternoon. Special cars with certain high guests would join them at various points and from various cities. "I'm going to Chicago," said Parigua. Matthew seized him by the shoulders. "All right," he said, "but first come and have breakfast." Parigua hesitated and then morosely yielded. They ate silently and then smoked. "Parigua," said Matthew suddenly, "have you got money to go to Chicago?" "Is that any of your damn business?" "Yes, it is. If you are going to Chicago to look over the situation, consult with your lieutenants, and lay plans for future action, you need money. You ought to buy some clothes and stop at a good hotel." Matthew knew perfectly well that Parigua was going on some harebrained mission, and that he might in desperation do actual harm. He knew, too, that Parigua would like to go, or to imagine he was going, on some such mission as Matthew had sketched. Suddenly, Matthew was thinking of that unopened envelope given him by the princess. Perhaps there lay the answer to her silence and departure as well as money. The envelope was to go to Parigua only in case he was found trustworthy. But in case he was not, and the envelope could not be returned, what then? He took a quick resolve. "Come by my room. It's on the way to the train." Silently, Parigua followed. They went down by elevated, and soon were sitting in that upper room. Matthew went to his trunk. It was unlocked. He was startled. He did not remember leaving it unlocked. He searched hurriedly. Everything seemed intact, even his bank book, and especially the sealed letter at the bottom, hidden among books. Matthew did not touch the envelope, but took out his savings bank book and said, "I'm going to give you $150 to get some clothes and go to a good hotel in Chicago. Try the Vincennes. I'll write you there." They went out together to the bank. Matthew returned feeling that he had done a wise thing. He had a string on Parigua and could keep in touch with him. Now for that envelope. The more he thought of it, the more he was sure that it would throw light on the situation. It was careless of him to have left his trunk unlocked. The landlady was all right, but the other lodgers. He drew out the letter and paused. What did he mean to do? He tore the letter open. A piece of paper fluttered out. He searched the envelope. Nothing more. He looked at the paper. "Sir, in unwavering determination to protect the name of a certain high personage, we have taken the liberty to abstract her letter and draft. All her letters to you and yours to her will come to us. Will you not believe this is all for the best, and that we remain, with every assurance of regard, your obedient servants?" Matthew stared. When and where had it been possible? He could not conceive. Then he remembered that polite little Japanese's visit. The princess had never heard a word from him. She never would. Then his heart leapt. The princess had not deliberately neglected or deserted him. She simply had not heard from him and could not find him. He had blamed the princess for her apparent neglect, when in reality she knew nothing. He was ashamed of himself. He had yielded to debauchery and drunkenness. Well, he would atone and get back to his job. Should he write the princess again? No, the Japanese and Indians were intercepting his letters. He started. Perhaps they had given her forged reports and sent her home disillusioned. Never mind. Even then it would be on his report, or supposed report, that she was acting. He must get to work. He must think and plan. Chapter 11. Matthew arose next day, saner and clearer-headed, and much less sanguine. It was December 15th. The princess, had she been in earnest and remembered their meeting, would surely have insisted on seeing him in person and at least greeting him. It must have been curiously easy to make her lose faith. She had in all probability quite forgotten him and his errand. White America had flattered her wealth and beauty. Well, what then? Why, then it was for him to show her and her colleagues that Black America counted in the world. But how? How? Then came illumination. He might himself go to Chicago. Without the slightest doubt, other observers of the darker world would be on hand. He might go and curb Parigua and watch this meeting. All the way down to Atlanta he pondered and fidgeted, and decision did not come until, to his great joy, he met Jimmy with his cheerful smile. "Where have you been, you old cheat?" he cried. Jimmy laughed. "Running to Chicago now." "What? Changed your run? Why?" "Two reasons. First, it's a good run. Second, well, that I'll show you later. Come on now and sign up for the Klan Special." "For the what?" "The Klan Special. It's on my run and they want porters. Come and try it." Matthew stood still. It was just the thing. He'd go to Chicago as a porter and watch. Yes, this was precisely what he would do. With Jimmy, he went to the harassed Pullman manager, who was only too glad to get so good a porter on such a train as the Klan Special. "Had a hell of a time. Boys don't want to wait on the Klan. Damn nonsense. The Klan don't amount to anything. Chiefly a social stunt and gassing for effect. I will put you on car X466, near the end of the train, between Jimmy's compartment car and the observation coach. You are bound to make a pile in tips. So long." Matthew and Jimmy went out together. Both were overjoyed to see each other. Matthew forgot all about Jimmy's second reason until he noticed that Jimmy was bubbling over with some secret of his own. "Have dinner with me," Jimmy said. "Got something to show you." They took the Hunter Street car and rode across town past the quiet old campus of Atlanta University, and through it, and then away out by the new Booker Washington High School. Jimmy stopped at a pretty little cream and green cottage. It was tiny, but neat, and there was a yard in front with roses still blooming. Before Matthew could ask what it all meant, out of the house came a girl and the tiniest of babies. Jimmy set up a shout of explanations. "Been married a year," he said. "Married before I knew you, but the wife was working in Chicago and wouldn't come until I could set up a regular home. But the baby brought her, and I got the home." She was a little black, sweet-faced girl with lovely skin, crisp hair, and great black eyes. Very practical and very loving, and her earth was quite evidently bounded by Jimmy and the baby. Matthew had never seen so small a baby. It was amorphous and dark red-brown and singularly cunning. They had a hilarious dinner, and Jimmy was at the best of his high humor. He whispered all his romance to Matthew, while his wife washed the dishes. "Never thought of marrying a black girl," he explained. "I was spending all I could make on the high yeller in Harlem. When she heard I wasn't a banker, merchant, or doctor, she cut me so clean I fell in 2 pieces and one landed in Chicago. I met Dolly, and gosh, I couldn't leave her. Innocent, sweet, and with sense. Oh boy, but I got some wife, and that kid." Matthew was troubled. Suppose something happened in Chicago or to this train, to this boy with his soul full of joy, and to this sweet-faced little black wife. The next few days, the Klan delegates gathered in Atlanta on special trains from New Orleans and other cities. Jimmy, looking the crowd over with practiced eye, prophesied a hot time, plenty of gambling and liquor and good tips. Matthew was still disturbed, but Jimmy pooh-poohed. "They're all right. Just don't let yourself get mad. Remember that, for the trip, you are just a machine, a plow or a mule, and I'm a savings bank for the kid." "Jimmy," said Matthew suddenly, "suppose somebody tried to get back at these Klansmen somehow in Chicago." "Nonsense," said Jimmy carelessly. "Niggers dassn't. Catholics and Jews are too long-headed, and the Klan is too well guarded. Just heard them talking about extra police protection." He was off before Matthew could say more. Then the rush began. The train was to leave on the 20th at 3:40, over the Louisville and Nashville, and for the last half hour before, Matthew had hardly time to think. His and Jimmy's cars were at the end of the train. Other Pullmans followed. In the middle of the train was the diner, and the club car and smoker was far forward. It was nearly 10 o'clock at night before Matthew got his berths made down and came into Jimmy's car. They started for the diner. Just as they were passing out of the car, a bell rang, but Jimmy paid no attention. "Come on," he said. "There's a flash dame in D who wants too much attention. I don't trust her. Her husband, or the man she's with, is up ahead, drunk and gambling. Let her wait." In the diner with the other porters, they had a gay time. Jimmy winked at the steward and soon produced a mysterious flask. Immediately, they were all drinking to the baby and listening to some of the choicest of Jimmy's stories. "Let's go up and see the bunch in the smoker," said Jimmy when dinner was over. "I hear there's a big game on." Matthew and Jimmy went forward. They were surely having a wild time in the smoker. The drinking and gambling were open, and one could see the character of the crowd. Businessmen, Rotarians, traveling salesmen, clerks, a cross-section of American middle-class life. "I am going back," said Matthew at last, for he was tired and not particularly interested. "Be with you in just a minute," said Jimmy. "I must see this poker hand through. My God, do you see this flush? Glance at my car as you go through and see if it is all right. I'll be back in a jiffy. That fly dame will be yelling for something. Her daddy's in here lining his grave with greenbacks." Matthew walked back, thinking of Jimmy. That baby, that mother's face. There were, after all, some strangely beautiful things in life. He walked through Jimmy's compartment car and saw that all was quiet. Just as he was leaving, however, he heard the bell and saw that, sure enough, compartment D had rung again. He walked back and knocked lightly. "Porter." Matthew entered. "It is stifling in here," came a voice from the berth. "Please open the window." It was warm in Georgia, but the train would soon be in the cooler mountains. Nevertheless, Matthew without argument started to open the window at her feet. "No, this one at my head," insisted the woman, "and for mercy's sake, close the door behind you." He closed the door softly and then bent over her to raise the window. There came over him at the moment a subtle flash of fear. She was a large woman, opulent and highly colored, and she lay there on her back looking straight up into his eyes. Her breasts were half covered, one scarcely at all. He could not raise the sash with his hands unaided. He braced his knee on the berth, and using the metal handle for unlocking the upper berth, he bent down hard. The window flew up, but his hand came down lightly on the woman's bosom. Again came that gust of fear. He glanced down. She did not stir, but looked up at him with slightly closed eyes. For a moment he caught his breath and his heart hammered. Then suddenly the door behind him was flung violently open. The woman's face changed in a flash. She screamed shrilly as Matthew started back and drew the sheet close about her. "Get out of here, you black nigger! How dare you touch me? I asked you to raise the window!" Matthew, terrified, turned, and with one sweep of his arm, fiercely pushed aside the man who was entering. The man went down in a heap, and quickly Matthew passed out into the corridor. He started forward to tell Jimmy, but he heard oncoming footsteps and an opening door. Turning, he ran into his own car, got his pistol from the clothes closet, and stepped into the toilet. There was a long silence, then a cry, a rush of feet, and hurried voices. Then came a tense quiet. Matthew waited and waited until he could bear it no longer. He stepped out into the washroom and listened. Somewhere he could hear a thump, thump, thump. He raised the window and looked out. Something was dragging and bumping beside the car ahead. He heard a noise behind and turned quickly. A porter staggered in. Matthew recoiled, on guard. "Anything wrong?" he said thickly. "They've lynched Jimmy," said the porter. Matthew sank suddenly to the lounge. My God, it was Jimmy he had heard coming. He sat down and vomited. He stood up again, staggered to the door, and fainted away. Chapter 12. It was morning. Matthew opened his eyes slowly and stared at the high white walls. There were two blurs before him, one on either side. Gradually, as he shut his eyes and opened them again, they resolved themselves into two faces. Then he knew them. One was Parigua, the other was Jimmy's little black wife. Where was he? He strove to sit up. He was in a hospital. He wanted to rage. He wanted to tell Parigua and everybody that he was a murderer. Poor Jimmy, poor little wife and baby. Parigua, revenge. All these things he strove to say, but the nurse glided by and stopped him. She gave him something to drink, and he fell asleep. 3 days later he left the General Hospital, and he and Parigua and Jimmy's wife met together in a big brown house on 4th Street. He poured out his story, and they listened. Parigua said nothing, but the little wife put her hand timidly in his and said, "You are not to blame. It was not your fault." And then she added, "We had the funeral here in Cincinnati. I wish you could have been there. There were beautiful flowers, but they would not open the coffin. They would not let me see his face." And she repeated, looking up at Matthew, "They did not let me see his face." Then Parigua said, "He didn't have no face." There rose a shriek in Matthew's throat. It struggled and surged and broke to horrid silence within him. The hot tears burned in his eyes. Something died in Matthew that day. He put all his savings into the little mother's hand and pushed her gently out the door. "Goodbye," he said, and "God forgive me." Parigua sat down and smoked, and silently showed him newspaper clippings. Christmas had passed. The Klan was holding its great meeting in Chicago, and the papers were full of news about it and of pictures of the members. They seemed to be making a new campaign against the Catholic Church. They had apparently dropped the fight on Jews, but they were concentrating on a campaign against colored peoples throughout the world, and the world was listening to them. Moreover, they were adroitly seeking to pit the dark peoples against each other. Japanese against Chinese, Indians against Negroes, Negroes against Arabs, mulattoes against blacks. They even had certain Japanese and other Asiatic guests. "That special train will return in triumph next Monday," said Parigua finally, looking at Matthew gloomily. Matthew brooded. "We must do something, Parigua," he said. "We must do something startling." Parigua bent forward and glowed. "Something to make the world sit up." "Yes," said Matthew, "and my plan is this. I'm going to write and demand a meeting of the national officers of the Porters' Union in Chicago. I'll attend and tell my story of Jimmy's lynching, and demand a nationwide strike of porters until somebody is arrested for this crime." Parigua's face fell. "Hell," he said. Chapter 13. Worn and nervous, Matthew went to the Chicago meeting of the porters. He talked as he had never talked before, in that room with barred doors. With streaming eyes, he told the story of Jimmy, of the little black wife, of the baby. He went over the events of that terrible night. He offered to testify in court if called upon. The porters listened, tense and sympathetic, but they were silent and uneasy over the strike. It was too risky. They would lose their jobs. Filipinos would be imported. White men at a living wage and no tips would replace them. The nation would not stand being held up by Negroes, and white labor would not back them. "Do you think the white railway unions would raise a finger? I guess not," said one. No, a general Pullman strike would never do. Public opinion among Negroes, however, forced them to some action. While the white newspapers had said little about the gruesome lynching, and that little dismissed and excused it because of an atrocious attack upon a woman, the colored world knew of it to its farthest regions. Once the matter had come up in the Klan convention, and a brazen-throated orator had declared that this was the punishment which would always be meted out to the black wretches who dared attack Southern womanhood. The plan finally agreed on was the utmost Matthew could extract from the Union. It confined itself to a porter's strike on the Klan special. The train was to arrive in Cincinnati at 8 at night on the 30th of December and leave at 8:45. Before the train came in, and while it was in the station, the porters were to make up all the berths they could. At 8:40, all the porters were to leave their cars and march out of the train shed to the main waiting room. There they were to declare a strike, refusing to accompany farther a train on which one of their number, an innocent man, had been lynched under atrocious circumstances. Matthew hurried back to Cincinnati to perfect the plans there. Parigua had been in Chicago, but he kept out of the way. No one seemed to know him there, but in his 2 or 3 fugitive visits to Matthew, he assured him that he was working underground and making sure that none of the porters should see him. He promised to meet Matthew in Cincinnati. With great fanfare of trumpets and waving of flags, the Klan special started south. The porters were grim and silent. One of the organizers of the Union had a hurried meeting with them just as they left, and on the way down there were frequent conferences. The train was to leave Cincinnati without a single porter. There was little porter's work to be done at night except making the remaining berths, and this would have to be done by the conductors and the passengers themselves. It was not, after all, a very bold scheme, or one calling for great courage. Matthew felt how small a gesture it was, and yet just now any protest was something. He knew that even this might not have been feasible, had it not been helped by the fact that none of the porters wanted to go south on this train. Fear, therefore, pushed them to strike for principle, when under other circumstances many might have refused. It was extremely unlikely, too, that any porters who were laying over in Cincinnati, or who lived there, would volunteer to take the strikers' places. As the diner was detached at Cincinnati, the waiters would not have to take a stand. They were to disappear quietly, so as not to be asked to serve as porters. Parigua arrived in Cincinnati 3 hours before the Klan special was due. He and Matthew sat again in the big gloomy room on 4th Street. Matthew looked strained and thin, but he was sanguine. He detailed his activities. "Everything's all right here," he said. "I think it's going to make a big sensation. Newspapers will eat it up, and the whole of colored Cincinnati is whispering." Parigua listened in silence and then laughed aloud. "Well, what's the matter?" asked Matthew testily. "They've double-crossed you, you boob," said Parigua at last. "Nonsense, they can't as long as the men stick." "Sure, as long as. Know what I've been doing in Chicago?" "No. What?" "Working for the Klan. Private messenger and stool pigeon for Green, the Grand Dragon. Know all the big Ikes, Thurwald, Bates, Evans. Say, they knew of this strike from a dozen pigeons before it was planned. They passed the word to Uncle George. It'll never come off. But, say, shut up. Come with me." Matthew was disturbed, but walked silently with Parigua along 4th, and then over and west on Carlisle Avenue a couple of blocks, past old brick buildings, smoke-grimed over the tawdry decorations of a rich, dead generation. Parigua pointed out a certain large house. "Go in," he said. "You'll find 40 porters lodging there. Strike is the password. They're new men gathered quietly from all over the South, expenses paid, ready to scab at a moment's notice. Tell 'em you're inspecting the bunch and flash this badge on them." It was as Parigua said. Matthew almost staggered out of the house, with tears in his eyes. "I don't care," he cried to Parigua. "We'll strike anyhow. The men will stick, I know. Let the scabs come. They'll get one beating." "Piffle! They'll never strike. Not a man will budge when they hear of that bunch waiting for their jobs, and they'll hear of it before they are well out of Chicago. Uncle George will see to that." "But what can we do, Parigua? We must do something. God, we must." "Sure. Listen. 2 can play at double crossing. I brought Green news of the strike." "You?" "Yes. He heard it from a dozen others. And then, for full measure, I lied about how Chicago Negroes planned a riot as the Klan left. He swallowed both tales and gave me $1,000 to push both schemes along. Then he tipped off the Pullman Company and the police." "But it wasn't true about the riot?" "Course it wasn't." "What did you do?" "Hung around, filled him with tips and fairy tales, and finally beat it here." "What for?" Parigua quickly straightened up. "Goodbye," he said, holding out his hand. "Where are you going?" Matthew asked. Parigua glared. "I will tell you. I'm taking the next train south," he said with blazing eyes. Matthew stared. "But," he expostulated, "the Klan train will not arrive for 2 hours yet." "I shall need those hours," said Parigua. "And you will not see the strike?" "No, because there won't be no strike." Matthew gripped Parigua's arm with his own nervous, shaking fingers. "What's your plan, Parigua?" Parigua faced him, speaking slowly and distinctly. "I used to run on this route from Chicago to Florida, through Cumberland Gap. Did you see the gap when you came up?" Matthew shook his head. "Well, you come down the valley from Winchester and Richmond and rush into the hills. Suddenly you meet the mountains, and diving through one great crag, the tunnel emerges as from a rock wall onto a high trestle which spans the Powell River. Great sight. All right, now for the great Pullman strike." "But, Parigua, what have we to do with scenery? And suppose the cowards don't strike?" Matthew knew the answer before he asked. He saw the heavy black bag which Parigua carried so carefully. He knew the answer. Parigua's mind was made up. He was mad, a desperate fanatic. "What, scenery?" laughed Parigua. "Listen, fool, we're mocked, betrayed, and double-crossed. Your race are born idiots and cowards. Well, I'm going this alone. Get me? Alone. When the Klan special sees that scenery, when it reaches that trestle, the trestle ain't going to be there." "What is going to become of it?" Matthew asked slowly, talking against time and trying to think. "I'm going to blow it up," said Parigua. "But how can you do it? Where can you stand? How can you fire any charge without elaborate wiring to get yourself far enough away?" "I'm not going to get away," said Parigua. "I'm going to sit right on that trestle, and I'm going to hell with it." They looked each other straight in the eye. "What are you going to do about it?" whispered Parigua. Matthew hesitated. "Nothing," he answered slowly. Parigua approached Matthew, and there was danger in his eyes. "You'll peach?" he whispered. "I'll never betray you, Parigua." "Well, what will you do?" Matthew was silent. "Well, speak, man," growled Parigua. "I'll keep still," said Matthew. "All right, keep still. But listen, man, it's going to be done, and if you can't be a man, don't be a damn tail-bearing dog." He started away. Matthew's thoughts raced. Here was the answer to that sneer of the Japanese. The world would awaken tomorrow to the revolt of Black America. His head swam. He ran after Parigua and gripped his arm. He was all a-tremble. He whispered in Parigua's ear. "I don't believe what you have said. I don't believe the porters will back down before the scabs, but if they do..." Well, if they do, what? Asked Periqua. Wait, said Matthew. How will the world know that this wasn't an accident rather than revenge? I've got posters that I printed myself. Give them to me. What for? If the porters strike, I'll destroy them. But if they don't strike, I'll scab with them on the Klan special, and I'll go to hell with you. By the living Christ, said Periqua, you've got guts. No, said Matthew. I am a coward. I dare not live. Periqua gripped his hand. I've searched through 10 millions, he said, and found only one who dared. Now I am going. Here, I'll give you half the handbills. He thrust a bundle into Matthew's hand. Placard the cars with these after midnight, and say, oh, here it is. Here's a letter. End of Section 7. Section 8 of Dark Princess by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. The Pullman Porter. Chapter 14. The porter strike was over before it began. The officials had early wind of the plan, and by the time the special reached Indianapolis, rumors of the host of strikebreakers, ready and willing to work, reached the porters' ears and were industriously circulated by the conductors and stool pigeons. There was a moment of strained expectancy as the train drew into the depot. Reporters came rushing out, and numbers of colored people who had learned of something unusual stood about. In the waiting room stood a crowd of porters in new uniforms, together with several Pullman officials and an unusual number of policemen who bustled about and scattered the crowds. "Come, clear the way! Move on!" "Where are you going?" one of them asked Matthew suspiciously. Leaning by the grill and straining his eyes, Matthew had waited in vain for the porters to leave their cars and march out according to the plan agreed on. Not a porter stirred. He saw them standing in their places, some laughing and talking, but most of them silent and grim. Matthew went ashen with pain and anger. He beckoned to some of the men he knew and had talked to. They ignored him. He leaned dizzily against the cold iron, then started for the gate. A policeman accosted him, roughly seizing his arm. "I'm joining this train as porter," he explained. "I've been on sick leave." A Pullman official stepped forward. "I don't know anything about this," he began. But Matthew spied his conductor. "Reporting for duty, Cap," he said. The conductor grinned. "Thought you were leading a strike," he sneered. And then turning to the official, he said, "Good porter. Came up with me. I was just coming to get an extra man for the smoker." "All right." And Matthew passed the gate. He spoke to not a single porter, and none spoke to him. All of them avoided each other. They had failed. They had been defeated without a fight. "We're damn cowards," muttered Matthew as he climbed aboard. "Any man's a coward in midwinter when he's got a wife, a mortgage, 2 children in school, and only one job in sight," answered the old porter who followed him. "Good," growled Matthew. "Let's all go to hell." An hour late, the Klan special crawled out of Cincinnati and headed south. The railroad and Pullman officials sighed in relief and laughed. The colored crowd faded away and laughed too, but with different tone. Matthew donned his uniform slowly, as in a trance. He could not yet realize that his strike had utterly failed. He was numb with the day's experience and still weak from illness. He shrank from work in the smoker with that uproarious, drunken crowd of gamblers. The conductor consented to put him on the last car instead, bringing the willing man from that car to the larger tips of the smoker. "We've dropped the observation," said the conductor, "and we've got a private car on the end with 4 compartments and a suite. They're mostly foreign guests of the Klan, and they keep pretty quiet. They are going down to see the South. Afraid you won't make much in tips, but then again, you may." And he went forward. Matthew went back and walked again through the horror of Jimmy's murder. He entered the private car. There was a reception room and a long corridor, but the passengers had apparently all retired. Matthew sat down in the lounge and took from his pocket the package which Periqua had given him. With it was the letter. He looked at it in surprise. He knew immediately whose it was. He saw the coronet. He saw the long slope of the beautiful handwriting, but he did not open it. Slowly he laid it aside with a bitter smile. It could have for him now neither good news nor bad, neither praise nor inquiry, neither disapproval nor cold criticism. No matter what it said, it had come too late. He was at the end of his career. He had started high and sunk to the depths, and now he would close the chapter. In the first miles of the journey toward Winchester, Matthew was grim. Cold and clear ran his thoughts. Selig dir, den in Sieges-Glanze findet. He was going out in triumph. He was dying for death. The world would know that black men dared to die. There came the flash of passing towns with stops here and there to discharge passengers. He helped the porter on the next car, which was overloaded. He was hurrying, helping, and lifting as was his wont. And hurrying, helping, and lifting, he flew by towns and lights. Then coming suddenly back from beneath the stream of loads, from the everyday things, he tried to remember the exaltation, the great thing. What was the great thing? And suddenly he remembered. He was going to kill these people. Just a little while, and they would be twisted corpses, dead, and some worse than dead, crippled, torn, and maimed. The dark horror of the deed fell hot upon him. He had not seen it before. He had not wholly realized it. Yet he must go on. He could not stop. What had other men thought when they murdered in a great cause? Suddenly he seemed to know. It was not the dead who paid, it was the living. Not the killed, but the killer who knew and suffered. This was hell, and he was in it. He must stay in it. He must go through with it. But Christ! The horror, the infamy, the flaming pain of the thing. And the world flew by. Always, always the world flew by. Now in a great blurred rush of sound, now in a white, soft sweep of space and flash of time. Darkness ascended to the stars, and distance that was sight became sound. It was war. In all ages men had gone forth to kill. But never, never, from Armageddon to the Argonne, had they carried so bitter reasons, so bloody a guerdon. All the enslaved, all the raped, all the lynched, all the Jim Crowed marched in ranks behind him, bloody with rope and club and iron, crimson with stars and knights. He was going to fight and die for vengeance and freedom. There would be no march of music and stream of banners and whine of vast-voiced trumpets, but it was war, 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 and he, the grim lone fighter. But the pity of it, the crippled and hurt, the pain, the great pricks and flashes of pain, the wild screams in the night, the grinding and crushing of body and bone and flesh and limb, and his sweat oozed and dripped in the cold night. He cowered in that dim and swaying room and shook with ague. He was afraid. He was deathly afraid. If he could turn back, if he had but never fallen in with this crazy plan, if he could only die now, quickly and first. Yet he knew he would not flinch. He would go through with it all to the last horror. The cold, white thing within him gripped him, held him hard and fast with all his writhing. He would go through. The outlines of mountains with snow lay sprinkled here and there. The lights on hill and hollow, on long shining rails and piling shadows paused, came back and forward, curved and disappeared. He stood stiffly and heard the gay laughter of the smoker, and one shrill voice floated back with war of answering banter. "Laugh no more," he whispered, and then his thoughts went racing down to cool places, to summer suns and gay, gleaming eyes. The cars reeled forward, gathered themselves, became one great speeding catapult, and headed toward the last hills. Beside them a little river, silver, whistled softly to the night. He collected his few pairs of shoes and set them carefully down before him, arranging them mechanically. He smiled, the shoes of the dead. And he strangled as he smiled. Strong, big, expensive brogans, soft, sleek, slim calf, patent leather pumps with gaitered sides, slippers of gray suede. Slowly he got out his shoe brushes and then paused. His heart throbbed unmercifully and then was cold and still. It was 10 o'clock. He put out his hand and felt the letter. Tomorrow she would hear from him. Tomorrow they would know that Black America had its men who dared, whose faces were toward the light, and who could pay the price. He laid the letter on the table unopened and took up the rest of the package, the bundle of manifestos which Perigua had prepared and printed himself. Slowly Matthew read the little 6x8 poster. It was rhodomontade. It was melodrama, but it told its awful story. Matthew read it and signed his name beneath Perigua's. "Vengeance is mine. The wreck tonight is to avenge the lynching of an innocent black man, Jimmy Giles, on this train, December 16th, 1926, by men who seek our disenfranchisement and slavery. Murder for murderers. Miguel Perigua, Matthew Towns." Matthew folded the posters slowly and held them in his hands. Murder and death, that was his plan. It did not seem so awful as he faced it. Except by the shedding of blood, there was no remission of sin. Despite deceptive advance, the machinery was being laid to strangle black folk in America and in the world. They must fight or die. There was no use in talk or argument. Here was the challenge. An atrocious lynching, an open, publicly advertised movement to take the first step back to Negro slavery. Kill the men who led it. Kill them openly, publicly, and spectacularly, and advertise the killing and tell why. Only one thing else, and that was, he must die as they died. It must be no coward's act which brought death to others and escape to himself. He shifted his pistol and pulled it out. It was a big .45 and loaded with 5 great bullets. If the wreck did not kill him, this would. He was ready to die. This was all he could do for the cause. He was not worth any other effort. He had tried and failed. He had once a great dream of world alliance in the service of a woman he had almost dared to love. He laughed aloud. She would not have looked twice even on Dr. Matthew Towns, world-renowned surgeon, save as she saw in him a specimen and a promise, and on a servant and a porter. A porter. He thought of the porters riding to death. Let the cowards ride. Then he thought of their wives and babies, of Jimmy's wife and child. What difference? No, 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 he would not think. That way lay madness. He rushed into the next car. "Got nothing to do," he stammered. "Will you lend me some shoes to black?" "Will I?" answered the astonished and sweating porter. "I sure will. My God, looks like these birds of mine was centipedes. Never did see so many shoes in my life. Help yourself, brother, but careful of the numbers, careful of the numbers." Matthew carried a dozen pairs to his car. He shuddered as he slowly and meditatively and meticulously sorted them for cleaning and blacking. They would not need these shoes, but he must keep busy. He must keep busy until midnight. Then he would silently distribute his manifestos throughout the train. At 1 o'clock, the train would shoot from its hole to the high and narrow trestle. There was only one great deed that he could do for her, for the majority of men, and for the world, and that was to die tonight in a great red protest against wrong. And Matthew hummed a tune, "Oh, brother, you must bow so low." Then again he saw the letter lying there. Then again came sudden, boundless exultation. He was riding the wind of a golden morning, the sense of live, rising, leaping horseflesh between his knees, the rush of tempests through his hair, and the pounding of blood. The pounding and pounding of iron and blood as the train roared through the night. He felt his great soul burst its bonds, and his body rise in the stirrups as the hounds of God screamed to the black and silver hills. In both scarred hands he seized his sword and lifted it to the circle of its swing. Vengeance was his. With one great blow he was striking at the heart of hell. His trembling hands flew across the shining shoes, and tears welled in his eyes. On, up and on, to kill and maim and hate. To throw his life against the smug liars and lepers, hypocrites and thieves, who leered at him and mocked him. lay on, the last great whirling crash of hell. And then his heart stopped. Then it was that he noticed the white slippers. He had seen them before, dimly, unconsciously, out at the edge of the circle of shoes. 2 little white slippers, 2 slippers that moved. He did not raise his eyes, but with half-lowered lids and staring pupils, he looked at the slippers. 2 slippers, far in the rear. They were 2 white slippers, and he could not remember bringing them in. They stood on the outermost edge of the forest of shoes. He had not seen them move, but he knew they had moved. He was acutely, fearfully conscious of their movement, and his heart stopped. He saw but the toes, but he knew those slippers, the smooth and shining, high-heeled white kid, embroidered with pearls. Above were silken ankles, and then as he leaped suddenly to his feet and his brushes clattered down, he heard the thin light swish of silk on silk, and knew she was standing there before him, the Princess of Bois. His soul clamored and fought within him, raged to know how and where and when, and hear of all wild places. He saw her eyes widen with curiosity. "You, here, Mr. Towns," she said, and raised half involuntarily her jeweled, hanging hand. He did not speak. He could not. She dropped her hand, hesitated a moment, and then, stepping forward, "Have I offended you in some way?" she said, with that old, half-haughty gesture of command, and yet with a certain surprise and pain in her voice. Matthew stiffened and stood at attention. He touched his cap and said slowly, "I am the porter on this car." And then again he stood still, silent, and yet conscious of every inch of her, from her jeweled feet to the soft clinging of her dress, to the gentle rise of her little breasts, the gold bronze of her bare neck and glowing cheeks, and the purple of her hair. She could not be as beautiful as she always seemed to him. She could not be as beautiful to other eyes. But he caught himself and bit hard on his teeth. He would not forget for a moment that he was a servant, and that she knew that he knew he was. But she only said, "Yes?" and waited. He spoke rapidly. "Your Royal Highness must excuse any apparent negligence. I have received no word from you except 1 letter, and that only tonight. Indeed, I have not yet read that. I hope I have been of some service. I hope that you and His Excellency have learned something of my people, of their power and desert. I wish I could serve you further and better, but I cannot." The princess sat down on the couch and stared at him with faint surprise in her face. She had listened to what he said, never moving her eyes from his face. "Why?" she said again, gently. "Because," he said, "I am going away." "Have I offended you in some way?" she asked again. "I am the offender," he said. "I am all offense. See," he said in sudden excitement, "this is my mission." And he handed her one of Parigua's manifestos. The princess read it. He looked on her as she read. As she read, wrinkling her brows in perplexity, he himself seemed to awake from a nightmare. My God, he was carrying the princess to death. How in heaven's name had he landed in this predicament? Where was the impulse, the reasoning, the high illumination that seemed to point to a train wreck as the solution of the color problems of the world? Was he mad? Had he gone insane? Whatever he was, his life was done, and done far differently from his last wild dream. There was no escape. He must stop the train. Of course. He must stop it instantly. But how was he to explain to the world his knowledge? He could not pretend a note of warning without producing it, and even then they might ignore it. He could not give details to the conductor, lest he betray Parigua. He did not consciously ask himself the one question, why not let the wreck come after all? He knew why. For a moment he thought of suicide and a dying note. No, they might ignore the warning and think him merely crazy. Already they were flying to make up lost time. No, he must live and spare no effort even to confession until he had stopped that train. First, warning. As a last resort, the bell rope. And then, jail. At any cost, he must save the princess and her great cause. God, they might even think her the criminal if anything happened on this train of death. And then he sensed by the silken rustle of garments that the princess had finished reading and had arisen. "Read my letter," she said. His hand shook as he read. She had received and read his reports. They were admirable and enlightening. Her own limited experiences confirmed them in all essentials. The Japanese had joined her and was quite converted. They realized the tremendous possibilities of the American Negro, but they both agreed with Mr. Towns that there was no question of revolt or violence. It was rather the slow, sure, gathering growth of power and vision, expanding and uniting with the thought of the wider, better world. But she could not understand why he did not answer her specific questions and refused her repeated invitations to call. She wanted to thank him personally, and she had so many questions, so many, many questions to ask. She had twice postponed her return home in order to see him. Now she must go, and curiously enough, she was going to the Ku Klux Klan meeting in Chicago at the invitation of the Japanese, and for reasons she would explain. Would Mr. Towns meet her there? She would be at the Drake, and always at home to him. She sensed, as did the Japanese, subtle propaganda, to discount in advance any possible colored world unity in this invitation to attend this meeting and ride on this special train. They were all the more glad to accept, as he would readily understand. Would he be so good as to wire, if he received this, to the New Willard, Washington? Matthew was dumb and bewildered. He could not fathom the intricacies of the tactics of the Japanese. His reports had been passed to the princess, and yet all her letters to him stopped, save this. Or had it been Parigua who had rifled his mail, or the Indians? But what mattered all this now? It was too late. Everything was too late. Around him, like a silent wall of earth and time, ranged the symbolic shoes. Big and little, slippers and boots, old, new, severe, elegant. He spoke hurriedly. There was no alternative. She had to know all. Time pressed. It was nearly 1 o'clock, and a cold tremor gripped slowly about his heart. He listened, glanced back at the door. God, if the conductor should come! Then he hurried on. "I shall stop the wreck. Then I am going away." The princess gave a little gasp and came toward him. He started nervously and listened. "I must not stay," he said hurriedly, and in a lower voice. "This train will surely be wrecked unless I stop it. I did not dream you were aboard." She made a little motion with her hands. "Wrecked? This train?" she said, and then more slowly. "Oh, Parigua's plan?" Then she stared at him. "And you, on it?" He smiled. "Wrecked, and I, on it." Then he added slowly, "It was to be a proof to His Excellency and you, and it was to be more than that. It was revenge." And he told her hurriedly of Jimmy's death. "But you must stop it. It is a mad thing to do. There are so many sane, fine paths. I was so mistaken. I had thought of you as a nation of outcasts to be hurled forward as shock troops, but you are a nation of modern people. You surely will not follow Parigua." "No," he said quietly, "I will not. But let me tell you." Then she rose quietly and moved toward him. "And Parigua must be betrayed?" "Never." "And if—" she stared at him. "And if—" "Jail," he said quietly, "for long years." She made a little noise like a sob controlled, but his quick ear caught another sound. "The conductor," he whispered. "Destroy these handbills for me." Quickly he stepped out into the corridor. "Captain," he said hurriedly. "Captain, this train must be stopped. There is danger." "What do you mean? Is it them damned porters again?" "No, not they. But I say, there is danger. Where's the train conductor?" The Pullman conductor stared at him hard. "He's up in the third car," he said nervously, for it had been a hard trip. "Come with me." Matthew followed. They stepped in on the conductor in an empty compartment, where he was burrowing in a pile of tickets and stubs. Mr. Gray, the porter has a story for you." "Spit it out and hurry up," growled the conductor. The train flew on, and faster flew the time. "You must stop the train," said Matthew. The conductor glanced up. "What's the matter with you? Are you drunk?" "I was never so sober." "What the hell then is the matter?" "For God's sake, stop the train. There's danger ahead." "Stop the train? Already 2 hours late? You blithering idiot. Have all you black porters gone crazy?" Matthew stepped out of the compartment and threw his weight on the bell rope. The conductor swore and struck him aside, but there was a jolt, a low, long, grinding roar, and quickly the train slowed down. The conductor seized Matthew just as someone pounded on the window. A red light flashed ahead. Soon a sweating man rushed aboard. "Thank God!" he gasped. "That was a narrow squeak. I was afraid I was too late to flag you. You must have got warning before my signal was lighted. There's been an explosion on the trestle. Rails are torn up for a dozen yards." Chapter 15. Matthew Towns blackened shoes. All night long he blackened shoes, cleaning them, polishing them very carefully, and arranging the laces. He was working in a standard Pullman at the forward end of the train, having been hurriedly transferred from the private car after the incident of the night. He gathered more shoes and blackened them, placing them carefully in the graying dawn under the appropriate berths. He arranged clean towels in the washrooms and tested the soap cocks. He saw that the toilets were clean and in order, and he carefully dusted the corridor and wiped the windows. All the time there were 2 unobtrusive strangers who kept him always in sight. He paid no apparent attention to them, but waited, watch in hand, as the train approached Knoxville. Someone asked the time. 6:30, he whispered. "We're pretty late." "Yes, on account of that delay on the road." "When do we get in Knoxville?" "About 8:30, I imagine. Breakfast will be served as soon as we arrive." At last he went to some of the berths and pulled the lower sheet gently and then insistently. 1 hour to Knoxville, he said, and again, and again. 1 hour to Knoxville. The car aisles began to fill with half-dressed travelers. He brought new bundles of towels and began to make up vacant berths. He worked rapidly and deftly. There was much confusion, and always the 2 unobtrusive men were near. Some of the returning passengers found their seats in order. Others did not, and made sharp remarks. But Matthew pacified them, guided them to resting places, and began to collect the luggage and to brush the clothes. The sweat poured off him, but he worked swiftly. When they stopped in the depot, he was at the step in coat and cap, wooden, deferential. "Thank you, sir. All right here, Cap." They moved out for the swift 3-hour run to Atlanta. He finished the other berths, brushed more passengers, stowed dirty linen, swept, dusted, and guided passengers to the dining car attached at Knoxville. The train glided into the Atlanta station. And then it came. "Towns, step this way. Gentleman wants to see you." He walked back through the train into the lounge of the private car again. On the table lay something under a sheet. About the door, several of the passengers were crowded. As Matthew entered the car, he saw in the vestibule, and for the first time since one awful night, a well-remembered figure. A woman, high-colored, big and boldly handsome, with her lowered eyelids and jeweled hands. Beside her was a weak-looking man, faultlessly tailored, with an old and dissipated face. They were in the waiting throng. The woman looked up. Her eyes widened suddenly, and then quietly she fainted away. Matthew faltered but an instant, and then walked steadily on. He entered the room. The conductor was there, the 2 quiet men, and a grave-faced stranger. And then came the princess, the Japanese, and several other guests. They all sat, but Matthew stood silent, his uniform spotless, his head up. One of the strangers spoke. "Your name is—" "Matthew Towns." "You are a porter?" "Yes." "The porters had planned a strike in Cincinnati?" "Yes." "Why didn't you strike?" "I was going to, but I changed my mind." "Why?" "Because the others decided not to. and because I heard that this train was going to be wrecked. By the porters? Certainly not. By whom? I cannot tell. Who told you? I will not say. Did the other porters hear this? No, I was the only one. How do you know? I am sure. When did you hear this? Just before the train started. From Chicago? No, from Cincinnati. But you were in Chicago? Yes. And planned the strike there? Yes, I helped to. What did you do when you heard this rumor? I offered to go as porter. You offered to go on a train that you knew was going to be wrecked? Yes. Why? Well, a porter, my friend, was lynched on this train a week ago. I urged the strike as a protest. When it failed, nothing mattered. Did you intend to stop the wreck? At first, no. And you changed your mind? Yes. Why? I cannot tell. How did you think you could prevent it? Well, I did prevent it. Who told you about this plot? I will not tell. Did this man tell you? They drew the sheet from Parigua's dead face. Beneath the sheet his body looked queer, humped and broken, but his face was peaceful and smiling. Matthew's face was stone. No. Do you know him? No. Did you ever see him before? Yes. Where? In the office of the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan in the Sherman Hotel, Chicago. There was a stir among the crowd. A big man with a flat, broad face and little eyes pressed forward and viewed the corpse. It may be Sam, he said. Were any papers or marks found on him? Nothing. Absolutely nothing, not even laundry marks. I'm almost sure that's Sam Johnson, who acted as messenger in our Chicago office. If it is, he spoke deliberately, I'll vouch for him. Excellent character, wouldn't hurt a flea. He glanced at Matthew. The Inquisitor turned back to Matthew. Who told you of this wreck? I will not tell. Why not? I take all the blame. Do you realize your position? You stand between high reward and criminal punishment. I know it. Who told you of the wreck? And then, like sudden thunder, came the low, clear voice of the princess. I told him. End of Section 8. Section 9 of Dark Princess by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. The Pullman Porter. Chapter 16. Circuit Judge Wyndham, presiding over the criminal court of Cook County, Illinois, sat in his chambers with a frown on his face. Beside him sat his son, the gifted young medical student home from the holidays. Certainly I remember Towns, said the younger man. He was a fine fellow, first-rate brains, fine athlete, and a gentleman. If it had not been for his color, he'd have been sure to make a big reputation, but they drove him out of school. Somebody had kicked about Negroes in the women's clinics. Towns wouldn't beg. He slapped the dean's face, I heard, and left. Violent, even then. But my godfather, Towns was a man, not just a colored man. Why, you remember how he beat me for the Mitchell Prize? Yes, but all that does not clear up this mystery. I can get neither head nor tail of it. Here's an atrocious railroad wreck, planned on a leading railway. Half an hour more, and there would have been perhaps 500 corpses strewn in the river. Awful. Dastardly. The explosion was bungled and premature. The trestle was left intact, but enough damage was done to have made the derailing of the train inevitable had it rushed through the tunnel unwarned. Section hands discovered at the last moment the broken rails, and a dead man lying across them. They start to signal too late, but before they start, Towns warns the conductor. When the conductor hesitates, Towns himself stops the train. Possibly the signalman might have stopped it eventually, but Towns actually stopped it. Now, how did Towns know? Was this the striking porter's plot? Towns and their leaders declare that, far from dreaming of this, they would not quit work for an ordinary strike, and certainly they would hardly have ridden on a train which they expected to be wrecked. An Indian princess declares that she told Towns of the plot, and taking refuge in her diplomatic immunity, refuses to answer further questions. The English embassy, which represents her country abroad, backs her reputation, vouches for her integrity, and promises her immediate withdrawal from the country. The dead Negro found on the trestle remains unidentified. Indeed, there is no evidence of his connection with the wreck. The chief of the clan thinks he recognizes the man as a former messenger, vouches for his character, and doubts his connection with any plot. He considers him a victim rather than a conspirator. Says, as of course we know, that Negroes never conspire. And now comes this extraordinary story of Towns himself. Well, at any rate, Towns wouldn't lie, said the son. But the point is, he won't tell the truth. And why? It looks dangerous, suspicious. Some red-handed rascals are going free. What does Towns say? He says that he did not plan this outrage, that when he knew that it was planned, he assented to it and determined to run on this train and to die in the wreck. Then, for some reason, changing his mind and being unable to contemplate the death of all these passengers, he gave warning of the plot. He says that he had met the princess abroad, had told her of his trouble in the medical school, and elicited her sympathy and interest, that he had no knowledge that she was on the train, and no idea she was in the country. He then told her the danger of the train and his dilemma, and in generous sympathy she had finally sought to direct the blame of guilty foreknowledge to herself. In truth, and this he swears before God, the Princess of Bois had not the faintest knowledge of the plot of wrecking the train until he himself told her 5 minutes before he stopped the train. He begs that she be entirely exonerated, despite her quixotic attempt to save him, and that he alone bear the full blame and suffer the full penalty. Extraordinary! But if Towns says it's true, it's true. It may not be the whole truth, but it contains no falsehood. Well, it is full of discrepancies and suspicious omissions. Good heavens! A woman says she knew a train was to be wrecked, and yet rides on it and tells the porter and not the conductor. The porter declares that she did not know or tell him, but that somebody else did, and yet he rides. A man found dead may be the wrecker, but the head of the Ku Klux Klan and one of the threatened party refuses to believe him guilty. The porter refuses to tell where he got his warning and prefers jail rather than reward. How did the case get to your court, Father? More complications. When Towns was arraigned in Atlanta, the passengers of the Klan Special came forward with a big purse to reward him for his services and a sharp lawyer. Towns refused the money, but the court listened to the lawyer and held that no crime had been committed by Towns in its jurisdiction. Thereupon, the district attorney of this district sought indictment against Towns, charging that the Pullman porter strike was concocted in Chicago and that the wreck was part of the conspiracy. Towns denied this, but offered to come here without extradition papers. The district attorney expected the help and support of the Pullman Company and the railroads. None of them lifted a finger. There is another curious and unexplained angle. You know there was a lynching on that Klan train. There was some dispute as to whether it took place in Georgia or Tennessee. Nothing was ever done about it, not even a coroner's inquest. Well, I have it on the best authority that when the woman who alleged the attack saw Towns face to face at the informal questioning on the train, she fainted away. I have tried to get in touch with her and her husband, who is Thorwald, a high Klansman. They deny all knowledge and refuse to appear as witnesses. As residents of another state, I can't compel them. Moreover, I find that they have only recently been married, although the newspaper reports of the lynching refer to them as man and wife occupying the same compartment. Now what's behind all this? Well, he was indicted for conspiracy and pleaded guilty. He still declared that the Porters' Union and the Indian Princess knew nothing of the proposed wreck. He admitted that he did, and further admitted that he consented to it, and started on the journey determined not to betray the arch-conspirators, and then changed his mind and stopped the wreck. Now what can you make of such a hell's broth?" "I'm puzzled, father." "The Princess of Wadpur herself has come to me, stopping en route, as she explained, to Seattle and India. Evidently a great lady, and extraordinarily beautiful, despite her color, which I was born to dislike. I pooh-poohed her story and showed her Town's sworn confession. There is no doubt of her interest in him. She put up a strong plea, stronger than yours, son, but I was adamant. I had to be. I am not at all sure but that she is the guilty party, and that Towns is shielding her. I don't know, my boy. I don't know where the truth lies. But there's more here than meets the eye. I sent a powerful, dangerous movement, and despite all you say, if Towns thinks that a plea of guilty and waiver of jury trial is going to get him mercy in my court, he is mistaken. I am sorry. I hate to do it, but he'll get the limit of the law unless he tells the whole truth." And the judge sighed wearily and gathered up his books. Chapter 17. Matthew sat in a solemn hall. It was across the river, north of the Loop and west of the Michigan Avenue Bridge, in a region of vacant, dilapidated buildings, of windows without panes and walls peeling and crumbling. A mighty gray stone structure covered half the block. The front was wrinkled and uneven, with a shrunken door under an iron balcony. 3 elevators with musty, clanking chains faced the door and rolled solemnly up 5 floors. The lobby was bordered with dark stone. The floor was white and gray and cold, and across one side was a huge sign, "Robert E. Crowe, State's Attorney, Office." Across the other side, one read, "Criminal Court." Within these doors, beyond a narrow oak-paneled hall, sat Matthew Towns in a high-ceilinged room. The long, narrow windows, with flapping, dirty green shades, admitted a faint light. The walls were painted orange-yellow. The lights were hanging from the ceiling in chandeliers of metal once brass-colored, with each light socket in an ornamental oak-leaf holder. The globes were of a bluish-yellow glass, pear-shaped. The bench, of polished oak, was at the rear of the circular oaken-railed enclosure. The enclosure had tables and chairs for lawyers, clients, and witnesses. Well to the front of this green-carpeted space was the desk of the clerk. To the rear, on a raised platform, were seats for the jury. Raised yet higher was the platform upon which rested the judge's bench. On either side of the bench were doors with signs, "Judges' Chambers," "Jury Rooms." Facing this circular enclosure were long seats in rows for the spectators. The floor here was the same dirty, gray, much-worn tile, and the ceiling over the whole, while very high, was noticeable only because it was so soiled and stained. Soft sunshine filtered in and lighted up the rich polish of the oak. Behind the high desk sat the judge, heavily silked, his grave, gray face looking sternly out upon the world. The strained faces of that world, white, black, and brown, were crowded in the benches below, and some stood in hushed silence. Policemen, bareheaded, moved silently about the throng, and 2 officials with silver and gilt stood just below the judge. There should have been music, Matthew thought, some slow beat like the Saul Death March, or the pulse of the Holy Grail. Then the judge spoke. "Matthew Towns, stand up." And Matthew rose and stood, center of 1,000 eyes, and a sigh and a hiss went through the hall. For he was tall and impressive. The crisp hair curled on his high forehead. The soft brown of his eyes glowed dark on the lighter brown of his smooth skin. His gray suit lay smooth above the muscles and long bones of his close-knit body. He looked the judge full in the face. The eyes of the judge grew somber, but for a tint of skin, but for a curl of hair, but for a fuller curve of lip and cheek, this might have been his own son, this man whom his son had known and honored. "Matthew Towns," he said in low, slow tones, "you stand accused of an awful crime. With your knowledge, and at least tacit consent, some person whom you know, and we do not, planned to put 100, perhaps 500 souls to torture, pain, and sudden death. At the last minute, when literally moments counted, you rescued these people from the grave. It may have been a brave, a heroic deed. It may have been a kind of deathbed repentance, or even the panic of cowardice. In any case, the guilt, the grave and terrible guilt, hangs over you for your refusal to reveal the name or names of these blood-guilty plotters of midnight dread, of these enemies of God and man. With a stoicism worthy of a better cause and a cynical hardness, you let these men walk free and take upon yourself all the punishment and shame. It has a certain fineness of sacrifice, I admit, but it is wrong, cruel, hateful to civilization, and criminal in effect and intent. There is for you no shadow of real excuse. You are a man of education and culture. You have traveled and read. I know that you have suffered injustice and perhaps insult, and that your soul is bitter. But you are to blame if you have let this drown the heart of your manhood. You have no real excuse for this criminal and dangerous silence, and I have but one clear duty before me, and that is to punish you severely. I could pronounce the sentence of death upon you for deliberate conspiracy to maim and murder your fellow men, but I will temper justice with mercy, so as still to give you chance for repentance. Matthew Towns, I sentence you to 10 years at hard labor in the state prison at Joliet. The sun burst clear through the dim windows and lighted the young face of the prisoner. Someone in the audience sobbed. Another started to applaud. Matthew Towns followed the guard into the anteroom, and thither the princess came, moving quietly to where he stood with shackled hands. The windows all about were barred, and at the farther end of the room stood the stolid officer with a pistol and keys. Down below hummed the traffic. She took both his manacled hands in hers, and he steeled himself to look the last time at that face and into the deep glory of her eyes. She was simply dressed in black, with one great white pearl in the parting of her breasts. You are a brave man, Matthew Towns, brave and great. You have sacrificed your life for me. Matthew smiled whimsically. I am a small man, small and selfish and singularly short of sight. I served myself as well as you, and served us both ill, because I was dreaming selfish little dreams. Now I am content, for life, which was twisting itself beyond my sight and reason, has become suddenly straight and simple. Your Royal Highness. He saw the pain in her eyes, and he changed. My princess, he said, your path of life is straight before you and clear. You were born to power. Use it. Guide your groping people. You will go back now to the world and begin your great task as the ruler of millions and the counselor of the world's great leaders. Your dream of the emancipation of the darker races will come true in time, and you will find allies and helpers everywhere, and nowhere more than in Black America. Join the hands of the dark people of the earth. Discover in the masses of groveling, filthy, ignorant black and brown and yellow slaves of modern Europe the spark of manhood which, fanned with your knowledge and help, will light anew a great world culture. Yours is the great chance, the solemn duty. I had thought once that I might help and in some way stand by the armposts of your throne. That dream is gone. I made a mistake, and now I can only help by bowing beneath the yoke of shame. And by that very deed I am hindered, forever, to help you, or anyone, much. I am proud, infinitely proud to have had at least your friendship. The princess spoke, and as she talked slowly, pausing now and then to search for a word, she seemed to Matthew somehow to change. She was no longer an icon, crimson and splendid, the beautiful perfect thing apart to be worshipped. She became with every struggling word a striving human soul groping for light, needing help and love and the quiet deep sympathy of great, fine souls. And the more she doffed her royalty and donned her sweet and fine womanhood, the further, the more inaccessible she became to him. He knew that what she craved and needed for life he could not give, that they were eternally parted, not by nature or wealth or even birth, but by the great call of her duty and opportunity, and by the narrow and ever-narrowing limit of his strength and chance. She did not even look at him now with that impersonal glance that seemed to look through him to great spaces beyond, and ignore him in the very intensity and remoteness of her gaze. She stood with downcast eyes and nervous hands, and talked of herself, of her visit to America, of her hopes, of him. "I am afraid," she said. "I seem to you inhuman, but I have come up out of great waters into the knowledge of life." She looked up at him sadly. "Were you too proud to accept from me a little sacrifice that cost me nothing and meant everything to you?" "It might have cost you a kingdom and the whole future of the darker world. It was just some such catastrophe that the Japanese and Indians rightly feared." "And so, innocent of crime, you are going to accept the brand and punishment of a criminal?" "My innocence is only technical. I was a deliberate co-conspirator with Perigua. I murdered Jimmy." "No, no, how can you say this? You did not dream of peril to your friend, and your pact with Perigua was a counsel of despair." "My moral guilt is real. I should have remembered Jimmy. I should have guided Perigua." "But," and she moved nearer, "if the dead man was Perigua, what harm now to tell the truth?" "I will not lay my guilt upon the dead. And too, if I confessed that much, men might probe further." "And so in the end, I am the one at fault." "No, no." "Yes, I know it. But oh, Matthew, are you not conscience mad? You would have died for your friend had you known, just as now you go to jail for me and my wild errand. But even granted, dear friend, some of the guilt of which you so fantastically accuse yourself, can you not balance against this the good you can do to your people and mine, if free?" "I have thought of this, and I much doubt my fitness. I know and feel too much. Dear Jimmy saw no problem that he could not laugh off. He was valuable, indispensable in this stage of our development. He should be living now. But I, who am a mass of quivering nerves and all too delicate sensibility, I am liable to be a Perigua or a hesitating, complaining fool, untrained or half-trained, fitted for nothing but jail. But afterward, after 10 little years, or perhaps less, you will still be young and strong." "No, I shall be old and weak. My spirit will be broken, and my hope and aspirations gone. I know what jail does to men, especially to black men. My father—" "You are then deliberately sacrificing your life to me and my cause." "I am making the only effective and final atonement that I can to the great cause which is ours. I might live and work and do infinitely less." "You have 10 minutes more," said the guard. "Is there not something I can do for you?" "Yes, one thing, that is, if you are able. If you are permitted and can do it without involving yourself too much with me and my plight." "Tell me quickly." "I would not put this request if I had any other way, if I had any other friend. But I am alone." She gripped his hands and was silent, looking always straight into his eyes with eyes that never dropped or wavered. "I have a mother in Virginia whom I have forgotten and neglected. She is a great and good woman, and she must know this. Here is a package. It is addressed to her and contains some personal mementos: my father's watch, my high school certificate, old gifts. I want her to have them. I want her to see you. I want you to see her. It will explain. She is a noble woman, old, gnarled, ignorant, but very wise. She lives in a log cabin and smokes a clay pipe. I want you to go to her if you can, and I want you to tell her my story. Tell her gently, but clearly, and as you think best. Tell her I am dead, or in a far country, or, if you will, the plain truth. She is 70 years old. She will be dead before I leave those walls, if I ever leave them. If she did not realize where I was, or why I was silent, she would die of grief. If she knows the truth, or thinks she knows it, she will stand up strong and serene before her God. Tell her I failed with a great vision. Great, even if wrong. Make her life's end happy for her. leave her her dreams. "You have 1 minute more," said the guard. The princess took the package. The policeman turned, watch in hand. They looked at each other. He let his eyes feast on her for the last time, that never, never again should they forget her grace and beauty and even the gray line of suffering that leapt from nose to chin. Suddenly she sank to her knees and kissed both his hands and was gone. Next day, a great steel gate swung to in Joliet, and Matthew Towns was number 1277. End of Part 2, The Pullman Porter. End of Section 9. Section 10 of Dark Princess by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Part 3. The Chicago Politician. 1924, January to April 1926. Winter. Winter, jail, and death. Winter, 3 winters long, with only the green of 2 little springs and the crimson of 2 short autumns, but ever with hard, cold winter in triumph over all. Cold streets and hard faces. White death in a white world. But underneath the ice, fire from heaven, burning back to life the poor and black and guilty, the hopeless and unbelieving, the suave and terrible. Dirt and frost, slush and diamonds, amid the roar of winter in Chicago. Chapter 1. Sarah Andrews listened to the short trial and sentence of Matthew Towns in Chicago in early January 1924, with narrowed eyelids, clicking her stenographer's pencil against her teeth. She was not satisfied. She had followed the Klan meeting with professional interest, then the porter's strike, and Matthew's peculiar case. There was, she was certain, more here than lay on the surface, and she walked back to Sammy Scott's office in a brown study. Sarah Andrews was thin, small, well-tailored. Only at second glance would you notice that she was colored. She was not beautiful, but she gave an impression of cleanliness, order, cold, clean hardness, and unusual efficiency. She wore a black crepe dress with crisp white organdy collar and cuffs, chiffon hose, and short-trimmed hair. Altogether she was pleasing, but a trifle disconcerting to look at. Men always turned to gaze at her, but they did not attempt to flirt, at least not more than once. Miss Andrews was self-made and independent. She had been born in Indiana of the union of a colored chambermaid in the local hotel and a white German cook. The two had been duly married and duly divorced after the cook went on a visit to Germany and never returned. Then her mother died, and this girl fought her way through school. She forced herself into the local business college, and she fought off men with a fierceness and determination that scared them. It became thoroughly understood in Richmond that you couldn't fool with Sarah Andrews. Local Lotharios gave up trying. Only fresh strangers essayed, and they received direct and final information. She slapped one drummer publicly in the post office and nearly upset evening prayer at St. Luke's to the discomfiture of a pious deacon who sat beside her and was praying with his hands. For a long time she was the only colored person in town, except a few laborers. And although almost without social life or intimate friends, she became stenographer at the dry goods emporium at a salary which was regarded as fabulous for a young woman. Then Southern Negroes began to filter in as laborers, and the color line appeared, broad and clear, in the town. Sarah Andrews could have ignored it and walked across so far as soda fountains and movie theaters were concerned, but she wouldn't. A local druggist wanted to marry her and go away. She refused and suddenly gave up her job and went to Chicago. There, in 1922, she became secretary to the Honorable Sammy Scott. The Honorable Sammy was a leading colored politician of Chicago. He was a big, handsome, brown man with smooth black hair, broad shoulders, and a curved belly. He had the most infectious smile and the most cordial handshake in the city, and the reputation of never forgetting a face. Behind all this was a keen intelligence, infinite patience, and a beautiful sense of humor. Sammy was a coming man, and he knew it. He was, in popular parlance, a politician. In reality, he was a super businessman. In the Second Ward, with its overflowing Negro population, Sammy began business in 1910 by selling the right to gamble, keep houses of prostitution, and commit petty theft to certain men, white and black, who paid him in cash. With this cash, he bribed the city officials and police to let these people alone, and he paid a little army of henchmen to organize the Negro voters and see that they voted for officials who could be bribed. Sammy did not invent this system. He found it in full blast, and he improved it. He replaced white ward heelers with blacks who were more acceptable to the colored voters and were themselves raised from the shadow of crime to well-paid jobs. Some even became policemen and treated Negro prisoners with a certain consideration. Some became clerks and civil servants of various sorts. Then came migration, war, more migration, prohibition, and the riot. Black Chicago was in continual turmoil, and the black vote more than doubled. Sammy's business expanded enormously. Bootlegging became a prime source of graft, and there was more gambling, more women for sale, and more crime. Men pushed and jostled each other in their eagerness to pay for the privilege of catering to these appetites. Sammy became alderman from the Second Ward and committeeman, representing the regular Second Ward Republican organization on the county's Central Committee. He made careful alliance with the colored aldermen in the Third Ward and the white aldermen from the other colored wards. He envisaged a political machine to run all black Chicago. But there were difficulties. Enormous difficulties. Other Negro politicians in his own and other wards, not to mention the swarm of white bosses, had the same vision and ambition as Sammy. They must all be reconciled and brought into one organization. As it was now, Negroes competed with each other and fought each other, and the white party bosses, setting one against the other, got the advantage. It was at this stage of the game that Sarah Andrews joined Sammy's staff. When Sarah Andrews applied to the Honorable Sammy for work, he hired her on the spot because she looked unusually ornamental in her immaculate crepe dress, white silk hose, and short-trimmed hair. She had intelligent, straight gray eyes, too, and Sammy liked both intelligence and gray eyes. Moreover, she could pass for white, a decided advantage on errands and interviews. Sammy's office was on State Street at the corner of 32nd. Most of the buildings around there were old frame structures with living quarters above and stores below. On each corner were brick buildings planned like the others, but now used wholly for stores and offices. The entrance to Sammy's building was on the 32nd Street side. A dingy gray wooden door opened into a narrow hall of about 3 by 4 feet. Thence rose a flight of stairs, which startled by its amazing steepness as well as its darkness. At the top of the stairs, the hall was dim and narrow, with high ceilings. At the end was a waiting room facing State Street. It was finished with a linoleum rug that did not completely cover the soft wood floor. Its splinters insisted on pulling away as if to avoid the covering of dark red paint. There were 2 desks in the waiting room, some chairs, and a board upon which were listed apartments for rent. Sash curtains of dingy white, held up with rods, were at the windows, and above them in gold letters were painted the names of various persons and of Samuel Scott, attorney at law. A railing about 3 feet high made an inner sanctum, and beyond was a closed door marked private. Back here in Sammy's private office lay the real center of things, and in front of this and within the rail, Sammy installed Sarah. The second day she was there, Sammy kissed her. That was 4 years ago, and Sammy had not kissed her since. He had not even tried. Just what happened, Sammy never said. He only grinned and all his friends ever really knew was that Sammy and Sarah were closeted together for a full half-hour after the kiss, and that Sarah did most of the talking. But Sarah stayed at her job, and she stayed because Sammy discovered that she was a new asset in his business. First of all, that she was a real stenographer. He did not have to dictate letters, which had always been a difficult task. He just talked with Sarah and signed what she brought him a few minutes later. "And believe me," said Sammy, "she writes some letter." Indeed, Sarah brought new impetus and methods into Sammy's business. When that kiss failed, Sammy was afraid he had got hold of a mere prude and was resolved to shift her as soon as possible. Then came her letter writing and finally her advice. She listened beautifully, and Sammy loved to talk. She drew out his soul, and gradually he gave her full confidence. He discovered to his delight that Sarah Andrews had no particular scruples or conscience. Lying, stealing, bribery, gambling, prostitution were facts that she accepted casually. Personally honest and physically pure, almost to prudery, she could put a lie through the typewriter in so adroit a way that it sounded better than the truth and was legally fireproof. She recognized politics as a means of private income, and her shrewd advice not only increased the office revenue, but slowly changed it to safer and surer forms. "Colored cabarets are all right," said Sarah, "but white railroads pay better." She pointed out that not only would the world at play pay for privilege and protection, but the world at work would pay even more. Retail merchants, public service corporations, financial exploiters, all wanted either to break the law or to secure more pliable laws. And with post-war inflation, they would set no limit of largesse for the persons who could deliver the goods. Sammy must therefore get in touch with these agencies in the white world. Sammy was skeptical. He still placed his chief reliance on drunkards, gamblers, and prostitutes. "Moreover," he said, "all that calls not only for more aldermen, but more members of the legislature and Negroes on the bench." "Sure," answered Sarah. "And we got to push for Negro aldermen in the 6th and 7th wards, a couple of more members of the legislature, a judge, and a congressman. And each one of them will set up as an independent boss. And what can I do with them?" "Defeat 'em at next election," said Sarah. "And that means that you've got to get a better hold on the Negro vote than you've got. Oh, I know you're mighty popular in the policy shops, but you're not so much in the churches. You're corralling the political jobs and ward organizations, but you must get to be popular. Get the imagination of the rank and file." Sammy hooted the suggestion, and Sarah said nothing more for a while. But she had set Sammy thinking. She always did that. In fine, Sarah Andrews became indispensable to the Honorable Sammy Scott, and he knew that she was. He would have liked to kiss and cuddle her now and then, when they sat closeted together in the den which she had transformed into an impressive, comfortable, and singularly official office. She was always so cool and clean with her slim white hands and perfect clothes. But all she ever allowed was a little pat on the shoulder and an increase in salary. Now and then she accepted jewelry and indicated clearly just what she wanted. Then for a while Sammy half made up his mind to marry her, and he was about sure she would accept. But he was a little afraid. She was too cold and hard. He had no mind to embrace a cake of ice, even if it was well groomed and sleek. "No," said Sammy to himself, and to his friends, and even to Sarah in his expansive moments, after a good cocktail. "No, I'm not a marrying man." Sarah was neither a prude nor a flirt. She simply had a good intellect, without moral scruples, and a clear idea of the communal and social value of virginity, respectability, and good clothes. She saved her money carefully, and soon had a respectable bank account and some excellent bonds. Sammy was born in Mississippi the year that Hayes was elected. He had little education, but could talk good English and made a rattling public speech. With Sarah's coaching, he even attempted something more than ordinary political hokum, and on one or two public occasions lately had been commended. Even the Tribune called him a man of, quote, "real information in current events," end quote. Sarah accordingly bought magazines and read papers carefully. She wrote out his more elaborate speeches. He committed them to his remarkable memory in an hour or so. Why then should Sammy marry Sarah? He had her brains and skill, and nobody could outbid him in salary. Of that he was sure. Why spoil the loyalty of a first-class secretary for the doubtful love of a wife? Then, too, he rather liked the hovering game. He came to his office and his letters with a zest. He discovered the use of letters even in politics. Before Sarah's day, there was a typewriting machine in Sammy's office, but it was seldom used. Previous clerks had been poor stenographers, and Sammy could not dictate. Besides, why write? Sarah showed him why. He touched her fingertips. He brought her flowers and told her all his political secrets. She had no lovers and no prospective lovers. Time enough to marry her if he found he must. Meantime, love was cheap in Chicago and secretaries scarce, and in fine, "I'm not a marrying man," repeated the Honorable Sammy. Sarah smiled coolly and continued, "I think I see something for us in the Towns case." Sammy frowned. "Better not touch it," he said. "Bolsheviks are unpopular, especially with railroads, and when it comes to niggers blowing up white folks, well, my advice is drop it." So the matter dropped for a week. Then Sarah quietly returned to it. "Listen, Sammy." Sarah was quite informal when they were alone in the sanctum. "I think I see a scoop." Sammy listened. "This Matthew Towns." "What Matthew Towns?" "The man they sent to Joliet." "Oh, I thought you'd dropped that." "No, I've just really begun to take it up. This Towns is unusual, intelligent, educated, plucky." "How do you know?" "I saw him during the trial, and since then I've been down to Joliet." "Huh!" said Sammy, lighting his third cigar. "He is a man that would never forget a service. With such a man added to your machine, you might land in Congress." Sammy laid his cigar down and sat up. "I keep telling you, Sammy, you've got to be something more than the ordinary colored Chicago politician before you can take the next step. You've got to be popular among respectable people." "Respectable, hell," remarked Sammy. "Precisely," said Sarah. "The hell of machine politics has got to be made to look respectable for ordinary consumption. Now you need something to jack you up in popular opinion. Something that will at once appeal to Negro race pride and not scare off the white folks who want to do political business with you. Our weakness as Negro politicians is that we have never been able to get the church people and the young educated men of ability into our game." "Hypocrites and asses." "Quite so, but you'll notice these hypocrites, asses, good lawyers, fine engineers, and pious ministers are all grist to the white man's political machine. He puts forward and sticks into office educated and honest men of ability who can do things, and he only asks that they won't be too damned good and honest to support his main interests in a crisis. Moreover, either we'll get the pious crowd and the educated youngsters in the machine, or some fine day they'll smash it. Sammy, have some imagination. Your methods appeal to the same crowd in the same old way. Meantime, new crowds are pushing in, and old crowds are changing, and they want new ways. They are caught by new gags. Makes no difference whether they are better or worse than the old. Facts are facts, and the fact is that your political methods are not appealing to or holding the younger crowd. Now here's bait for them, and big bait, too. If I am not much mistaken, Towns is a find. For instance, the Honorable Sammy Scott secures the release of Towns. Towns, a self-sacrificing hero, now looms as a race martyr. Towns says that he owes all to the Honorable Sammy." "Fine," mocked Sammy, "and niggers wild. But how about the white folks? Sam Scott, the black politician, makes a jail delivery of the criminal who tried to wreck the Louisville and Nashville Railway Special. A political shame," etc., etc. "Hold up," insisted Sarah. "Now see here. The Negroes have been thoroughly aroused and are bitterly resentful at the Klan meeting, the lynching of the porter, and Matthew Towns' incarceration. His release would be a big political asset to the man who pulled it off. And if you are the man, and the white political and business world know that your new popularity strengthens your machine and delivers them votes when wanted, and that instead of dealing with a dozen would-be bosses, they can just see you, why, Sammy, you'd own Black Chicago. Sounds pretty, but on the other hand, who would object? I have been talking to the porters and railroad men and to others. They say the judge was reluctant to sentence Towns, but saw no legal escape. The railroad and the Pullman company owe him millions and were willing to reward him handsomely if he had escaped the law. The Klan owes several hundred lives to him. None of these will actively oppose a pardon. It remains only to get one of them actually to ask for it. Well, one. Which one? Grinned Sammy, touching Sarah's fingers as he reached for another cigar. The Klan. Are you crazy? I think not. Consider. The Klan is at once criminal and victim. Its recent activities have been too open and bombastic. It has suffered political reverses both north and south. It is accused of mere nigger-baiting. Would it not be a grand, wide gesture of tolerance for the Klan to ask freedom for Towns? Something like donations to Negro churches, only bigger and with more advertising value. Well, sure, if they had that kind of sense. They've got all kinds of sense. Now again, there is something funny about that lynching. I've heard a lot of talk. Towns has let out bits of a strange story, and the porters say he was wild and bitter about the lynching. Suppose now, I'm only guessing, Towns knows more than he has told about this woman and her carrying on. If so, she might be glad to help him. A favor for keeping his mouth shut. I mention this because she has married since the Klan convention, and her husband is a high official of the Klan. Sammy still didn't see much in the scheme, but he had a great respect for Sarah's shrewdness. Well, what do you propose? He asked. I propose to go to Joliet again and have a long talk with Towns. Then I'm going to drop down to Washington. I've always wanted to go there. I'll need a letter of introduction from somebody of importance in Chicago to this woman, Mrs. Therwald. Chapter 2. It was a lovely February day as Sarah walked down 16th Street, Washington. Clear, cool, with silvery sunshine. Sarah was appropriately garbed in a squirrel coat and hat, pearl gray hose, and gray suede slippers. Her gloves matched her eyes, and her manner was sedate. She walked down to Pennsylvania Avenue, looked at the White House casually, and then sauntered on to the New Willard. Her color was so imperceptible that she walked in unhindered and strolled through the lobby. Mrs. Therwald was not in, she was informed by the room clerk. She talked with a bellboy, and when Mrs. Therwald entered, observed her from afar, carefully and at her leisure. She was a big, florid woman, boldly handsome, but beginning to show age. About a quarter of an hour after she had taken the elevator, Sarah sent up her card and letter of introduction from the wife of a prominent white Chicago politician. Mrs. Therwald received her. She was a woman thoroughly bored with life, and Sarah looked like a pleasant interlude. They were soon chatting easily. Sarah intimated that she wrote for magazines and newspapers, and that she had come to see the wife of a celebrity. Oh, no, we're nothing. Oh, yes, the Klan is a power and bound to grow if it acts wisely. I really don't know much about it. My husband is the one interested. I know, and that brings me to the second object of my visit, Matthew Towns. Mrs. Therwald was silent several seconds, and then, Matthew Towns? Who? Of course you would not remember, said Sarah hastily, for she had noticed that pause, and the tone of the question did not carry conviction. I mean the porter who was sent to the penitentiary for the attempted wreck of the Klan special. Oh, that scoundrel. Yes, there is, as perhaps you know, a great deal of talk about his silence. He must know lots of things. I think it rather fine in him to shield others. I hope he won't break down in jail and talk. Mrs. Therwald started perceptibly. Talk about what? She asked, almost sharply. Sarah was quite satisfied, and continued easily. Well, about the black conspirators against the Ku Klux Klan. Or the white ones, because they are more likely to be white. Or he might gossip and just stir up trouble. But I think he's too big for all that. You know, I saw him and talked to him. Really handsome for a colored man. Oh, by the by, but of course not. I was going to ask if by any possibility you had seen him on the train. I really don't know. Of course you wouldn't remember definitely, but to come to the point of my visit, certain highly placed persons are convinced from new evidence, which cannot be published, that Towns is a victim and not a criminal. They are therefore seeking to have Towns pardoned, and I thought how fine it would be if you could induce your husband and some other high officials of the Klan to sign the petition. How grateful he would be. I think it would be the biggest and fairest gesture the Klan ever made, and frankly, many people are saying so. In that case, if he is a conspirator, he could be watched and traced and his helpers found. And then, too, think of his gratitude to you. Sarah left the petition with Mrs. Therwald, and they talked on pleasantly and casually for another half-hour. Miss Andrews would stay to tea? But no, so sorry. Sarah said that she had stayed already much longer than she had planned, and hoped that she had not bored Mrs. Therwald with her gossip. In truth, she did not want to let the lady eat with one who, she might later discover, was a nigger. They parted most cordially. Mrs. Therwald happened a week later to say casually to her husband, "That Towns nigger that they sent to jail, don't you think he'd be safer outside than in? He seemed a decent sort of chap on the trip. I was thinking it might be a shrewd gesture for the Klan to help free him." Her husband looked at her hard and said nothing. But he did some thinking. That very day, the white Democrats of Chicago had complained to the Klan that their small but formerly growing Negro vote was disappearing because of the Klan meeting and the Towns incident. Illinois, with its growing Negro vote, would be no longer a doubtful state politically unless something was done. How would it do to free Towns? End of section 10. Section 11 of Dark Princess by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Part 3. The Chicago Politician. Chapter 3. Miss Sarah Andrews sat in the anteroom of the office of the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan in Washington. Several persons looked at her curiously. "I believe she's a nigger," said a stenographer. "Italian or Spanish, I would say," replied the chief clerk, and frowned, for Sarah had decided to wait. She said that she must really see Mr. Green personally and privately. After an hour's wait, she saw him. Mr. Green turned toward her a little impatiently, for she was interrupting a full day. "What can I do for you?" And he glanced at her card and started to say, "Miss Andrews." Then he looked at her slightly olive skin and the suggestion of a curve in her hair and compromised on "Madam." Miss Andrews began calmly, with lowered eyes. She had on a new midnight blue tailor-made frock with close-fitting felt hat to match, gay-cuffed black kid gloves, gunmetal stockings, and smart black patent leather pumps. On the whole, she was pleased with her appearance. "I am trying to get a pardon for Matthew Towns, and I want your help." "Who is Matthew Towns?" The question again did not carry the conviction that Mr. Green did not really remember. But Sarah was discreet and carefully rehearsed the case. "Oh, yes, I remember. Well, he got what he deserved, didn't he?" "No, he saved the train and got what somebody else deserved." "Why didn't he reveal the real culprits?" "That is the point. He may be shielding some persons who we might all agree should be shielded. He may be shielding the dead. He may be shielding criminals now free to work and conspire. But in all probability, he does not know who planned the deed. He was a blind tool. In any case, he should go free. For surely, Mr. Green, no one is foolish enough to believe this was the plan of a mere porter." "Have you any new evidence?" "Not exactly court evidence," said Sarah. and yet I betray no confidence when I say that we have information, and it is much in favor of Towns." "And what do you want of me?" "I have come to ask you to sign a request for Matthew Towns' pardon. You see, if you do, it will clear up the whole matter." And she looked Mr. Green full in the face. Her eyes were a bit hard, but her voice was almost caressing. "I am sure," she said, "that the colored people of America are needlessly alarmed over the Klan, and that you are really their friends in the long run. Nothing would prove this more clearly than a fine, generous action on your part, like this." "But do you think it possible that Towns knows nothing more of the real perpetrators of the plot?" "If he did, why didn't he talk? Why doesn't he talk now? Reporters would rush to print his story. Indeed, the longer he stays in jail, the more he may try to remember. No, Mr. Green, I am sure that Towns either knows nothing more or will never tell it, in jail or out." Mr. Green signed the petition. A month later, in Chicago, Sammy was close-closeted with his congressman. "This Towns matter. Pullman people are willing. Railroads don't object. Even the Klan is asking for it, and the Republicans better move before the Democrats get credit." 2 weeks later, the congressman saw the chairman of the National Republican Committee. The matter got to the governor a week after that. In April, it was very quietly announced that because of certain new evidence and other considerations, and at the request of the Ku Klux Klan, Matthew Towns had been pardoned. The Honorable Sammy Scott and his secretary went to Joliet and took the pardon to the prisoner. Chapter 4. The great Jewish synagogue in Chicago, which the African Methodist Church had bought for $500,000 in mortgages, was packed to its doors, May 1st, and an almost riotous crowd outside was demanding admittance. The Honorable Sammy Scott promised them an overflow meeting. Within, all the dignitaries of Black Chicago were present, and, in addition, the mayor, the congressman from the Black Belt, and an unusual outpouring of reporters represented the great white city. On the platform in the center, in a high-backed, heavily upholstered church chair, sat the presiding officer, the Right Reverend John Carnes, presiding bishop of the district, an inspiring figure, too fat, but black and dignified. At his left sat the mayor, 2 colored members of the legislature, and several clergymen. At his right sat 2 aldermen and a congressman, and a tall, thin young man with drawn face and haunted eyes. Matthew Towns made a figure almost pitiful. He sat drooping forward, half filling the wide chair, and staring blankly at the great audience. At his left was the chairman, and at his right sat the fat old congressman in careless dress with his shifty eyes. Down below, the great audience milled and stirred, whispered and quivered. It was an impressive sight. Every conceivable color of skin glowed and reflected beneath the glare of electricity. There was the strong bronze that burned almost black beneath the light, and the light brown that was a glowing gold. There was every shade of brown, from red oak to copper gold. There were all the shades of gold and cream, and there were yellows that were red and brown, and chalk-like white. There was every curl and dress of hair. There was every style of clothing, from jewels and evening dress to the rough, clean Sunday coat of the laborer and the blue mohair of his wife. All expressions played on the upturned faces: inquiry, curiosity, eager anticipation, cynical doubt. The Honorable Sammy was nervous. He did not go on the platform. He hovered back in the rear of the audience with a hearty handshake here and a slap on the back there. "Hello, old man. Well, well, well. And Johnson, as I am alive, my God, but you're looking fit, my boy, fit. Well, what's the good word? What do you know? Mother James, as I'm a sinner. Here, Jack. Seat for Mrs. James? Must find one. Why, I'd," etc., etc. But Sammy was nervous. He didn't like the look of that bird on the platform. Somehow, he didn't look the part. Why, my God, with that audience he had the cream and pick of Black Chicago and the ears of the world. There was one of the Tribune's best men, and the Examiner and the News and the Post had reporters. Good Lord, what a scoop if they could put it over. He had Chicago in the palm of his hand. But that bird don't look the part. And Sammy groaned aloud. Sarah had pushed him into this. She was getting too bossy, too domineering. He'd have to put the reins on her, perhaps get rid of her altogether. Well, not that, of course. She was valuable, but she must stop making him do things against his better judgment. He never had quite cottoned to this jailbird know-how. Whoever heard of a sane man going to jail to save somebody else? It wasn't natural. Something must be wrong with him. Look at those eyes. Where was Sarah? Perhaps she could manage to pump some gumption into him, even at the last moment. If this thing failed, if Towns said the wrong thing or didn't say the right one, he would be knocked into a cocked hat. He had had a hard time bringing the pardon off anyhow. The congressman was skittish, feared the governor. Don't like to touch it, Sam. My advice is to drop it. But Sammy, egged on by Sarah, had insisted. All right, I'll try it. But look here, nothing else. If I pull this pardon through, that $5,000 I promised for the campaign is off. I can't milk the railroads for both. Sammy had hesitated and consulted Sarah. $5,000 is $5,000. And then he would need the cash this fall. But Sarah was adamant. $5,000 isn't a drop compared with this if we put it over. And now Sammy groaned again. If he failed... God damn it to hell, where is Sarah? The exercises had opened. A rousing chorus began that raised the roof and hurled its rhythm against the vibrating audience. An impressive and dignified introduction by the bishop, and a witty, even if somewhat evasive, speech by the mayor. Sammy began to sweat, and his smile wore off. The congressman started to introduce the gentleman whom we are all waiting to hear, the hero, the martyr, Matthew Towns. There was a shout that rose, gathered, and broke. Then a hush fell over the audience. Matthew seemed to hesitate. He started to rise, stopped, looked helplessly about, and then got slowly to his feet and leaned against the pulpit awkwardly. "Oh, Lord," groaned Sammy. "Oh, Lord." "I am not a speaker," said Matthew slowly. "It's the God's truth," said Sammy. "I have really nothing to say." "And you're sure saying it, Bo," snarled Sammy. "And if I had, I would not know how to." And then he straightened up and added reflectively, "I am... my speech." The audience rustled, and Sammy was faint. "I was born in Virginia." And then swiftly and conversationally there came the story of his boyhood and youth, of his father and mother, of the cabin and the farm. He had not meant to talk of this. The speech which Sarah had at his request prepared for him had nothing of this, but he was thinking of his home. Then followed naturally the story of his student days, of his work and struggles, of the medical school, of the prizes, of his dreams. The audience sat in strained and almost deathly silence, craned forward, scarcely breathing, at the twice-told human tale that touched every one of them, that they knew by heart, that they had lived through, each in its 1,000 variations, and which was working unconsciously to the perfect climax. "My God," whispered Sammy, "he's putting it over. He's putting it over. He's a genius or God's anointed fool." Finally Matthew came to that day of return to his junior medical year. He saw the scene again. He felt the surge of hot anger. His voice, his great, full, beautiful voice, rose as again he threw his certificates into the face of the dean. The house roared and rang with applause. The men shouted and women cried, and up from the Amen corner rose the roll and cadence of the slave song. "Before I'd be a slave, I'd be buried in my grave, and go home to my God and be free." Sammy leaned against the back wall, glowing. It was a diamond stick-pin for Sarah. Matthew awoke from the hypnotism of his own words, and the fierce enthusiasm died suddenly away. Yet he was no longer afraid of his audience or wanting words. With unconscious artistry, he let his climax rest where it was, and he stood a moment with brooding eyes, a lean, handsome, cadaverous figure, and told the rest of his story in even, matter-of-fact tones. I ran away from my people and my work. I tried to hide, but I was sent back. I worked as a porter, and I tried to be a good porter. And all the time I wanted to help, to do a great thing for freedom and strike a great blow. I met a man. He was a fanatic. He was sinking into sin, and worse, he was planning a terrible deed. I sensed it and tried to dissuade him from it. I pointed out its impossibility and futility. But he cursed me for a coward and went on. I could have run away. I could have betrayed him. I did instead an awful thing, an awful deed which the death of an innocent man spurred me to. I do not know whether I was right or wrong, but I resolved to die on the train that my brave friend was resolved to wreck. And then— Matthew paused, and the audience almost sobbed in suspense. And then on the rushing train, something would not let me do what I had planned. The credit is not mine. Something hindered. I stopped the train, but I did not betray my terrible friend. I went to jail. My friend died. He paused and groped. What was it he must say? What was it to which he must not forget to allude? He stood in silence and then remembered. And tonight, through the efforts of Sammy Scott, I am free. That minute, the Honorable Sammy Scott reached the apex of his career. The next day, Matthew got a job, and Sarah Andrews a diamond stick pin. Chapter 5. In jail, Matthew Towns had let his spirit die. He had become one with the great gray walls, the dim iron gratings, the thud, 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 which was the round of life, which was life. Bells and marching, works and meals, meals and work, marching and whistles. Even, unchanging level of life, without interest, memory, or hope. This at first, then disturbing little things. As the greater life receded, the lesser took on exaggerated importance. The food, the chapel speaker, this whispered quarrel over less than a trifle, the oath and blows of a keeper. "When I get out—" 10 years. 10 years was never. If such a space as 10 years ever passed, he would come back again to jail. "They all do," said the keepers. "If not here, elsewhere." The seal of crime was on him. It would never lift. It could not. It was ground down deep into his soul. He was nothing, wanted nothing, remembered nothing, and even if he did remember the trailing glory of a cloud-like garment, the music of a voice, the kissing of a drooping, jeweled hand, he murdered the memory and buried it in its own blood. Then came the miracle. First, that neat and self-reliant young woman who tried to make him talk. He was inclined to be surly at first, but suddenly the walls fell away, and he saw great shadowed trees and rich grass. He was bending over a dainty tea-table, and he talked as he had talked once before. But he stopped suddenly, angry at the vision, angry at himself. He became mute, morose. He took leave of Sarah Andrews abruptly and went back to his bench. He was working on wood. Then came the pardon. In a daze and well-nigh wordless, he had traveled to Chicago. He sat in the church like a drowning swimmer who, hurled miraculously to life again, breathed and sank. He had no illusions left. He knew Sarah and Sammy. They wanted to use him. Well, why not? They had bought him and paid for him. All his enthusiasm, all his hope, all his sense of reality was gone. He saw life as a great, immovable, terrible thing. It had beaten him, ground him to the earth and beneath. This sudden resurrection did not make him dizzy or give him any real hope. He gave up all thought of a career, of leadership, of greatly or essentially changing this world. He would protect himself from hurt. He would be of enough use to others to ensure this. He must have money. Not wealth, but enough to support himself in simple comfort. He saw a chance for this in politics under the command of Sarah and Sammy. He had no illusions as to American democracy. He had learned as a porter and in jail how America was ruled. He knew the power of organized crime, of self-indulgence, of industry, business, corporations, finance, commerce. They all paid for what they wanted the government to do for them, for their immunity, their appetites, for their incomes, for justice and the police. This trading of permission, license, monopoly, and immunity in return for money was engineered by politicians, and through their hands the pay went to the voters for their votes. Sometimes the pay was in cash, sometimes in jobs, sometimes in influence, sometimes in better streets, houses, or schools. He deliberately and with his eyes closed made himself a part of this system. Some of this money, paid to master politicians like Sammy Scott, would come to him. Some, but not much. He would save it and use it. He settled in the colored working men's quarter of the Second Ward, a thickly populated nest of laborers, lodgers, idlers, and semi-criminals. In an old apartment house, he took the topmost flat of 4 dilapidated rooms and moved in with an old iron bed, a chair, and a bureau. Then he set out to know his district, to know every man, woman, and child in it. He was curiously successful. In a few months, scarcely a person passed him on the street who did not greet him. The November elections came, and his district rolled up a phenomenal majority for Scott's men. It was almost unanimous. He deliberately narrowed his life to his village, as he called it. One side of it lay along State Street in its more dreary and dilapidated quarter. It ran along 3 blocks and then back 3 blocks west. Here were 9 blocks, old, dirty, crowded, with staggering buildings of brick and wood lining them. The streets were obstructed with bad paving, ashes, and garbage. On one corner was a church. Then followed several places where one could buy food and liquor. On State Street were a dance hall, a movie house, and several billiard parlors, interspersed with more or less regular gambling dens. There were a half-dozen halls where lodges met, and where fairs and celebrations were carried on. And all over were the homes, good, bad, indifferent. He was strangely interested in this little universe of his. It had within a few blocks everything life offered. He could find religion, intense, fanatical, grafting, self-sacrificing. He could find prostitutes and thieves, stevedores, masons, laborers, and porters. Thus his blocks were a pulsing world, and in them there was always plenty to do. A donation to the church when the mortgage interest was about due, charity for the old women whose sons and daughters had wandered off, help and a physician for the sick and those who had fallen and broken hip or leg, or had been run over by automobile trucks, shoes and old clothes for schoolchildren, bail for criminals, drinks for tramps, rent for the dance hall, food for the wild-eyed wastrels, and always jobs, jobs, jobs for the workers. When the new colored grocery was started, Matthew had to corral its customers, many of whom he had bailed out for crime. The police were his especial care. He gave them information, and they tipped him off. He restrained them, or egged them on. He warned the gamblers, or got them new quarters. He got jobs for men and women and girls and boys. He helped professional men to get off jury duty. He sent young girls home, and found older girls in places worse than home. He did not judge. He did not praise or condemn. He accepted what he saw. Always, in the midst of this, he was organizing and corralling his voters. He knew the voting strength of his district to a man. 9/10 of them would do exactly as he said. He did not need to talk to them, a few words and a sign. Orators came to his corners and vociferated and yelled, but his followers watched him. He saw this group of thousands of people as a real and thrilling thing, which he watched, unthrilled, unmoved. Life was always tense and rushing there. A murder, a happy mother, thieves, strikers, scabs, schoolchildren, and hard workers. A strange face, a man going into business, a girl going to hell, a woman saved. The whole organism was neither good nor bad. It was good and bad. Rickety buildings, noise, smells, noise, work. Hard, hard work. "How's Sammy?" he would hear them say. "How many votes do you want? Name your man." Thus he built his political machine. His machine was life, and he stood close to it, lolling on his favorite corner with half-closed eyes. Yet he saw all of it. Above it all, on the furthermost corner, on the top floor, were his bare, cold, and dirty rooms. He could not for the life of him remember how people kept things clean. It was extraordinary how dirt accumulated. He never had much money. Sammy handed him over a roll of bills every now and then, but he spent it in his charities, in his gifts, in his bribings, in his bonds. There was never much left. Sometimes there was hardly enough for his food. Long past midnight he usually climbed to his bare rooms, one of them absolutely bare, one with a bed, a chair, and a bureau, one with an oil stove, a chair, and a table. Then in time the aspect of his rooms began to change. A day came when he went in for his usual talk with the second-hand man. Old Gray was black and bent, and part of his business was receiving stolen goods. The other part was quite legitimate, buying and selling second-hand stuff. Towns strolled in there and saw a rug. He had forgotten ever having seen a rug before then. Of course he had. There in Berlin, on the Lutzauer Ufer, there was a rug in the parlor. But he shook the memory away with a toss of his head. This rug was marvelous. It burned him with its brilliance. It sang to his eyes and hands. It was yellow and green. It was thick and soft. But all this didn't tell the subtle charm of its weaving and shadows of coloring. He tried to buy it, but Gray insisted on giving it to him. He declared that it was not stolen, but Towns was sure that it was. Perhaps Gray was afraid to keep it, but Towns took it at midday and laid it on the floor of the barest of his empty rooms. Connors, who was a first-class carpenter when he was not drunk, was out of work again. Towns brought him up and had him put a parquet floor in the bare room. He was afterward half ashamed to take the money from his constituents, but he paid them back by more careful attention to their demands. Then, in succeeding months of little things, the beauty of that room grew. Chapter 6. The Honorable Sammy was by turns surprised, dumbfounded, and elated. He could not decide at various times whether Towns was a new kind of fool or the subtlest of subtle geniuses. But at any rate he was more than satisfied, and the efficiency of his machine was daily growing. The black population of Chicago was still increasing. Properly organized and led, there were no ordinary limits to its power, except excited race rancor as at the time of the riot, or internal jealousy and bickering. Careful, thoughtful manipulation was the program, and this was the Honorable Sammy's long suit. First of all, he had to appease and cajole and wheedle his own race, allay the jealousies of other leaders, professional, religious, and political, and get them to vote as they were told. This was no easy job. Sammy accomplished it by following Sarah's advice. First, he refused all the more spectacular political offices. He refused to run again as an alderman, declined election to the legislature, and the like. He secured instead a state commissionership, whence his honorable, where he still had power but little display. And of course, he was on the state Central Republican Committee. Then he played the clergy, helping with speeches and contributions of large size to lift their mortgages. He stood behind the colored teachers who were edging into the schools. He belonged to every known fraternal order, and at the same time he continued to protect the cabarets, the bootleggers, the gambling dens, and the lodging houses. Slowly in these ways his influence and word became well-nigh supreme in the colored world. Everybody liked the Honorable Sammy. And Sammy found Matthew an invaluable lieutenant. "By gum, Sarah, we have turned a trick. To tell the truth, for a long time I distrusted that bird, even after his great speech. I was afraid he'd be a highbrow and start out reforming. Damned if he ain't the best worker I ever had." Yes, he'll do for the legislature, said Sarah. Sammy scowled. That was like Sarah. Whenever he yielded an inch, off she skipped with an L. Slow, slow, he said, frowning. We can't push a new man and a jailbird too fast. Sammy, you're still a fool. Don't you see that this is the only man we can push, because he's tied to us, body and soul? I ain't so sure. Psh! Matthew came in. He greeted them diffidently, almost shyly. He always felt naked before these two. They talked over routine matters, and then, without preliminaries, Matthew said abruptly, I'd like to take a short vacation. I ought to see my old mother in Virginia. Sure, said Sammy cheerfully, and drew out a roll of bills. Matthew hesitated, counted out a few bills, and handed the rest back. Thanks, he said, and with no further word turned and went out. Sammy's jaw dropped. He stared at the bills in his hand and at the door. I don't like that handing dough back, he said. It ain't natural. He may be honest, said Sarah. And in politics? Huh. Wonder just what his game is. I wish he'd grin a little more and do the glad hand act. Do you want the earth? Asked Sarah. It was Christmas time, 1924, when Matthew came back to Virginia after 5 years of absence. Winter had hardly begun, and the soft glow of autumn still lingered on the fields. He stopped at the county seat, 3 miles from home, and went to the recorder's office. It was as he had thought. His mother's little farm of 20 acres was mortgaged, and only by the good-natured indulgence of the mortgagee was she living there and paying neither interest nor rent. Don't want to disturb Sally, you know. She's our folks. Used to belong to my grandfather. So you're her boy, eh? Heard you was dead. Then heard you was in jail. Well, well. And what's your business, and what's your name? Matthew Towns? Sure, the old family name. Well, Matthew, it'll take near on $1,000 to clear that place. Matthew paid $500 cash and arranged to pay the rest and to buy the other 20 acres next year. The 20 acres of tangled forest, hill, and brook that he always had wanted as a boy. But his father strove for the 20 smoother acres. Strove and failed. Then slowly Matthew walked out into the country and into the night. He slept in an empty hut beside the road and listened to creeping things. He heard the wind, the hooting of the owls, and saw the sun rise, pale gold and crimson, over the eastern trees. He washed his face by the roadside and then sat waiting for the world. He sat there in the dim, sweet morning and swung his long limbs. He was a boy again, with the world before him. Beyond the forest it lay magnificent, wonderful, beautiful as one unforgettable face. He leaped to the ground and clenched his hand. A wave of red shame smothered his heart. He had not known such a rush of feeling for a year. He thought he had forgotten how to feel. He knew now why he had come here. It was not simply to see that poor old mother. It was to walk in her footsteps, to know if she had carried his last message. A bowed old black man crept down the road. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Fine morning. And who might you be, sir? 'Pears like I know you. I am Matthew Towns. The old man slowly came nearer. He stretched out his hand and touched Matthew, and then he said, She said you wasn't dead. She said God couldn't let you die till she put her old hands on your head. And she sits waitin' for you always, waitin' in the cabin door. Matthew turned and went down to the brook and crossed it and walked up through the black wood and came to the fence. She was sitting in the door, straight, tall, big, and brown. She was singing something low and strong, and her eyes were scanning the highway. Matthew leaped the fence and walked slowly toward her down the lane. End of section 11. Section 12 of Dark Princess by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Part 3. The Chicago Politician. Chapter 7. Sarah Andrews sat in Matthew's flat in the spring of 1925 and looked around with a calculating glance. It was in her eyes a silly room. A man's room, of course. It was terribly dirty, and yet with odd bits. A beautiful but uneven parquet floor, quite new. A glorious and costly rug that had never been swept. Old books and pamphlets lay piled about, and in the center was a big dilapidated armchair, sadly needing new upholstery. The room was proof that Matthew needed a home. She would invite him to hers. It might lead to something, and Sarah looked him over carefully as he bent over the report which she had brought. Outside his haunted eyes and a certain perpetual lack of enthusiasm, he was very good to look at. Very good. He needed a good barber and a better tailor. Sarah's eyes narrowed. She didn't quite like the fact that he never noticed her tailor nor hairdresser. They were expecting the Honorable Sammy to breeze in any moment. They formed a curious troika, these three. Sammy, the horse of guidance in the shafts, was the expert on the underworld. The boys, liquor, prostitution, and the corresponding parts of the white world. He was the practical politician. He saw that votes were properly counted, jobs distributed where they would do his organization most good, and he handled the funds. Sarah was intellectually a step higher. She knew the business interests of the city and what they could and would pay for privilege. She was in touch with public service organizations and chambers of commerce and knew all about the leading banks and corporations. Her letters and advice did tricks and brought a growing stream of gold of which Sammy had never before dreamed. Alas, too, it brought interference with some of his practical plans and promises which annoyed him, although he usually yielded under pressure. Matthew was quite a different element. On the one hand, he knew the life of his section of the Chicago black world as no one else. He had not artificially extracted either the good or the evil for study and use. He took it all in with one comprehensive glance, and thus could tell what church and school and labor thought and did, as well as the mind of the underworld. At the other end of the scale was his knowledge of national and international movements. His ability to read and digest reports and recent literature was an invaluable guide for Sarah and corrective for Sammy. Much of all this report and book business was Greek to Sammy. Sammy never read anything beyond the headlines of newspapers, and they had to be over an inch high to get his undivided attention. Gossip from high and low sources brought him his main information. Sarah read the newspapers, and Matthew the magazines and books. Thus Sammy's political bark skimmed before the golden winds with rare speed and accuracy. Sammy came in, and they got immediately to business. "I'm stumped by this legislature business," growled Sammy. "Smith picked a hell of a time to die. Still, perhaps it was best. There was a lot of stink over him anyhow. Now here comes a special election, and if we ain't careful, it'll tear the machine to pieces. Every big nigger in Chicago wants the job. We need a careful man, or hell will be to pay. I promised the next opening to Carruthers. He expects it, and he's earned it. Carruthers will raise hell and spill the beans if I fail him." "Smith was a fool," said Sarah. "And Carruthers is a bag of wind when he's sober, and an idiot when he's drunk, which is his usual condition. We've got to can that type. We've got to have a man of brains and knowledge in the legislature this fall, or we'll lose out. We're in fair way to make Negro and grafter synonymous in Illinois office holding. It won't do. There's some big legislation coming up, streetcar consolidation and superpower. Here's a chance, Sammy, to put in our own man, and a man of high type, instead of boosting a rival boss and courting exposure for bribery." "Well, can't we tell Carruthers how to act and vote? He ought to stay put." "No, there are some things that can't be told. Carruthers is a born petty grafter. When he sees a dollar, he goes blind to everything else. He has no imagination nor restraint. We can't be at his shoulder at every turn. He'd be sure to sell out for the flash of $100 bill any time, and lose 1,000 and get in jail. Then, too, if he should make good, next year Boss Carruthers would be fighting Boss Scott." Sammy swore. "If I ditch him, I'll lose this district." With a strong nomination, there's a chance, said Matthew. Sarah glanced at him and added, especially if I organize the women. Sammy tore at his hair. Don't touch 'em, he cried. Let 'em alone. My God, what did I do with a bunch of skirts dipping in? Ain't we got 'em gagged like they ought to be? What's the matter with the state colored women's Republican clubs and the Cook County organization, with their chairman sitting in on the county central and women on each ward committee? But Sarah was obdurate. Don't be a fool, Sammy. You know these women are nothing but Me Too's, or worse, for the men. I'm going to have a new organization, independent of the ward bosses and loyal to us. I'm going to call it the Chicago Colored Women's Council. No, it isn't going to be called Republican, Democratic, or Socialist. Just colored. I'm going to make it a real political force, independent of the men. The women are in politics already, although they don't know it, and somebody is going to tell them soon. Why not us? And see that they vote right. The white women's clubs are trying to bring the colored clubs in line for a stand on the streetcar situation and new working women laws, added Matthew. Sammy brooded. I don't like it. It's dangerous. Once give 'em real power, and who can hold them? I can. Yes, and who'll hold you? Sarah did not answer, and Sammy switched back to the main matter. I suppose we've got to hunt another man for Smith's place. I see a fight ahead. Matthew's guests left, and he discovered that he had forgotten to get his laundry for now the second week. He stepped down to the Chinaman's for his shirts and a chat. Then came a shock, as when an uneasy sleeper, drugged with weariness, hears the alarm of dawn. The Chinaman liked him, and was grateful for protection against the police and rowdies. He liked the Chinaman for his industry, his cleanliness, his quiet philosophy of life. Once he tried a pipe of opium there, but it frightened him. He saw a vision. Tonight the Chinaman was very glad to see him. Had been watching him for several days. Had a friend who knew him. Matthew looked about curiously, and there in the door stood his young Chinese friend of Berlin. Several times in his life, oh, many, many times, that dinner scene had returned vividly to his imagination, but never so vividly as now. It leapt to reality. The sheen of the silver and linen was there before him, the twinkling of cut glass. He heard the low and courteous conversation, the soft tones of the Japanese, the fuller tones of the Egyptian, and then across it all, the sweet roll of that clear contralto. Dear God! He gripped himself and hurled the vision back to hell. How do you do? He said calmly, shaking the Chinaman's eager hand. I am so glad to see you, the Chinaman said. I am hurrying home to China, but I heard you were here, and I had to wait to see you. But Matthew interrupted hastily. And how is China? The yellow face glowed. The great day dawns, he said. Freedom begins. Russia is helping. We are marching forward. The revolution is on. To the sea with Europe and European slavery. Oh, I am happy. But will it be easy sailing? No, hard as hell. We are in for suffering, starvation, revolt and reverse, treason and lying. But we have begun. The beginning is everything. We shall never end until freedom comes, if it takes 1,000 years. You have been living in America? 6 months. I am collecting funds. It heartens one to see how these hard-working patriots give. I have collected $2 million. God, groaned Matthew. Our NAACP collected $75,000 in 2 years, and 12 million damn near fainted with the effort. The Chinaman looked sympathetic. Ah, he said hesitatingly. Doesn't it go so well here? Go? What? Why, freedom, emancipation, uplift, union with all the dark and oppressed. Matthew smiled thinly. The strange and unfamiliar words seemed to drift back from 1,000 forgotten years. He hardly recognized their meaning. There's no such movement here, he said. The Chinaman looked incredulous. But, he said, but you surely have not forgotten the great word you yourself brought us out of the West that night, that word of faith in opportunity for the lowest? Bosh, growled Matthew harshly. That was pure poppycock. Dog eat dog is all I see. I'm through with all that. Well, I'm glad to have seen you again. So long, and goodbye." The Chinaman looked troubled and almost clung to Matthew's hand. "The most hopeless of deaths," he said, as Matthew drew away, "is the death of faith. But pardon me, I go too far. Only one other thing before we part. John here wants me to tell you about some conditions in this district which he thinks you ought to know. Organized crime and debauchery are pressing pretty hard on labor. You have such an opportunity here. I hope to help by putting you in touch with some of the white laboring folk and their leaders." "I know them all," said Matthew, "and I'm not running this district as a Sunday school." He bowed abruptly and hastened away. Chapter 8. Matthew was uncomfortable. The demon of unrest was stirring drowsily away down in the half-conscious depths of his soul. For the long months since his incarceration, he had been content just to be free, to breathe and look at the sunshine. He did not think. He tried not to think. He just lived and narrowed himself to the round of his duties. As those duties expanded, he read and studied, but always in the groove of his work. Sternly he held his mind down and in. No more flights, no more dreams, no more foolishness. Now, as he felt restless and dissatisfied, he laid it to nerves, lack of physical exercise, some hidden illness. But gradually he began to tell himself the truth. The dream, the woman, was back in his soul. The vision of world work was surging, and he must kill it, stifle it now and sternly, lest it wreck his life again. Still he was restless. He was awakening. He could feel the prickling of life in his thought, his conscience, his body. He was struggling against the return of that old ache, the sense of that void. He was angry and irritated with his apparent lack of control. If he could once fill that void, he could glimpse another life. Beauty, music, books, leisure, a home that was refuge and comfort. Something must be done. Then he remembered an almost forgotten engagement. Soon he was having tea in Sarah's flat. He began to feel more comfortable. He looked about. It was machine-made, to be sure, but it was wax-neat and in perfect order. The tea was good, and the cream, he liked cream, thick and sweet. Sarah, too, in her immaculate ease, was restful. He leaned back in his chair, and the brooding lifted a little from his eyes. He told Sarah of a concert he had attended. "Have you ever happened to hear Ivanov's Caucasian sketches?" Sarah had not, but she said suddenly, "How would you like to go to the legislature?" Matthew laughed carelessly. "I wouldn't like it," he said, and sauntered over to look at a new set of books. He asked Sarah if she liked Balzac. Sarah had just bought the set and had not read a word. She had bought them to fill the space above the writing desk. It was just 28 inches. She let him talk on, and then she gave him some seed cakes which a neighbor had made for her. He came back and sat down. He tested the cakes, liked them, and ate several. Then Sarah took up the legislature again. "You can talk. You have read, and you have the current political questions at your fingers' ends. Your district will stand with you to a man. Old-timers like Carruthers will knife you, but I can get you every colored woman's vote in the ward, and they can get a number of the white women by trading. I don't want the notoriety." "But you want money, power, ease." "Yes, I want money, but this will take money, and I have none." "I have," said Sarah, and she added, "We might work together with what I've saved and what we both know." Matthew got up abruptly, walked over, and stared out the window. He had had a similar idea, and he thought it originated in his own head. He had not noticed Sarah much hitherto. He had not noticed any woman since... But he knew Sarah was intelligent and a hard worker. She looked simple, clean, and capable. She seemed to him noticeably lonely and needing someone to lean on. She could make a home. He never had had just the sort of home he wanted. He wanted a home, something like his own den, but transfigured by capable hands and devotion. Perhaps a wife would stop this restless longing, this inarticulate thing in his soul. Was this not the whole solution? He was living a maimed, unnatural life. No love, no close friendships, always loneliness and brooding. Why not emerge and be complete? Why not marry Sarah? Marriage was normal. Marriage stopped secret longings and wild open revolt. It solved the woman problem once and for all. Once married, he would be safe, settled, quiet, with all the furies at rest, calm, satisfied. A reader of old books, a listener to sad and quiet music, a sleeper. Sarah watched him and after a pause said in an even voice, "You have had a hard shock and you haven't recovered yet. But you're young. With your brains and looks, the world is open to you. You can go to the legislature, and if you play your cards right, you can go to Congress and be the first colored congressman from the North. Think it over, Mr. Towns." Towns turned abruptly. "Miss Andrews," he said, "will you marry me?" "Why, Mr. Towns," she answered. He hurried on. "I haven't said anything about love on your side or mine." "Don't," she said, a bit tartly. "I've been fighting the thing men call love all my life, and I don't see much in it. I don't think you are the loving kind, and that suits me. But I do think enlightened self-interest calls us to be partners, and if you really mean this, I am willing." Matthew went slowly over and took her hand. They looked at each other, and she smiled. He had meant to kiss her, but he did not. Chapter 9. It was a grand wedding. Matthew was taken back by Sarah's plans. He had thoughts of the little church of his district, and perhaps a quiet flitting away to the Michigan woods, somewhere up about Idlewild. There they might sit in sunshine and long twilights and get acquainted. He would take this lonely little fighting soul in his arms and tell her honestly of that great lost love of his soul, which was now long dead. And then slowly a new, calm communion of souls, a silent understanding would come, and they would go hand in hand back to the world. But nothing seemed further from Sarah's thought. First, she was going to elect Matthew to the legislature, and then in the glory of his triumph there was going to be a wedding that would make black Chicago sit up and even white Chicago take due notice. Thirdly, she was going to reveal to a gaping world that she already owned that nearly new, modern, and beautifully equipped apartment on South Parkway, which had just been sold at auction. There was a vague rumor that a Negro had bought it, but none but Sarah and her agent knew. "How on earth did you—" began Matthew. "I'm not in politics for my health," said Sarah, "and you're not going to be after this. It's got 3 apartments of 7 rooms with sleeping porches, verandas, central heating, and refrigeration. We'll live in the top apartment and rent the other 2. We can get easily $3,000 a year from them, which will support us and a maid. I've been paying for a car by installments, a Studebaker, and learning to drive, for we can't afford a chauffeur yet." Matthew sat down slowly. "Don't you think we might rent the whole and live somewhere a little more quietly, so we could study and walk and go to concerts?" But Sarah took no particular notice of this. "I've been up to Toby's to select the furniture, and Marshall Field is doing the decorating. We'll keep our engagement dark until after the nomination in the spring. Then we'll have a big wedding, run over to Atlantic City for the honeymoon, and come back fit for the fall campaign." "Atlantic City? My God!" said Matthew, and then stopped as the door opened to admit the Honorable Sammy Scott. Sammy was uneasy these days. He was in hot water over this legislature business, and he vaguely scented danger to his power and machine beyond this. First of all, he could only square things with Carruthers and his followers by a good lump of money, if Matthew were nominated, and even then they would try to knife him. Now Sammy's visible source for more money was more laxity in the semi-criminal districts and bribes from interests who wanted bills to pass the legislature. Sammy had given freer rein to the red light district, and doubted if he could do more there, or collect much more money without inviting in the reformers. Big business seemed his only resort, but here he was not sure of Matthew. There might be a few nominees who were willing to pay a bit for the honor, but Matthew was not among these. Sarah was managing his campaign, and she was too close and shrewd to cough up much. Then, too, Sammy was uneasy about Sarah and Matthew. They were mighty thick and chummy, and always having conferences. If he himself had been a marrying man— "Say, Towns," he said genially, "I think I got that nomination cinched, but it's going to take a pot of dough." "Oh, well, what of it? You've got the inside track." "Unless Carruthers double-crosses us," said Matthew dryly. "That's where the dough comes in. Now see here, I've got a proposition from the Traction crowd. They want to ward off municipal ownership and get a new franchise city-wide with consolidation. They're going to offer a 5-cent car fare and reversion to the city in 49 years, and they're paying high for support. They're going to control the nomination in most districts." "I'll vote against municipal ownership any time," said Matthew. Sammy was at once relieved and yet troubled anew. He had an idea that Matthew would get squeamish over this, and would thus lose the nomination. That would force Carruthers in. Sammy still leaned toward Carruthers, but, on the other hand, Carruthers would be sure to do some fool trick, even if he were elected, and that or his defeat might ruin Sammy's own plans for Congress next year. He was glad Matthew was tractable, and at the same time he suddenly grew suspicious. Suppose Matthew went to the legislature and made a ripping record. He might himself dare think of Congress. But no, Sarah was pledged to Sammy's plan for Congress. "All right," said Sammy noisily. "But look here, Sammy," said Matthew. "Things are getting pretty loose and free down in my district. Casey has opened a new gambling den, and there's a lake of liquor. 3 policy wheels are running. The soliciting on the streets is open, and it isn't safe for a working girl after dark." "Well, ain't they paying up prompt?" "Yes, but—" "Getting squeamish," sneered Sammy. "My God, was the fool going to cut off the main graft and try to depend on white corporations?" "No, I'm not, but the reformers are. We're just bidding for interference at this rate." "Hell," said Sammy. "It'll be whorehouses and not Sunday schools that'll send you to Springfield if you go." Matthew frowned. Sarah intervened. "I'll see that things are toned down a bit. Sammy will never learn that big business pays better than crime. I'm glad you're going to vote straight on the traction bill." Matthew still frowned. They both had misunderstood him, curiously. They suspected him of mawkish sentimentality, a conscience against gambling, liquor, and prostitution. Nothing of the sort. He had buried all sentiment, down, down, deep down. He was angry at being even suspected. Why was he angry? Was it because he felt the surge of that old bounding, silly self that once believed and hoped and dreamed? That dead soul, turning slowly and twisting in its grave? No, not that. Never. He simply meant to warn Sammy that a district too wide open defeated itself and invited outside interference. It cut off political graft. Gamblers were cheating gamblers. The liquor on sale was poison. Prostitutes were approaching the wrong people. And, well, surely a girl ought to have the right to choose between work and prostitution, and she ought not to be shanghaied. And then Sarah. She assumed too much. If he had the beginning of the unrest of a new conscience, and he had not, it was over these big corporations. He began to see them from behind and underneath. A 5-cent fare was a tremendous issue to thousands. The driblets of perpetual tax on light and air and movement meant both poverty and millions. Surely the interest could pay better than gamblers and prostitutes, but was the graft as honest? Was he going on as unquestioningly? He had promised to vote against municipal ownership quickly and easily. Voters were too stupid or too careless to run big business. Municipal ownership, therefore, would only mean corporation control 1 degree removed and concealed from public view by election bribery. And after all, traction was not the real question. Superpower was that, and he talked his thought aloud to Sarah half-consciously. "Oh, traction? Sure. That's only camouflage anyway. Back of it is the furnishing of electric power, cornering the waterfalls of America, paying nothing for the right of endless and limitless taxation, and then at last financing the whole thing for 1,000 millions and unloading it on the public. That's the real graft. I'm going to think a long time over those bills." What did he mean by thinking a long time? He did not know what he meant. Neither did Sarah. But she knew very clearly what she meant. She was silent and pursed her lips. She was already in close understanding with certain quiet and well-dressed gentlemen who represented public service and were reaching out toward superpower. They had long been distributing money in the Negro districts, but their policy was to encourage rivalry and jealousy between the black bosses and thus make them ineffective. This kept payments down. Sarah had arranged for Sammy to make these payments, while the corporations dealt only with him. Also, she had raised the price and promised to deliver 4 votes in the legislature and 3 in the board of aldermen. Finally, she had just arranged to have Sammy's personal representative occupy an office in the elegant suite of the big corporation attorney who advised public service, and on his payroll as a personal link between Sammy and the big public service czar. It was the biggest single deal she had pulled off, and she hadn't yet told Sammy. The selection of that link called for much thought. End of section 12. Section 13 of Dark Princess by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Part 3. The Chicago Politician. Chapter 10. The house was finished, complete with new and shining furniture, each piece standing exactly where it should. Matthew had particularly wanted a fireplace with real logs. He was a little ashamed to confess how much he wanted it. It was a sort of obsession. As long as he could remember, burning wood had meant home to him. Sarah said a fireplace was both dirty and dangerous. She had an electric log put in. Matthew hated that log with perfect hatred. The pictures and ornaments, too, he did not like, and at last, one day, he went downtown and bought a painting which he had long coveted. It was a copy of a master, cleverly and daringly done with a flame of color and a woman's long and naked body. It talked to Matthew of endless strife, of fire and beauty and never-dying flesh. He bought, too, a deliciously ugly Chinese god. Sarah looked at both in horror, but said nothing. Months afterward, when they had been married and had moved home, he searched in vain for the painting and finally inquired. "That thing? But Matthew, dear, folks don't have naked women in the parlor. I exchanged it for the big landscape there. It fits the space better and has a much finer frame." Sarah let the ugly Chinese god crouch in a dark corner of the library. The nomination went through smoothly. The election of Mr. Matthew Towns, the rising young colored politician whose romantic history we all know, thus the conservator, followed in due and unhindered course, despite the efforts of Carruthers to knife him. So in June came the wedding. It was a splendid affair. Sarah's choice of a tailor was as unerringly correct as her selection of a dressmaker. They made an ideal couple as they marched down the aisle of the Michigan Avenue Baptist Tabernacle. Matthew looked almost distinguished, with that slight impression of remote melancholy. Sarah seemed so capable and immaculate. Sammy, the best man, swore under his breath. "If I'd only been a marrying man," he confided to the pastor. The remark was made to Matthew's young ministerial friend, the Reverend Mr. Jameson, formerly of Memphis. He had come with his young shoulders to help lift the huge mortgages of this vast edifice, recently purchased at a fabulous price from a thrifty white congregation. The black invasion of South Side had sent them to worship Jesus Christ on the North Shore. "Whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder," rolled the rich tones of the minister. Matthew saw 2 wells of liquid light, a great roll of silken hair that fell across a skin of golden bronze, and below, a single pearl shining at the parting of 2 little breasts. "Straighten your tie," whispered Sarah's metallic voice, and his soul came plunging back across long spaces and over heavy roads. He looked up and met the politely smiling eyes of the young Memphis schoolteacher who once gave him 15 cents. She was among the chief guests with her fat husband, a successful physician. They both beamed. They quite approved of Matthew now. "'Tis thy marriage morning, shining in the sun," yelled the choir, with invincible determination. The bridal pair stepped into the new Studebaker with a hired chauffeur and glided away. Matthew looked down at his slim white bride. A tenderness and pity swept over him. He slipped his arm about her shoulders. "Be careful of the veil," said Sarah. Chapter 11. In Springfield, Matthew was again thrust into the world. He shrank at first and fretted over it. Most of the white legislatures put up at the new Abraham Lincoln, a thoroughly modern hostelry, convenient and even beautiful in parts. Matthew did not apply. He knew he would be refused. He did try the Leland, conveniently located, and the former rendezvous of the members. He had dinner and luncheon there, and after he discovered the limited boarding-house accommodation of colored Springfield, he asked for rooms, a bedroom and parlor. The management was very sorry, but... He then went down to the colored hotel on South 11th Street. The hotel might do, but the neighborhood... Finally, he found a colored private home not very far from the Capitol. The surroundings were noisy and not pleasant, but the landlady was kindly, the food was excellent, and the bed comfortable. He hired 2 rooms here. The chief difficulty was a distinct lack of privacy. The landlady wanted to exhibit her guest as part of the family, and the public felt free to drop in early and stay late. Gradually, Matthew got used to this new publicity and began to look about. He met a world that amused and attracted him. First, he sorted out 2 kinds of politicians. Both had one object: money. But to some, money was power. On it, they were climbing warily to dazzling heights: senatorships, Congress, empire. Their faces were strained, back of their carven smiles. They were walking a perpetual tightrope. Matthew hated them. Others wanted money, but they used their money with a certain wisdom. They enjoyed life. Some got gloriously and happily drunk. Others gambled, riding upon the great wings of chance to high and fascinating realms of desire. Nearly all of them ogled and played with pretty women. On the whole, Matthew did not care particularly for their joys. Liquor gave him pleasant sensations, but not more pleasant and not as permanent as green fields or babies. He never played poker without visioning the joys of playing European politics or that high game of world races which his heart had glimpsed for one strange year. One mighty and disastrous year. And women! If he had not met one woman who drew and filled all his imagination, all his high romance, all the wild joys and beauty of being, if she had never lived for him, he could have been a rollicking and easily satisfied Lothario, and walked sweet nights out of State Street cabarets. Now he was not attracted. He had tried it once in New York. It was ashes. Moreover, he was married now, and all philandering was over. And yet, how curious that marriage should seem, well, to stop love, or arrest its growth instead of stimulating it. He had not seen much of Sarah since the marriage. They had been so busy, and there had been no honeymoon, no mysterious romantic nesting. For Matthew had finally balked at Atlantic City. He tried to be gentle about it, but he showed a firmness before which Sarah paused. No, he would not go to Atlantic City. He had gone there once, one summer an age ago. He had been refused food at 2 restaurants, ordered out of a movie, not allowed to sit in a boardwalk pavilion, and not even permitted to bathe in the ocean. "I will not go to Atlantic City. If I must go to hell, I'll wait until I'm dead," he burst out bitterly. Sarah let it go. "Oh, I don't really mind," she said. "Only I've never been there, and I sort of wanted to see what it's like. Never mind, we'll go somewhere else." But they didn't. They stayed in Chicago. So now he was a member of the legislature, and in Springfield. The politicians came and went. The climbers avoided Matthew. Colored acquaintances were a debit to rising men. The other politicians knew him, jollied him, and liked him, even drew him out for a rollicking evening now and then, but voted that he did not quite belong. He was always a trifle remote, apart. He never could quite let himself go and be wholly one of them, But he liked them. They lived. There were several members of the House who were not politicians. They did not count. They fluttered about, uttering shrill noises, and beat their wings vainly on unyielding iron bars. Then there were men in politics who were not members of the legislature. Grave, well-dressed men of business and affairs. They came for confidential conferences with introductions from and connections with high places, governors, brokers, railway presidents, ruling monarchs of steel, oil, and international finance. And from Sammy, especially from Sammy and Sarah. Money was nothing to them, and money was all. $1,000, $10,000. It was astounding, the sums at their command and the ease with which they distributed it. There was no crude bribery as on State Street. But Matthew soon learned that it was curiously easy to wake up a morning $1,000 richer than when one went to bed, and no laws broken, no questions asked, no moral code essentially disarranged. Matthew disliked these men aesthetically, but he saw much of them and conferred with one or another of them nearly every week. It was his business. They did not live broadly or deeply, but they ruled. There was no sense blinking that fact. Matthew often forwarded registered express packages to Sarah, and he came to realize that legislating was not passing laws. It was mainly keeping laws from being passed. Then there were the reformers. He held them, most of them, in respectful pity. Palliators, surface scratchers. He listened to them endlessly and gravely. He read their tracts conscientiously, but only now and then could he vote as they asked. They were so ignorant, so futile. If only he, as a practical politician, might tell them a little. Birth control? Mothers' pensions? Restricted hours of labor for women and children? He agreed in theory with them all, but why ask his judgment? Why not ask the rulers who put him in the legislature? And without the consent of these quiet, calm gentlemen who represented empires, kingdoms, and bishoprics, what could he do, who was a mere member of the legislature? Yet he could not say this, and if he had said it, they would not have understood. They pleaded with him, he that needed no pleas. One was here now, the least attractive, one stalking awry on her big legs, a terrible hat, and an ill-fitting gown. She was president of the Chicago local of the Boxmakers' Union. Her breasts were flat, her hips impossible, her hair dead straight, and her face white and red in the wrong places. "How would you like your daughter down there?" she bleated. "I haven't one." "But if you did have?" "I'd hate it, but I wouldn't be fool enough to think any law would take her away." "Well, what would?" "Power that lies in the hands of the millionaire owners of factory stocks and bonds, and the bankers that guide and advise them. Transfer that power to me or you." "That's it. Now help us to get this power." "How?" "By voting." "Psh!" "But how else? Are you going to sit down and let these girls go to death and hell?" "I'm not responsible for this world, madam." "Listen. I know a woman like you. She's just been elected international president of the boxmakers. She can talk. She knows. She's been everywhere. She's a lady and educated. I'm just a poor dumb thing. I know what I want, but I can't say it. But she'll be in Chicago soon. I'm going to bring her to plead for this bill." "Spare me," laughed Matthew. But he kept thinking of that poor reformer, and slowly and half-consciously, stirred by 1,000 silly, incomplete arguments for impossible reform measures, revolt stirred within him against this political game he was playing. It was not moral revolt. It was aesthetic disquiet. No, the revolt slowly gathered in Matthew's soul against the political game was not moral. It was not that he discerned anything practical for him in uplift or reform, or felt any new revulsion against political methods in themselves, as long as power was power, and facts, facts. His revolt was against things unsuitable, ill-adjusted, and in bad taste. The illogical lack of fundamental harmony, and the unnecessary dirt and waste, the ugliness of it all, that revolted him. He saw no adequate end or aim. Money had been his object, but money as security for quiet, for protection from hurt and insult, for opening the gates of beauty. Now money that did none of these was dear, absurdly dear, overpriced. It was barely possible, and that thought kept recurring, it was barely possible that he was being cheated, was paying too high for money. Perhaps there were other things in life that would bring more completely that which he vaguely craved. It seemed somehow that he was always passive, always waiting, always receptive. He could never get to doing. There was no performance or activity that promised a shining goal. There was no goal. There was no will to create one. Within him, years ago, something essential, had died. Yet he liked to play with words, cynically, on the morals of his situation as a politician. In his office today, he was talking with a rich woman who wanted his vote for limiting campaign funds. He looked at her with narrowed eyes. "We've got to stop this lying and stealing, or the country will die," she said impatiently. He watched his unlighted cigarette. Lying? Stealing? I do not see that they are so objectionable in themselves. Lying is a version of fact, sometimes, often poetic, always creative. Stealing is a transfer of ownership, or an attempted transfer, sometimes from the overfed to the hungry, sometimes from the starving to the apoplectic. It is all relative and conditional, not absolute, not infinite. It is laying impious hands on God's truth. It is taking His property. I am not sure that God has any truth, that is, any arrangement of facts of which He is finely fond, and of which He could not and does not easily conceive better or more fitting arrangement. And as to property, I'm sure He has none. Every time He has come to us, He has been disgustingly poor. The woman rose and fled. Matthew sighed and went back to his round of thought. Municipal ownership of transportation in Chicago. He had begun to look into it. He was prejudiced against it by his college textbooks and his political experience. But here somehow he scented something else. Back of the demand made to kill the present municipal ownership was another proposal to renew the franchise of the streetcar lines with an indeterminate permit, which meant, in fact, a perpetual charter. There was a powerful lobby of trained lawyers back of this bill, and what struck Matthew was that the same lobby was back of the movement to kill municipal ownership. Were they interested in superpower projects also? Matthew viewed this whole scramble as one who watches a great curdling of waters and begins to sense the current. He was not evolving a conscience in politics. He was not revolting against graft and deception, but he was beginning to ask just what he was getting for his effort. Money? Some, not so very much. But the thing was not wrong, no, but unpleasant, ugly. That was the word. He was paying too much for money. Money might cost too much. It might cost ugliness, writhing, dirty discomfort of soul and thought. That's it. He was paying too much for even the little money he got. He must pay less, or get more. Matthew sighed and looked at the next card. It was that of the Japanese statesman whom he had met in Berlin. He arose slowly and faced the door. Chapter 12. "I trust I am not intruding," said the Japanese. Matthew bowed coldly. He gave no sign of recognizing the Japanese, nor did he pretend not to. "Certainly not. These are my office hours." The Japanese was equally reticent, and yet was just a shade too confidential to be an entire stranger. And again in Matthew's mind flamed and sang that Berlin dinner party. Even the music floated in his ears, but he put it all rudely and brusquely aside. "What can I do for you, sir? Be seated. Will you smoke?" The Japanese took a cigarette, tasted it with relish, and leaned back easily in his chair. He glanced at the office. Matthew was ashamed. If he had been white, he would have had a room in the new Abraham Lincoln Hotel. Something fine and modern, clean and smart, with service and light. If he had been black, free, and rich, he would perhaps have received his guest in a house of his own, delicately vaulted and soft with color, something beautiful in brick or marble, with high sweep of a curtain and pillar, a possibility of faint music, and silent deferential service. But being black, half slave and poor, he had the front room of Mrs. Smith's boarding house, A showroom, to be sure, but conglomerate of jarring styles and tastes, overloaded and thick with furnishings, with considerable dust and transient smells, and near the noisy street. Matthew was furious with himself for thinking thus apologetically. Whose business was it how he lived, or what he had? Then the Japanese looked at him. "I have been much interested in noting the increased political power of your people," he said. "Indeed," said Matthew, noncommittally. "When I was in the United States 20 years ago," so he had been here 20 years ago, and interested in Negroes, "you were politically negligible. Today in cities and states you have a voice." Matthew was silent. "I have been wondering," said the Japanese, with the slow voice of one delicately feeling his way, "I have been wondering how far you have unified and set plans. We have none. Either for yourselves in this land, or even further, with an eye toward international politics and the future of the darker races." "We have little interest in foreign affairs," said Matthew. The Japanese shifted his position, asked permission, and lighted a second cigarette. He glanced appraisingly at Matthew. "Some time ago," he continued, "at a conference in Berlin, it was suggested that intelligent cooperation between American Negroes and other oppressed nations of the world might sensibly forward the uplift and emancipation of the darker peoples. I doubted this at the time." "You may continue to doubt," said Matthew. "The dream at Berlin was false and misleading. We have nothing in common with other peoples. We are fighting out our own battle here in America with more or less success. We are not looking for help beyond our borders, and we need all our strength at home." It would have been difficult for Matthew to say what prompted him to talk like this. Mainly, of course, it was deep-seated and smoldering resentment against this man whose interference, he believed, had wrecked his world. Perhaps, of course, this was not true. Perhaps shipwreck was certain, but he was determined not to sail for those harbors again, not for a moment even to reconsider the matter. And he repeated as his own the current philosophy of the colored group about him. It sounded false as he spoke, but he talked on. The Japanese watched him as he talked. "Ah," he said, "ah, I am sorry. There were some of us who hoped—" Matthew's heart leaped. Questions rushed to his lips, and one word clamored for utterance. He beat them back and glanced at his watch. The Japanese arose. "I am keeping you?" he said. No, I have a few minutes yet." The Japanese glanced around and, bending forward, spoke rapidly. "The Great Council," he said, "of the darker peoples will meet in London 3 months hence. We have given the American Negro full representation. That is, 3 members on the board. You are chairman. The other 2 are—" Matthew arose abruptly. "I cannot accept," he said harshly. "I am no longer interested." "I am sorry," said the Japanese slowly. He paused and pondered, started to speak as Matthew's heart hammered in his throat. But the Japanese remained silent. He extended his hand. Matthew took it, frowning. They murmured polite words, and the visitor was gone. Matthew threw himself on the couch with an oath, and through his unwilling head tramped all the old pageant of empire, with black and brown and yellow leaders marching ahead. End of section 13. Section 14 of Dark Princess by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Part 3. The Chicago Politician. Chapter 13. Matthew was gray with wrath. Sarah was quiet and unmoved. "Yes," she said, "I promised them your vote, and they paid for it, a good round sum." Matthew had been a member of the legislature of Illinois about 6 months. He had made a good record. Everybody conceded that. Nothing spectacular, but his few speeches were to the point and carried weight. His work on committees had been valuable because of his accurate information and willingness to drudge. His votes, curiously enough, while not uniformly pleasing to all, had gained the praise even of the women's clubs and of some of the reformers whom he had chided, while at the same time the politicians regarded Matthew as a safe man. Matthew Towns evidently had a political future. Yet Matthew was far from happy or satisfied. Outside his wider brooding over his career, he had not gained a home by his marriage. The flat on South Parkway was an immaculate place which must not be disturbed for mere living purposes, and which blossomed with dignified magnificence. At repeated intervals, crowds burst in for a reception. There was whist and conversation, dancing as far as space would allow, smoking, cocktails, and smutty stories back in the den with the men, whispers and spiteful gossip on the veranda with the ladies, and endless piles of rich food in the dining room served by expensive caterers. Mrs. Matthew Towns' exclusive receptions for the smarter set, thus the society reporter of the Lash, were the most notable in colored Chicago. And Sarah was shrewd enough, while gaining this reputation for social exclusiveness, to see that no real person of power or influence in colored Chicago was altogether slighted, so that, at least once or twice a year, one met everybody. The result was an astonishing mélange that drove Matthew nearly crazy. He could have picked a dozen delightful companions, some educated, some derelicts, students, politicians, but all human, delightful, fine, with whom a quiet evening would have been a pleasure. But he was never allowed. Sarah always had good reasons of state for including this ward healer or that grass widow, or some shrill-voiced young woman who found herself in company of this sort for the first time in her life and proclaimed it loudly. And at the same time, Sarah found excuse for excluding the nobodies who intrigued his soul. Matthew's personal relations with his wife filled him with continual astonishment. He had never dreamed that two human beings could share the closest of intimacies and remain unacquainted strangers. He thought that the yielding of a woman to a man was a matter of body, mind, and soul, a complete blending. He had never forgot, shamefaced as it made him, the way that girl in Harlem had twisted her young, live body about his and soothed his tired, harassed soul and whispered, "There, big boy." Always he had dreamed of marriage as like that, hallowed by law and love. Having bowed to the law, he tried desperately to give and evoke the love. But behind Sarah's calm, cold hardness, he found nothing to evoke. She did not repress passion. She had no passion to repress. She disliked being mauled and disarranged, and she did not want anyone to be mushy about her. Her private life was entirely in public. Her clothes, her limbs, her hair and complexion, her well-appointed home, her handsome, well-tailored husband and his career, her reputation for wealth. Periodically, Matthew chided himself that their relations were his fault. He was painfully conscious of his lack of deep affection for her, but he strove to evolve something in its place. He proposed a little home hidden in the country where, on a small income from their rents, they could raise a garden and live, and then perhaps, he spoke diffidently, a baby. Sarah had stared at him in uncomprehending astonishment. "Certainly not," she had answered. And she went back to the subject of the superpower bills. The legislature had really done little work during the whole session, and now as the last days drew on, the real fight loomed. The great hidden powers of finance had three measures. First, to kill municipal ownership of streetcar lines. Secondly, to unite all the street transportation interests of Chicago into one company with a perpetual franchise or indeterminate permit. Thirdly, to reorganize, reincorporate, and refinance a vast holding company to conduct their united interests and take final legislative steps enabling them to monopolize electric and water power in the state and in neighboring states. To Matthew, the whole scheme was clear as day. He had promised to vote against municipal ownership, but he had never promised to support all this wider scheme. It meant power and streetcar monopoly, millions in new stocks and bonds unloaded on the public, and the soothing of public criticism by lower rates for travel, light, and power, and yet rates high enough to create several generations of millionaires to rule America. He had determined to oppose these bills, not because they were wrong, but because they were unfair. For similar reasons, he had driven Casey's gambling den out of business in his district. The roulette wheel and most of the dice were loaded. But Sarah was keen on the matter. Lines were closely drawn. There was strong opposition from reformers, progressives, and the labor group. Money was plentiful, and Sarah had pledged Matthew's votes and been roundly paid for it. She and Sammy were having a conference on the matter and awaiting Matthew. Sarah sensed his opposition. It must be overcome. Sammy was talking. "Don't understand their game," said Sammy. "But they're lousy with money." "I understand it," said Sarah quietly, "and I've promised Matthew's vote for their bills." Sammy's eyes narrowed. Just then, Matthew came in. "What have you promised?" he asked, looking from one to the other. Sarah quietly gathered up her papers. "Come home to lunch," she said, "and I'll tell you." She knew that she had to have this thing out with Matthew, and she had planned for it carefully. Sammy whistled softly to himself and did a little jig after his guests had left. He thought he saw light. "I didn't think that combination could last long," he said to his new cigar. "Too perfect." Sarah steered her Studebaker deftly through the traffic, bowing to deferential policemen at the traffic signals and recognizing well-dressed acquaintances here and shabby idlers there, who raised their hats elaborately. Matthew sat silent, mechanically lifting his hat, but glancing neither right nor left. They glided up to the curb at home, at exactly the right distance from it, and stopped before the stepping stone. Sarah flooded the carburetor, turned off the switch, and carefully locked it. Matthew handed her down, and with a smile at the staring children, they entered the lofty porch of their house. They opened the dark oaken door with a latchkey, and slowly mounted the carpeted stairs. Sarah remarked that the carpet was a little worn. She feared it was not as good as Carson Peary had represented. She would have to see about it soon. A brown maid in a white apron smilingly let them into the apartment, and said that lunch was "just ready, yes'm. I found some fine sweet potatoes after you phoned and fried them." Matthew loved fried sweet potatoes. They had a very excellent but rather silent lunch, although Sarah talked steadily about various rather inconsequential things. Then they went to the library, which Matthew never used because its well-bound and carefully arranged books had scarcely a volume in which he had the slightest interest. Sarah closed the door and turned on the electric log. "I promised the superpower crowd," she said, "that you would vote for their bills." It was then that Matthew went pale with wrath. "How dared you?" "Dared? I thought you expected me to conduct your campaign. I promised them your vote, and they paid a lot for it. Of course, it was cloaked in a real estate transaction, but I gave them a receipt in your name and mine and deposited the money." Matthew felt for the flashing of a moment that he could kill this pale, hard woman before him. She felt this and inwardly quailed, but outwardly kept her grip. "I don't see," she said, "any great difference between voting for these bills and against municipal ownership. It is all part of one scheme. I hope," she added, "you're not going to develop a conscience suddenly. As a politician with a future, you can't afford to." The trouble was that Matthew himself suddenly knew that there was no real difference. It was 3 steps in the same direction instead of 1. But the first was negative and tentative, while the 3 together were tremendous. They gave a monopoly of transportation and public service in Chicago to a great corporation which aimed at unlimited permission to exploit the water power of a nation forever at any price the traffic would bear. Of course, it was no question of right and wrong. It was possible to buy privilege as one bought votes. He himself bought votes, but, well, this was different. This privilege could be bought, of course, but not of him. It was cheating mental babies whom he did not represent, whom he did not want to represent. He was a grafting politician. He knew it and felt no qualms about it. But he had always secretly prided himself that his exchanges were fair. The gamblers who paid him got protection. Prostitutes who were straight and open need not fear the police. Workers in his district could not be shaken down by thieves. Even in the bigger legislative deals, it was square, upstanding give and take between men with their eyes open. But this... There was no use explaining to Sarah. She knew the difference as well as he. Or did she? That rankling shaft about conscience. He was a politician who was directly and indirectly for sale. He had no business with a conscience. He had no conscience. But he had limitations. By God, everybody had some limitations. He must have them. He would sell himself if he wished, but he wouldn't be sold. He was not a bag of inert produce. He refused to be compelled to sell. He was no slave. He must and would be free. He wanted money for freedom. Well, he'd been sold. Where was the money? He wanted money. He must have it. There and there alone lay freedom, and his chains were becoming more than he could bear. "Where's the money you got?" he said abruptly. "I've invested it." "I want it." "You can't get it. It's tied up in a deal, and to disturb it would be to risk most of our fortune. I've put some money in our joint account." "That's invested too. What's the use of money idle in a savings bank at 4% when we can make 40? How much are we worth?" "Oh, not so much," said Sarah cautiously. "Put the house minus the first mortgage at, say, 50,000. We may have another 10 or 15,000 more." Thus she figured up. "Matthew," she added quickly, "be sensible. In a couple of years you'll be in Congress, the greatest market in the land, and will be worth at least 100,000. Oppose these bills, and you go to the political ash pile. Sammy won't dare to use you. My mortgagees will squeeze me. The city will come down on us for violations and assessments, and first thing we know we'll be penniless and saddled with piles of brick and mortar. As a congressman, you can ignore petty graft and get in honestly, as people say, on big things. In less than 10 years, you'll be rich and famous. Now, for God's sake, don't be a fool." Matthew Towns voted for the traction group of bills, but they were defeated by an aroused public opinion which neither Republicans nor Democrats dared oppose. Matthew at the same time saved from defeat at the last moment 4 bills which the Progressives and Labor Group were advocating. They were not radical, but were entering wedges to reduce the burden on working mothers, lessen the hours of work for women, and establish the 8-hour day. One bill to restrict the power of injunctions in labor disputes failed, despite Matthew's efforts. The result was curious. Matthew was commended by all parties. The machine regarded him as safe but shrewd. The Farmer Labor Group regarded him as beginning to see the light. The Democrats regarded him as approachable. Sarah was elated. She determined to begin immediately her campaign to send Matthew to Congress. Chapter 14. The Honorable Sammy Scott was having the fight of his life, and he knew it. It almost wiped the genial smile from his lips, but he screwed it on and metaphorically stripped for the fray. He knew it was the end or a glorious new beginning for Sammy Scott. Sammy's first real blow had been Sarah's wedding. He had settled down to the comfortable fact that if Sarah ever married anybody, it would be Sammy Scott. At whom else had she ever looked? Of whom had she ever thought? He was her hero in shrewdness and accomplishment, and he preened himself before her. There hung the fruit, the ripe, sleek, dainty fruit at his hand. He had only to reach out and pluck it. He was not a marrying man, but who could tell? He might want to change. He might make his pile and retire, or go traveling abroad. Then? Well, he might marry Sarah and take her along. Time would tell. And then without warning, without a flash of suspicion, the blow fell. Of course, others had talked and hinted and winked. Sammy laughed and pooh-poohed. He knew Sarah. Nobody could take his capable secretary off the Honorable Sammy Scott. No, sir. After the announcement and through the marriage, Sammy bore up bravely. He never turned a hair, at least to the public. He was best man and general manager at the wedding, and his present of a grand piano with Ampico attachment made dark Chicago gasp. Gradually, Sammy got an idea into his head. Sarah was a cool and deep one. Perhaps, mused Sammy, as she left him after a long and confidential talk, perhaps this husband business was all a blind. Perhaps after the marriage with a rather dull husband for exhibition purposes, Sarah was going to be more approachable. In her despair at not inveigling Sammy himself into marriage, so Sammy argued, waving his patent leather shoes on their high perch, after her wiles failed, then perhaps she decided to have her cake and eat it too. All right, all the same to Sammy. Of course, he might have preferred... But women are curious. He hinted something of this to Sarah and got a cryptic response, a sort of prim silence that made him guffaw and slap his thigh. Of course, he had upbraided her first with disloyalty and quitting, but all this she disclaimed with pained surprise. She gave Sammy distinctly to understand, she did not say it, that she was loyally and eternally his steward forever and ever. So Sammy was shaken but hopeful, and matters went on as usual until the second blow fell from a clear sky. Sarah proposed to resign as his secretary. This brought him to his feet with deep suspicion. Was she double-crossing him? Was she playing him for a sucker? She had been, in fact, no more approachable to his familiarities since than before marriage, if anything, less. She actually seemed to be putting on airs and assuming a place of importance. If Sammy had dared, he would have dropped her entirely the moment she resigned. But he did not dare, and he knew that Sarah knew it. He caught the glint in her gray eyes and almost felt the steel grip of her dainty hand. Moreover, Sarah explained it all very clearly. As the wife of a member of the legislature, it did not look quite the correct thing for her to be just a secretary. She proposed, therefore, to have an office of her own next Sammy's, where the work of her women's organization could be done. At the same time, with an assistant, she could still take charge of Sammy's business. Sammy had hopes of that assistant, but before he had anyone to propose, Sarah had one chosen. She was nothing to look at, but she certainly could make a typewriter talk. Business went as smoothly as ever, and Sammy couldn't complain. No, evidently Sarah could not be dropped. She knew too much of facts and methods. So, ostensibly, Sammy and Sarah were in close alliance and almost daily consultation, and they were at the same time watching each other narrowly. The trouble culminated over the nomination for Congress. For 30 years, Negroes, deprived of representation in Congress after white of North Carolina had been counted out, had planned and hoped politically for one end, to put a black man in Congress from the North. The necessary black population had migrated to New York, Philadelphia, and St. Louis, but in Chicago alone did they have not only the numbers, but the political machine capable of engineering the deal. It had long been the plan of Sammy's machine to have the white congressman, Doolittle, retire at the end of his present term, and Sammy nominated in his stead. This was the ambition of Sammy's life, the crowning of his career. He and Sarah had discussed it for years in every detail. Every step was surveyed, every contingency thought out. It was only necessary to wait for enough political power in Sammy's machine to dictate the nomination of one colored candidate among the myriad of aspirants. That time had now come. Sammy was the recognized colored state boss. 3 aldermen and 3 colored members of the legislature took his orders. The colored judge owed his place to Sammy and, while independent, was friendly. The public service corporations were back of Sammy with money and influence. 4 assistant corporation counsels, named by Sammy, were receiving $5,000 a year each for duties that, to say the least, were not arduous, while the civil service, the post office, and the schools had hundreds of colored employees who owed or thought they owed their chance to make a decent living to the Honorable Sammy Scott. Finally, there was Sarah's Colored Women's Council, through which for the first time the Negro women loomed as an independent political force. Thus Sammy was dictator and candidate, and the party machine had definitely and categorically promised. The Negro majority in the 1st Congressional District was undoubted. Now, however, and suddenly, matters changed. Since Matthew's success, Sarah had definitely determined to kill off Sammy and send Matthew to Congress. Sammy sensed this, and these politicians began to stalk each other. Sarah's task was hardest, and she knew it. Sammy was heir apparent by all the rules of the game, but there were pitfalls, and Sarah knew them. She was going to make no mistake, but she was watching. Gradually, Sammy became less communicative. He had a number of secret conferences in the early spring of 1926, to which Sarah, contrary to custom, was not invited, and his accounts of these meetings were vague. "Oh, just a get-together, talky-talky, nothing important." But Sarah wasn't fooled. She knew that Sammy was in trouble and struggling desperately. The fact was that Sammy was sorely puzzled. First and weightiest, the White Party bosses wanted Doolittle for just one more term. Doolittle held exceedingly important committee places in Congress, and especially as chairman of the Ways and Means Committee of the House, he was a power for tariff legislation. Millions depended on the revision which exporters, farmers, and laborers were demanding more and more loudly. Then there was legislation for the farmers and on the railroads, and above all, certain nationwide superpower plans at Niagara, at Muscle Shoals, and Boulder Dam. It was no question of color, the white leaders carefully explained. It was a grave question of party interests. 2 years hence, the nomination was Sammy's with bands playing. This year, Doolittle simply must go back, and money was no object. That was reason number 1, and as money always was an object with Sammy, it loomed large in his thought. But that wasn't all. Sammy did not trust Sarah, and Sarah, by efficiently organizing the colored women, had quietly become the biggest single political force in his colored constituency. Indeed, her new Colored Women's Council was the most perfect piece of smoothly running political machinery that Sammy knew. He couldn't touch it, and he had tried. Now, Sarah had an uncomfortably popular husband. Matthew was a successful member of the legislature, young and intelligent, with some personal popularity. His very faults, aloofness, absent-mindedness, indifference to money or fame, increased his vogue. If Doolittle were forced to resign, could Sammy land the nomination without Sarah's help? And with the knifing of men like Carruthers, who was still sore with Sammy, and particularly without the party slush fund? Sammy hesitated and all but lost. He pocketed $25,000 for campaign expenses within a few days and consented to Doolittle's renomination. But he did not dare announce it. Sarah scented a crisis. She looked over his papers, always kept carelessly, and ran across his bank book. She noticed that $25,000 cash deposit. Then she got busy on the Doolittle end. She knew a maid long connected with the congressman's family. Soon she had inside news. It was going to be announced that Doolittle was not to resign. His health, which was to have been the excuse, had been greatly improved by a trip to Europe, and the honor of another and strictly final term was to be given this friend and champion of our race. Sarah immediately took the high hand. She walked into Sammy's office without knocking and closed the door. She was brief, inaccessible, and coldly indignant. She reminded Sammy of his solemn promise to refuse Doolittle another term. She accused him of being bribed and announced distinctly her withdrawal from all political alliance with the Scott machine. Sammy was aghast. It was the coldest hold-up he had ever experienced. He promised her office, influence, money, and anything in reason for Matthew. She was adamant. She expressed great sorrow at this breaking of old ties. "Oh, go to hell," growled Sammy, and slammed the door after her. He knew her game, of course. She was going to run Matthew for Congress, and by George, she had a chance to win, unless he could kill Matthew off. Sarah immediately gave her story to the newspapers, colored and white, and called meetings of all her clubs. Bedlam broke loose about Sammy's devoted head. He was accused of betraying and selling out his race to white politicians. The Negro papers, by secret information or astonishingly lucky guess, named the exact sum he received, $25,000. The white papers sneered at Negro grafting politicians and praised the upright and experienced Doolittle. Sammy's appointees and heads of his political machine sat securely on the fence and said and did nothing. They were glad that Sammy had missed the nomination. They were waiting to know just what their share of the slush fund was to be. They were afraid of the popular uproar against Sammy. Above all, they feared Sarah. It looked perilously like Sammy's finish. Sammy was no quitter. When he was down, he was never out. And now he really began to fight. Sammy turned to the gang he could best trust for underground dirty work. The very respectability which Sarah had forced on him in his chief appointments greatly cramped his style. He had to go back to his old cronies and his old methods. He made peace with the gang. Soon he had around him Carruthers and a dozen like him. Sammy promised the utmost liberality with funds and began by distributing scores of new $100 bills. They all decided that the case was by no means desperate. Towns could, at worst, defeat Doolittle at the election only by dividing the Republican vote. He himself had small chance for the Republican nomination. And even if he got it, Sammy could also split the vote and defeat him. As long then as the bosses stood pat for Doolittle, Towns' only hope was to run on an independent ticket. Could he win? Probably not. Negroes did not like to scratch a straight Republican ticket. Meantime, however, in order to ensure Doolittle's election and keep their machine intact, Towns must be put out of the running altogether. As Sammy said, "We've got to frame Towns." Publish him as a jailbird. What, after I got him pardoned as an innocent hero and worked that gag all over the country? Knock him on his fool head, sneered an alderman. There's only one thing to do with a bozo like him, and that is to trip him up with a skirt. Can't he steal something? They went over his career with a fine-tooth comb until at last they came back to that lynching and train wreck and his jail record. I remember now, said Sammy thoughtfully, that Sarah unearthed a lot of unpublished stuff. We've got to discover new evidence and admit that we were fooled. Carruthers had been lolling back in his chair, smoking furiously and saying nothing. His red hair blazed and his brown freckles grew darker. Suddenly now he let the two front legs of his chair down with a bang. "Oh, to hell with you all," he snarled. "You don't have to get no new evidence. I've had the dope to kill Towns for 6 months." Sammy did not appear to be impressed. He had little faith in Carruthers. "What is it?" he growled, with half a sneer in his tone. "It is this. Towns made that attack on the woman for which another porter was lynched on the Klan special last year." Sammy sat up quickly. "Like hell!" he snapped. "Yes, like hell. Towns confessed it to the executive committee of the porters. Said he was in the woman's compartment when the husband discovered them. He knocked the husband down and escaped. The husband thought it was the regular car porter, and he got his friends and lynched him. Towns offered to tell this story to the general meeting of the porters and in court, but the committee wouldn't let him. They let him say only that he knew the lynched porter was innocent, because he wasn't in the car. They figured it would be bad policy to admit that the woman had been attacked by anyone. I got this story from the secretary of the committee. After you ditched me for the nomination to the legislature, I tried to get him to come out with it and swear to it, but he wouldn't. He was backing Towns. Then I tried to find the widow of the guy who was lynched. I knew she would tell the truth fast enough. Well, I couldn't get her until the election was over, but I've got her now fast enough. She's in New York, and I've been writing to her. And that ain't all. Remember, there was another colored woman mixed up in this. Called herself an Indian princess and got away with it. Princess nothing. I figure she was in the blackmailing game with Towns, double-crossed him, and left him holding the bag. Slip me $500 for expenses, and I'll go to New York tonight and round up both of these dames. We'll bury Towns so deep he'll never see the outside of jail again. Sammy hesitated. He didn't like this angle of attack. It was hitting below the belt. But, pshaw! Politics was politics, and one couldn't be too squeamish. He peeled off 5 $100 bills. That night, Carruthers went east. End of section 14. Section 15 of Dark Princess by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Section 3. The Chicago Politician. Chapter 15. Sarah was delighted at Sammy's move in the Doolittle nomination. If he had stuck to his original plan, it would have been difficult for her to refuse him her support. As it was, the chorus of denunciation at Sammy's apostasy was easily turned to a chorus demanding the nomination of Matthew Towns to Congress, before the rival politicians in Sammy's machine could prevent it. It was suggested that if the Republicans refused to nominate him and insisted on Doolittle, he might run independently and get support from the mass of the Negro vote, all the reformers, and possibly even the Democrats, in a district where they otherwise had no chance. Sarah followed up the suggestion quickly. Club after club in her Colored Women's Council nominated Matthew by acclamation, until almost the solid Negro women's vote apparently stood back of him. Matthew was astounded. He had never dreamed that Sarah could effect his nomination to Congress. He resented her means and methods. He half resolved to refuse utterly, but, after all, it was a great chance, a door to freedom, power. But he would have to pay. He would have to strip his soul of all self-respect and lie and steal his way in. He knew it. What should he do? What could he do? Sarah had immediately taken the matter of Matthew's nomination to the white women's clubs and to the reformers. Here she struck a snag. Matthew had gained applause from the farmer labor group for his support of some of their bills in the legislature. But after all, he was well known as a machine man, and had voted at the dictation of big interests in the traction deal. How then could they nominate Towns, unless, of course, he was prepared to cut away from the machine and take a new progressive stand? It was Mr. Cadwallader, leader of the progressive group, speaking to Sarah. She agreed that Matthew must take a stand. In her own mind, it was a first step before she could coerce the Republicans. But how could she induce Matthew to play her game? It would be fairly easy for a trained politician. He would simply say that he was not opposed to municipal ownership, but simply to this particular bill, and point out its defects. Defects were always easy to find. Then he would say that he knew that the indeterminate permit bill was doomed to defeat, and that he could only get support for the other measures by promising to vote for it. This he could say, and then make promises for the future, but not too many. But would Matthew do this? Of course not. He had no such subtlety. On the other hand, if he got up and tried to tell the straightforward truth, Sarah had a plan that might work. Yes, it was worth trying. She did not see how she could avoid a trial. "Matthew," she said that night, "I want you to come with me Tuesday and explain frankly to a committee of the Women's City Club your attitude on the superpower projects." Matthew stared. "And how shall I explain my vote?" "By telling the truth. Then I'll say a word." Matthew made no comment. Gradually, in his own soul, he had made a declaration of independence. He would not in the future, more than in the past, be hemmed in by petty moral scruples. He still honestly believed that burglary was ethically no worse than big business. But thereafter, in each particular instance, he was going to be the judge. He would buy and sell if he so wished, but he would not be bought and sold. He was glad to go before that club and talk openly and cleanly of traction and superpower. The scene inspired him. They sat high up above the roaring city in a softly beautiful and quiet room. There rose before him intelligent faces, well-groomed and well-carried bodies, mostly of women. He saw clearly, behind their ease and poise, the toiling slavery of colored millions. He was not deceived into assuming that their show of interest would easily survive any real attack on their incomes or comforts, and yet they were willing to listen. Within limits, they wanted reform and the uplift of men. Matthew knew his subject. He knew it even better than many experts who had spoken there, because he brought in and made real and striking the point of view and the personal interest not simply of the skilled worker, but of the laborer, the ditch digger, the casual semi-criminal. They listened to him in growing astonishment. Here was a machine politician who had voted deliberately against his own knowledge and convictions, and yet who explained their own belief and aims much better than they could, and who nevertheless... Why then did I vote as I did? He was about to say frankly that he voted at the dictation of the machine, but that he did not propose to do this again. He would hereafter use his own judgment. His judgment might not always agree with theirs. It might sometimes agree with the machine politicians, but it would always be his judgment. Before, however, he could say anything, Sarah arose. He saw her and hesitated in astonishment. Sarah arose. She looked almost pretty, simply but well-gowned, self-possessed, and nervously expectant. Matthew never was sure afterward whether she actually was nervous, or whether this was not one of her poses. She arose and said, "May I interrupt right here?" What could Matthew say? He could hardly tell his own wife in public to shut up, although that was what he wanted to say. He had to bow grimly, even if not politely. The chairman smiled, looked a little astonished, and then explained, "This is perhaps not exactly the place where we would expect an interruption, but as most of you know, this is Mr. Towns's wife, and she wants to say a word right here if he and you are willing." Many had thought Sarah white. Now they all could see that she was colored. At least they pretended never really to have been in doubt. That slight curl in her hair, the delicate tint of her skin, the singular gray eyes, etc. But she was unusually well dressed. Yes, quite intelligent too, they say. Yes. But what a singular point at which to interrupt. It would be especially interesting to hear the speaker proceed just here. But Matthew bowed abruptly and sat down. He was curious to see what Sarah was up to. Her nimble mind always outran his in unguessed directions. He voted as he did because I had promised the politicians that he would, and he was too chivalrous to make me break my word, as he should have. Matthew gasped and glanced to the door. It was too far off and blocked with silk and fur. I know now I was quite wrong, but I did not realize it then. I received my political education, as many of you know, as a member of a political machine, where the first commandment is, obey. I was and am ambitious for my husband. I was a little scared at his liberal views before I understood his reasons, and until we had talked them over. The machine asked his vote against municipal ownership. He gave it. He explained to me, as he has to you, the case for and against municipal ownership in the present state of Chicago politics. He believed this bill meant indirect corporation control. Then the interests, the same interests, came to me about the other two bills. "You see," said Sarah prettily, "we're partners, and I act as a sort of secretary to the combination, and write the letters and see the visitors." Matthew groaned in spirit, and one lady whispered to another that here was, at least, one ideal family. "I promised them our support," continued Sarah, "without further thought. I probably assumed I knew more than I did, and perhaps I was too eager to curry favor for my husband in high places. And perhaps," whispered Mr. Cadwallader in the rear, "you got damn well paid for it." Sarah proceeded. "I was wrong, and my husband was angry, but I pleaded with him. Since then I have come to a clearer realization of the meaning and function of political machines. But I argued then that without the machine, colored people would get no recognition even from respectable and intelligent people. That the machine had elected my husband, and that he owed it support. Finally, he promised to support the bills in loyalty to me, but only on condition that afterward we resign from Sammy Scott's organization. This we have done." There was prolonged applause. They did not all believe Sarah's explanation, but they were willing to forget the past in the face of this seemingly definite commitment for the future. But Matthew gasped. It was the smoothest, coolest lie he had ever heard, and yet it was so near the truth that he had to rub his own inner eyes. He was literally dumb when members of the committees congratulated this ideal couple and promised to turn the support of reformers toward Matthew's independent nomination. Some saw, also, the wisdom of Sarah's delicate suggestion that this, almost domestic misfortune, be not broadcast yet to the public press, and that it only be intimated in a general way that Mr. Towns's attitude was on the whole satisfactory. Chapter 16. There was war in Chicago. Silent, bitter war. It was part of the war throughout the whole nation. It was part of the World War. Money was bursting the coffers of the banks, poor people's savings, rich people's dividends. It must be invested in order to ensure principal and interest for the poor and profits for the rich. It had been invested in the past in European restoration and American industry. But difficulties were appearing, far-off signs of danger which bankers knew. European industry could only pay large dividends if it could sell goods largely in the United States. High tariff walls kept those goods out. American industry could pay large dividends only if it could sell goods abroad or secure monopoly prices at home. To sell goods abroad, it must receive Europe's goods in payment. This meant lower tariff rates. To keep monopoly at home, prices must be kept up by present or higher tariff rates. It was a dilemma, a cruel dilemma, and bankers, investors, captains of industry scanned the industrial horizon, while poor people shivered from cold and unknown winds. There was but one hope in the offing, which would at once ward off labor troubles by continued high wages, and yet maintain the fabulous rate of profit, and that was new monopoly of rich natural resources. Imperial aggressiveness in the West Indies, Mexico, and Africa held possibilities when public opinion was properly manipulated. But right here in the United States was white coal. Black coal, oil, and iron were monopolized and threatened with diminishing returns in world competition. But white coal, the harnessing of the vast unused rivers of the nation, monopolizing free water power to produce dear electricity. Quick, quick! Act silently and swiftly before the public awakes and sees that it is selling something for nothing. Keep Doolittle in Congress. Keep all the Doolittles in Congress. Let the silent war against agitators, radicals, fools keep up. Hold the tariff citadel a little longer. Then let it crash with the old savings gone, but the new investments safe and ready to take new advantage of lower wages and less impudent workers. So there was war in Chicago, World War, and the Republican machine of Cook County was fighting in the van. And in the machine, Sammy and Sarah and Matthew were little cogs. A Michigan Avenue bus was starting south from Adams Street in early March when two persons, rushing to get on at the same time, collided. Mrs. Beach, president of the Women's City Club, was a little flustered. She ought to have come in her own car, but she did not want to appear too elegant on this visit. She turned and found herself face to face with Mr. Graham, the chairman of the Republican County Central Committee. They lived in the same North Shore suburb, Hubbard Woods, and had met before. "I beg your pardon," said Mr. Graham hastily. "One has to rush so for these buses that it is apt to be dangerous." Mrs. Beach smiled graciously. She was rather glad to meet Mr. Graham, because she wanted to talk some things out with him. They sat on top and began with the weather and local matters in their suburb. Then Mrs. Beach observed, "The colored folks are certainly taking the South Side." "It is astonishing," answered Mr. Graham. "What would the ghosts of the old Chicago aristocracy say?" "Well, it shows progress, I suppose," said Mrs. Beach. "I am not so sure about that," said Mr. Graham. "It shows activity and a certain ruthless pushing forward, but I am a little afraid of results. We have a most difficult political problem here." "So I understand. In fact, I am going to a meeting of one of their women's clubs now." "Indeed! Well, I hope we may count on your good offices." And Mr. Graham smiled. "I don't mind telling you that we are in trouble in this district. We have got a big Negro vote, well organized under Sammy Scott, of whom perhaps you have heard. Scott and his gang are not easily satisfied. They have been continually raising their demands. First, they wanted money, and indeed they have never got over that, but they demanded money first for what I suspect amounted to direct bribery. This, of course, was coupled with protection for gambling and crime, a deplorable situation, but beyond control. This went on for a while, although the sums handed them from the party coffers were larger and larger. Then they began to want offices, filling appointments as janitors and cleaners at first, then higher and higher until at last the Negroes of Chicago have 2 aldermen, 3 members of the legislature, a state senator, a city judge, and several commissionerships. They are proving apt politicians, smiled Mrs. Beach. And they are not through, returned Mr. Graham. Today they are insisting upon a congressman. Well, they deserve some representation, don't they, in Congress? Yes, that's true. But neither they nor we are ready for it just yet. Membership in Congress not only involves a certain social status and duties, but just now, in the precarious economic position of the country, we need trained and experienced men in Congress, and not mere ward politicians. Is Doolittle a man of such high order and ability? No, he is not. Doolittle is an average politician, but he is a white man. He has had long experience. He holds exceedingly important places on the House committees because of his long service, and above all, he is willing to carry out the plans of his superiors. Or in other words, said Mrs. Beach tartly, he takes orders from the machine. Yes, he does, said Graham, turning toward her and speaking earnestly. And how are we going to run this country unless thoughtful men furnish the plans and find legislators and workers who are willing to carry them out? We are in difficulties, Mrs. Beach. If the tariff is tinkered with by amateur radicals, your income and mine may easily go to smash. If securities which are now good and the basis of investment are attacked by Bolsheviks, we may have an industrial smash such as the world has seldom seen. We haven't paid our share for the World War yet, and we may have to foot a staggering bill. Now, we have far-sighted plans for guiding the industrial machine and keeping it steady. Doolittle is a cog, nothing more than a cog, but a dependable cog, in the machine. Now here come the Negroes of this district and demand the fulfillment of a promise, carelessly, and to my mind foolishly given several years ago, that after this term Doolittle was to be replaced in Congress by the head of the black political machine, Sammy Scott. Well, it's impossible. I think you see that, Mrs. Beach. We don't want Scott in Congress representing Chicago. He has neither the brains nor the education. Mrs. Beach interrupted. But I understand, she said, that there is a young college-bred man who is candidate and who is intellectually rather above the average of our congressmen. There certainly is, said Mr. Graham bitterly, and he's got a wife who is one of the most astute politicians in this city. Yes, said Mrs. Beach, I am on my way to one of her meetings. It is at her home on South Parkway. I wonder where I should transfer. I will show you, said Mr. Graham. We have still a little way to go. It would be just like Mrs. Towns to pull all strings in order to get you to her house. She has social aspirations and is the real force behind Towns. But Towns himself? Asked Mrs. Beach. Towns himself is a radical and has a shady record. He was once in the penitentiary. His wife has tried to keep him in hand, but his appeal is to the very elements among white people and colored people which mean trouble for conservative industry in the United States. He cannot for a moment be considered. I have talked frankly to you, Mrs. Beach. We are coming to your corner now, but I wish we could come to some sort of understanding with the liberal elements that you represent. I do not think that you, Cadwallader, and myself are so far apart. I hope you will help us. Mrs. Beach descended, and Graham rode on. It was some hours later that Mr. Cadwallader and Mrs. Beach had dinner together. They represented various elements interested in reform. Mr. Cadwallader was the official head of the Farmer Labor Party in Chicago, while Mrs. Beach represented one element of the old Progressive Party and looked toward alliance with Mr. Cadwallader's group. But, Mr. Cadwallader complained over his fish, we've got an impossible combination. We cannot get any real agreement on anything. You and I, for instance, cannot stand for free trade as a present policy. It would ruin us and our friends. On the other hand, we cannot advocate a high tariff. We and our manufacturing friends want gradual reduction rather than increase of duties. Then, too, our friends among the farmers and the laborers want high and low tariff at the same time, only on different things. The farmers want cheap foreign manufactured goods and high rates on food. The laborers want free food and high manufacturing wages. Finally, we have all got to remember the socialists and communists who want to scrap the whole system and begin anew. "I was talking with Mr. Graham yesterday," said Mrs. Beach, "and he believes that the Republicans and the Farmer-Labor Party could find some common aims." "I am sure we could, if the Republicans would add to their defense of sound business and investment some thought of the legitimate demands of the farmer and laborer, and then would restrain legislation which directly encourages monopoly." "True," said Mrs. Beach. "But wouldn't any rapprochement with the Republicans drive out of your ranks the radicals who swell the potential reform vote? And in this case, would we not leave them to the guidance of demagogues and emphasize the dangerous directions of their growth?" Precisely. And that is what puzzles me. You know, only last night I was visiting a meeting of one of the newer trade unions, the box makers. It was organized locally in New York in 1919, and now has a national union headquarters there. The union here is only a year old, but it is the center of dangerous radicalism, with lots of Jews, Russians, and other foreigners. They want paternalism of all sorts, with guaranteed wages, restricted ages and hours of work, pensions, long vacations, and the like, not to mention wild vaporings about absolute free trade. One big union, government ownership of industry, and limitation of wealth. And the trouble also, continued Mr. Cadwallader, is that this union has some startlingly capable leaders. 2 representatives from New York were there last night, and a letter from the national president was read, which was dangerous in its sheer ability, appeal, and implications. I was aghast. I wanted to repudiate the whole thing forthwith, but I was afraid, as you say, that I would drive them bodily over to the socialists and communists. In general, I'm beginning to wonder if we could try to marshal this extreme movement back of Matthew Towns. I don't exactly trust him, and I certainly do not trust his wife, but Towns has got sense. He is a practical politician, and it may be that with his leadership we can restrain these radicals and keep them inside a normal liberal movement. Mrs. Beach pushed her dessert aside and sat for a while in a brown study. "I am wondering, too, just how much can be done in this one Chicago congressional district to use Towns and his wife in order to unite Republicans and progressives so as to begin a movement which should liberalize the Republican Party and stabilize the radicals. Unless we do this, or at least begin somewhere to do it, I see little hope for reform in politics. A third party in the United States is impossible on account of the Solid South. They are a dead weight and handicap to all political reform. They have but one shibboleth, and that is the Negro." "Yes," said Mr. Cadwallader, "and the Democrats play their usual role in this campaign. Their positive policies are exactly the same as the Republicans. They, of course, have no chance of winning in this political district, unless the Republicans split. Now, with Towns' revolt, the Republican machine is split, and the Democrats are just waiting. If Towns should be nominated, they would raise the question of the color line and yell nigger. They might in this way elect one of their own number, or some independent. If Doolittle is nominated, it is going to be hard to elect him if Towns runs as an independent. And in that case, it might be good politics for the Democrats to back Towns and beat the Republican machine. So there they are on the fence, waiting." "On the other hand," said Mrs. Beach, "down in the black trenches the war is bitter, as I gathered from my attendance at the meeting this afternoon. Sammy Scott, the boss, and Sarah Towns were formerly close associates and know each other's personalities, political methods, and secrets. They are watching each other narrowly and are utterly unhindered by scruples. What sort of personality has this man, Matthew Towns? Do you know anything about him?" "I've been looking up his record. He intrigues me. He had, I find, an excellent record in medical school. Then in silly pique, he became a Pullman porter and, I judge, sank pretty low. He does not seem to have committed any crime, but went to jail on a technicality because he wouldn't betray some of his friends. Scott rescued him and used him. He's got brains and education, but he's queer and not easily approachable. Well, if I were you, said Mrs. Beach as she arose, I'd get in touch with Towns and cultivate him. He may be worthwhile. His wife is a shrewd climber, but even that might be an asset. And so they parted. Chapter 17. The Honorable Sammy Scott was carefully planning his lines of battle and marshalling his forces. First, he threw out certain skirmish lines, feints to veil his main action. Of course, they might unearth or start something, but he was not putting his main dependence upon them. Of such a nature was Carruthers' trip to the East. It flattered Carruthers and gave him something to do, and it left Sammy unhindered to arrange his main campaign. And of course, it was also possible that something would come out of this visit. Among his other skirmishing efforts, Sammy kept looking for the weak spots in Matthew's armor, but was unable to find many. Matthew's obvious faults rather increased his popularity. He drank liquor, but not too much, and Sammy saw no chance to make him or keep him drunk. He tried bribery on Towns from every point of view, but personal graft had not attracted Towns even when he was in the machine, and Sammy had little hope that it would now. Nevertheless, he saw to it that Towns was offered a goodly lump sum to withdraw his candidacy. Of course, Towns refused. The trouble was, as Sammy argued, that his machine could not afford to offer enough. He did not dare make the offer to Sarah. She was capable of pocketing cash, and candidate too. Sammy's main dependence was to regain or split the Negro vote by careful propaganda, to reorganize his own machine and drive his leaders into line by the free use of money, and to alienate the church and the women from Towns by digging up scandals. Of course, that second establishment that Matthew kept down where he used to live was a hopeful bit of scandal, only Sammy couldn't discover the woman. Naturally, there must be a woman, or why should he keep the rooms? Finally, Sammy would try, wherever possible, strong-arm methods to intimidate the independents. Beyond this, he believed that in some way he might split the progressive support back of Matthew by making Matthew say or do something that was too radical for men like Cadwallader, or by making him bind himself to a program which was too reactionary for the radical laborites. Sammy envisaged the situation thus. If all efforts failed, and Matthew received the farmer-laborer nomination and the support of the majority of the colored vote, nevertheless, a huge sum of money spent at the polls might even then defeat him. If bribery failed, and the Negro vote stood solid, the progressives gave full support, and the Democrats secret aid, Matthew would be elected, but Sammy would emerge from the campaign able to tell the party bosses that the fault was theirs. They should have kept their promise and nominated him. After that, with a large campaign fund, he could reorganize his machine and keep watch on Matthew in office. If Matthew failed to do as the machine told him, and this would probably happen, Sammy would succeed to his job. If Matthew succeeded, he could and must be brought back into the Republican fold, which meant into Sammy's machine. Of course, all these possibilities which hinged on Matthew's successful election were wormwood to Sammy, and he concentrated fiercely on forestalling such success. He was sitting alone in his office this night and thinking things out when there came a phone call. It was Carruthers. Carruthers came in a half-hour later. Carruthers was a cadaverous blonde, red-headed and freckled, a drunkard, a dope fiend, and a spellbinder, with brains and no self-control, thoroughly dishonest, and extremely likable. He claimed to be a nephew of Frederick Douglass. He looked distinctly glum. Carruthers was one of those who are dangerous only when they are successful. Once he began to lose, he gave up. Sammy was quite different. He was most dangerous losing. It was then that he fought furiously and to the last ditch. Evidently Carruthers had been disappointed and was ready to surrender. "Didn't do a thing," he said. "Not a thing. Sure, I found the widow of that porter who was lynched. She's working in New York. But my God, she thinks Towns is Jesus Christ and won't hear a word against him. Swears that the story that he attacked anybody is a lie and threatens to go to court if anybody says that Towns was responsible for her husband's death. I can't figure her out at all. I know the story that I got was the truth, but I can't prove it. Then I tried to get a line on that dead man in the wreck. He may have been a fellow named Perigua. Some say he was, but others declare that Perigua went back to Jamaica and has been there since. I don't know how it was. Then I was all wrong about that brown woman. She was an Indian princess, sure enough, a high muckamuck and fabulously rich. Probably got interested in Towns because he was a good porter. At any rate, she's gone back to India, so everybody says, although there again some declare that she has returned. Well, what did you do about that? Asked Sammy impatiently. Well, I found out the address of her bankers and went down to inquire about her. Seems that her little country, Wadpur, has some sort of commercial agency which I was referred to. It didn't look like much. Mean little office, with 2 or 3 Indians sitting around. All I could do was to leave my address and say that I had some news for the lady about Matthew Towns. Then I came home. Hell, said Sammy, lighting another cigar. But today, continued Carruthers, an East Indian called at my place and asked about Towns. Said he'd been sent. What did you do with him? Asked Sammy. He's outside, said Carruthers. Well, for God's sake, and gassing about nothing all this time, bring him in. Wait a minute, said Carruthers. What are we going to say to him? I couldn't think of anything. Of course, we might pinch him for a little cash. Nix, said Sammy. Leave him to me. The Indian entered. He looked thin and was poorly dressed. Sammy was disappointed, but he handed him one of his cheap cigars, which the Indian refused. I understand, said the Indian in very good English, that you have some message from or about Matthew Towns. Ah, said Sammy. Not from him, but about him. I believe the lady with whom you are connected is friendly with Mr. Towns. Her Royal Highness in the past has deigned to express something like that. And still interested? I do not know. I mean, she wouldn't let him suffer or get into trouble, and she wouldn't want to get in trouble herself on account of him. Perhaps not, but what is the case? Sammy paused thoughtfully, and then started. You see, it is this way. This fellow Towns got in jail for not peaching on a pal. I got him out. He made a good record in the legislature, and his friends persuaded him to run for Congress. I'd be glad to see him go, but his enemies and the enemies of his race are threatening to bring up this old jail case, and they say that your princess is involved. It would be a nasty mess to have her name dragged in publicly now. The only way out, as I see it, is for somebody to persuade Towns to withdraw. Can you or your lady manage this? Very well, said the Indian, arising. But can you do anything? I do not know. I will report. And then Sammy said, What? Way to India? Her Royal Highness is represented in this country. Good day. Sammy glowered after him. Royal Highness, hell, said Carruthers. And see all the time wasted on that guy. We ought to have asked him straight for money. Looks like a mare's nest, said Sammy. But my rule is to try everything. Well, enough of that. Now my plan is to see what we can do to split the Progressives and this Farmer Labor bunch, which is promising to support Towns. I know Sarah's game. She's playing both ends against the middle. But I'm going to break it up. End of section 15. Section 16 of Dark Princess by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Verla Viera. Part 3. The Chicago Politician. Chapter 18. Sarah had, of all concerned, the most difficult road and the most brilliant prospects. She saw wealth, power, social triumph ahead if she could elect Matthew to Congress. but she knew just how difficult it would be to beat the Republican machine with its money and organization. Her first task was to hold the Negro vote back of Matthew. That was easy so long as he was a regular Republican. When he bolted Sammy's machine, Sarah had to capitalize race pride and resentment against Doolittle and Sammy. She continued to insist that Matthew was a good Republican, but not a Sammy Scott henchman. For a while, her success here was overwhelming, but could she hold it 3 months with hungry editors and grafting henchmen? She concentrated on the Lash, whose editors had sharp tongues and wide pockets and kept them flaying Sammy and the Republicans. She went after her women's clubs and cajoled and encouraged them by every device to stand strong. She made every possible use of the women's organizations connected with the fraternal societies. She already belonged to everything that she could join, and was grand-worthy something or other in most of them. She pushed the idea of uniforms and rituals, for these things appeal naturally to folk whose lives are gray and uneventful. She had a uniformed women's marching club and a flying squadron with secret ritual, which she used for political spy work. All these things carried new dimensions to the lives of a class of colored women who had been hitherto bound chiefly to their kitchens and their churches. Woman's new sphere, of which they had read something in the papers, had hitherto meant little to them. They were still under the spell of the old housework, except as they raised money in the churches. Here was work newer and more interesting than church work. The colored ministers protested, but were afraid to protest too much, because many of Sarah's political followers were still their best church workers, and they dared not say or do too much to alienate them. Sarah worked feverishly during March because she knew perfectly well that the real difficulty lay ahead. The election of Matthew might involve voting not only against Sammy's machine, but against the Republican ticket, and with the Farmer Labor Group, and possibly even voting with the Democrats. Casual white outsiders cannot understand what this problem is. These colored women were born Republicans, even more than their fathers and brothers, because they knew less of the practical action of politics. Republicanism was as much a part of their heritage as Methodism or the rites of baptism. They were enthusiastic to have a colored man nominated by the Republican Party. But could she so organize and concentrate that enthusiasm that it would carry these women over into the camp of hereditary political and economic enemies? They looked upon the white labor unions as open enemies because the stronger and better organized white unions deliberately excluded Negroes. The whole economic history of the Negro in Chicago was a fight for bread against white labor unions. Only in the newer unions, just organized, chiefly among the foreign-born, and fighting for breath among the unskilled or semi-skilled laborers, only here were colored people welcomed, because they had to be. Of course, the very name of the Democratic Party was anathema to black folk. It stood for slavery and disfranchisement and Jim Crow cars. Well, Sarah knew that she had a desperate task, and she was fighting hard. She was in touch with the labor unions, and soon sensed their right and left wings. The right wing was easy to understand. They were playing her game and compromising here and there to obtain certain selfish advantages. Sarah was sure she could take care of them. The extreme left group was more difficult to understand. She did not know what it was they really wanted, but she quickly sensed that they had astute leadership. The international president of the box makers, who lived in New York, was evidently well-educated and keen. Sarah had written her in the hope of avoiding contact with the local union. Her answer showed her a desperately earnest woman. Sarah did everything to induce her by letter to wield her Chicago influence for Matthew, but so far had seen no signs of success. This left group was meantime clamoring, pushing their claims and asking promises and making inconvenient suggestions. So far, Sarah had avoided meeting them. One very little thing, Sarah kept in her mind's eye, and that was Doolittle and his health. If anything happened to Doolittle before the primary election, well, if it happened, Sarah wanted to know it, and to know it first. And it was precisely here that Sammy made his second mistake. He calculated that the news of any change in Doolittle's health would reach him first, because Doolittle's valet was a staunch member of his machine. Indeed, he got him the job. Now Sarah knew this as well as Sammy, and she worked accordingly. Doolittle lived officially on the south side, but actually in Winnetka, away up on the north shore, in a lovely great house overlooking the blue lake. Sarah had careful and minute knowledge of his household. Of course, his servants were all colored. That was good politics. Sarah again had recourse to that maid who had told her first of the plan to renominate Doolittle. She had the maid at tea on one of her Thursday at-homes, and was careful to have in some of her most expensive friends: the doctor's wife, the banker's daughter, the niece of the vice president of Liberty Life. Sarah did not say that the quiet and well-behaved stranger was simply a maid, and by this very reticence tied the maid to her forever. Also, Sarah pumped her assiduously about Doolittle's health without directly asking after it. She easily learned that it was much more precarious than the public believed. Immediately, through the maid, Sarah got in touch with the valet. She picked him up downtown in her car and brought him to luncheon one day, when Matthew was away from home. "I do not want you to think, Mr. Amos, that I have anything against the excellent Mr. Doolittle." No, ma'am, I'm sure you ain't. I'm sorry he's running again. He oughtn't to do it. He ain't in no fit condition to make a campaign. He wouldn't have done it if he had been left alone. But there's his wife full of ambition, and the big bosses full of plans. "I do wish Sammy had stood pat and insisted on the nomination," said Sarah thoughtfully. "I'll never forgive him," said Mr. Amos. "It was sheer lack of backbone and an itching palm." "You are a great friend of his, I know." "Well," said Mr. Amos, "I don't like him as well as I used to, although I know he got me my job. Tell you what, ma'am, I wish your husband could get the nomination." They talked on. When finally he stood at the front door, Sarah was saying, "I hope, of course, that all will go well, for Doolittle is a deserving old man, but if anything should change in his physical condition, I'd like to know it before anybody else, Mr. Amos. And I'm depending on you." And her dependence was expressed in the shape of a yellow bill which she slipped in Mr. Amos's hand. He took occasion to examine it under the electric light as he was waiting for the bus. It was a banknote for $500. Mr. Amos missed 2 buses looking at it. Less than a week later, while Sarah was at her desk one morning, about to send out notes for one of her innumerable committee meetings, the telephone rang. The low voice of Mr. Amos came over it. "Mr. Doolittle has had an attack. He is quite ill." She thanked him softly and hung up. The next morning, Sarah went down to Republican headquarters, where she used to be well known. She was regarded with considerable interest this morning, but remained unperturbed. She asked for a certain gentleman who was always busy, but Sarah wrote a note and sent it in to him with a card. He found time to see her. "Mr. Graham," she said, "what do you think of Congressman Doolittle's health?" Mr. Graham looked at her sharply, took off his glasses, and polished them carefully as he continued to look. "I have every reason to suppose," he said slowly, "that Mr. Doolittle's health is excellent." "Well, it isn't," said Sarah. "I suppose your source of information—" But Sarah interrupted him. "Frankly, Mr. Graham, suppose that Congressman Doolittle should die before the primary election." "We'd be in a hell of a muddle," blurted out Mr. Graham. "You would," said Sarah. "You could hardly nominate Sammy, because Sammy is very unpopular just now among colored voters." "Thanks to you," said Mr. Graham. "No, Mr. Graham, thanks to you. Now, my husband, Mr. Matthew Towns, is both popular and intelligent. Especially," added Mr. Graham, "with the farmer labor reformers and the Bolsheviks. Not a bad bunch of votes to bring to the Republican Party just now." "Well, any colored candidate would have to bring in something to offset the hullabaloo which the Klan would raise in this town if we nominated a Negro and one with your husband's record to Congress." "Precisely. And I am calculating that the support of the reform groups and the solidarity of the colored vote would much more than offset this and make the election certain. In any case, Mrs. Towns, I take it that your husband has been promised the support of the Farmer Labor Group only on condition that he stand on their platform." "He has given them to understand," said Sarah carefully, and with a smile, "that he sympathizes with their ideals." "Well," said Mr. Graham crisply, "that puts him out of the running for the Republican nomination, even in the extremely unlikely event that Mr. Doolittle, for any reason, should not or could not receive it." "I wonder," said Sarah. "You know quite well that the intellectuals in the Farmer Labor Group are bound to support Republican policies up to a certain point. Their financial interests compel them. Now, it would be good politics for the Republicans to go a step beyond that point in order to attract, by some show of liberality, as large a group as possible of the liberals. Then, having split off their leaders and their thinkers, we might let the rest of the radicals go hang. What I am proposing in fine, Mr. Graham, is this: that the nomination of my husband, in the unlikely event that Mr. Doolittle should not be well enough to accept, might be a piece of far-sighted politics on your part, and bring you the bulk of the liberal vote, while at the same time paralyzing and splitting up the power of the radicals." Mr. Graham fingered his mustache. "I will not forget this visit, Mrs. Towns," he said. Sarah walked out. Taking a taxi, she quietly slipped over to the Democratic headquarters. She asked to see Mr. Green of Washington. "Mr. Green?" asked the porter, doubtfully. "Yes, he is in town temporarily, and making his headquarters here. I will not keep him long. Here is my card. I have met him." After a while, another gentleman came out. "Mr. Green is only calling at this office. Just what is your business with him?" "Please tell him that once in Washington he signed a petition for me that helped release Matthew Towns from Joliet. Mr. Towns is my husband, and is now running for Congress." A few minutes later, Sarah was closeted with Mr. Green, a high official of the Klan. He looked at her with interest. "And what can I do for you this time, madam?" "You remember me?" "Perfectly." "I trust you have not regretted helping me." "No." "Have you followed Mr. Towns' career?" "I know something of it." "Well, he may be nominated for Congress by the Republicans, and he may not. If he does not get the nomination, he will run independently on the Farmer Labor ticket. Any help that the Democrats could give us in such a campaign would greatly impede the Republicans." Mr. Green smiled, but Sarah proceeded. "In the unlikely event that he should be nominated by the Republicans, I have come to ask you if it would not be possible for you to restrain any anti-Negro campaign against him, or any undue reference to his jail sentence. You see, with the Republican and Farmer Labor support, he would probably be elected, and if that election came with your silent help, he would be even more disposed to look with favor upon you and your help than he is now. And he feels now that he owes you a great deal." Mr. Green looked at her curiously. Finally, as he arose, he shook hands with her and said, "I am glad you came to me." Sarah was a little exhausted when she reached home, but she still had some letters to write. The maid said that the telephone had rung and that some Mr. Amos would call her later. Sarah sat down by her well-ordered desk and inserted a new pen point. Soon the telephone rang. Mr. Amos's voice came over the wire. "Mr. Doolittle is some better, but still in bed." Sarah looked at the clock. It was 4. She ordered dinner and went back to her writing. The hours passed slowly. At 5:30, Matthew came in, and they ate silently at 6. While they were eating, the telephone rang again. "Mr. Doolittle has gone out for a short drive. He is better, but far from well." They finished dinner. Matthew stood about restlessly a while, smoking. Then, with a muttered word, he went out. Sarah sat down beside the telephone and waited. The messages came at intervals, each shorter than the other. "Mr. Doolittle has returned." "He has taken a chill." "The physicians are working over him." He is sinking. 8, 9, and 10 o'clock chimed on Sarah's gilt desk clock, and then, Congressman Doolittle is dying. Sarah waited no longer. It was March 20th. The primary election was to take place April 8th. She took a taxi for Republican headquarters. Chapter 19. Sammy's campaign was progressing. Its progress was not altogether satisfactory, but Sammy was encouraged. Most of the best-colored newspapers had been seen and were acting satisfactorily. The Conservator had 1 week a strong defense of the grand old man and friend of our race, the Honorable Calvin Doolittle. The next week it featured a lynching, scored the Democrats, and pointed to Doolittle's vote on the anti-lynching bill. The Lash, when Sarah refused its last exorbitant demand for cash, started a series of scathing attacks on the white trade unions and accused them of being filled with nigger haters and Catholics. Other smaller sheets followed suit, with regrets that Mr. Towns was being misled into opposition to the Republican leaders who had always been friends, etc. Only one paper, The Standard, stood strong for Matthew at a price which Sarah could afford, but even that paper avoided all attacks on the Republican Party. The local clubs and political centers of Sammy's machine gave every evidence of prosperity, while police interference with gambling and prostitution ceased. The Prohibition officials apparently stopped all efforts in the Maine Black Belt, and there were wild and ceaseless rumors that the Klan was back of a widespread effort to beat the Republicans. Only the women stood strong. And so strong did they stand under Sarah's astute leadership and marshalling care that Sammy was still worried. They were difficult to reach. Sluggers could not break up their meetings. They could easily outgossip Sammy's sensation mongers, and against their hold on the churches, the colored newspapers availed nothing. It remained true, therefore, after 2 months' campaign, that the great majority of Negro voters were still apparently opposed to Sammy and strongly in favor of Matthew's nomination. Nevertheless, with time and money, Sammy was sure he could win. The trouble was, time was pressing. Only 2 weeks was left before the primary elections. Reflecting on all this, Sammy Scott, after dinner one day, took a stroll, smoking and greeting his friends. He dropped in at some of the clubs and had a word of advice or of information. He took drinks in a couple of cabarets, watched a little gambling. As he sat in one of the resorts, he listened to the talk of a young black radical. The fellow was explaining at length what Negroes ought to demand in wages and conditions of labor, how they ought to get into the trade unions, and how they were welcomed by unions like that of the box-makers. Sammy sidled over to him. He struck Sammy as the sort of man who might carry on a useful propaganda among some of the colored voters, and strengthen the demands made on Matthew to take so radical a position that the Republicans could not accept him. Sammy talked with him, and finally invited him to supper. He was undoubtedly hungry. Then he invited Sammy to come with him to a meeting of the box-makers. They went west to that great district where the black belt fades into the white working-men's belt. In a dingy, crowded hall, a number of people were congregated. They were discussing the demands of the box-makers, and Sammy listened at the door. "How many of us," yelled one man, "make as much as $15 a week? And how can we live on that?" "Yes," added a woman, "how can we live, even if we women work too? We can make only $5 or $6, and out of work a third of the time." "Oh, you got it easy, even at that. You ought to see where we work, down in damp and unventilated cellars. No porters to keep the shops and the washrooms clean, the stink and gloom and dirt all about us." "In my shop, we never get sunlight a day in the year." Another one broke in. "And we're working 12 or 13 hours a day, with cleanup on Sunday. It ain't human, and we won't stand it no longer." Sammy edged in and sat down. Pretty soon the speakers gathered on the stage. The young colored man whom he had met, another colored man whom he did not at first recognize, and several white organizers and delegates. There were long speeches and demands and fiery threats, but Sammy waited because he wanted to talk to that young fellow again. When the meeting was over, the young man came down, accompanied by the other colored man, and Sammy noted with a start that it was the Indian with whom he had had conference concerning Matthew. Sammy was puzzled. What was that Indian doing there on the stage? Especially when he represented aristocracy, at least if what he said about the princes was to be believed. Or is it that they are on to me, thought Sammy. Is the princess interfering or not? Then suddenly he saw a possibility. The princess or her friends might want Matthew nominated for Congress, but nominated on this radical platform. Good. So did he. Oh boy, so did he. He got hold of the young colored man and walked away. They had a long conversation about the platform of the radicals and about putting this platform up to Matthew Towns and insisting that he stand on it. Also, Sammy lent the young man $25 and told him to come to see him again. Chapter 20. It was late when Sammy got back to his office, after midnight, in fact. As he rushed in hurriedly, he saw to his astonishment that Sarah Towns was sitting in the outer room. A number of his cronies and henchmen were grouped about, staring, laughing, and smoking. Sarah was elaborately ignoring them. She had arranged herself quite becomingly in the best chair, with her trim legs in evidence, the light falling right for her costume and not too strongly on her face. The fact was that her face showed some recent signs of wear, despite the beauty parlors. Sammy stopped, swore softly under his breath, and glared. What did it mean? Thought Sammy rapidly. Surrender or attack? But he quickly recovered his poise, and soon was his smiling, debonair self. "May I see you a few moments alone?" asked Sarah. "Sure. Excuse me, boys. Ladies first." They went into the inner sanctum and drove out some more of Sammy's lieutenants. Sarah closed the door and looked around the inner office with disgust. "My, but you're dirty here." Sammy apologized. "It ain't exactly as clean as it was in your day." He grinned. She dusted a chair, arranged her skirt, and tilted her hat properly, looking into the mirror opposite. Sammy waited and lighted another cigar. "Sammy, I came to suggest that we join forces again." Sammy looked innocent, but did some quick calculations. Aha! He knew that combination wouldn't last. Wonder what broke first. "Well, I don't know," he drawled finally. "You broke it up yourself, you remember." "Yes, I did. You see, I thought at the time you were going to nominate Doolittle for congressman." "Yes," said Sammy, "and I still am." "No, you're not," answered Sarah. "He just died." Sammy dropped his cigar. He fumbled for it and got to his feet. Then he sat down again limply. "Well, I'll be God-damned," he remarked, and grabbed the telephone. As a matter of fact, Sarah had left the house and rushed to Republican headquarters before Doolittle was actually dead. Mr. Graham had, of course, been warned of Doolittle's sudden illness, but he had not heard of his death for the simple reason that it had not yet taken place. When, therefore, this self-possessed, gray-eyed little woman came in and announced Doolittle's death, Graham did not believe it. 5 minutes later it was confirmed on the phone. But still the thing looked uncanny, because Sarah had only been there 5 minutes, and must have announced the death at exactly the minute it actually took place. But she had been quite matter-of-fact, and had gone right to business. "Can't we get together?" she had said. "Under the circumstances, you cannot nominate a white man now. You have no excuse for doing it after your past promises. Then, too, you can't nominate Sammy Scott. He is too unpopular, thanks to you. Even if you try to nominate him, Matthew Towns can beat him in the primary. If you buy up the primary vote with a big slush fund, as Sammy plans, Towns, with the support of the Liberals and perhaps the Democrats, together with the bolting Negroes, can be elected." The chairman had sneered in his confusion. "Negroes don't bolt." "Not usually," Sarah replied. "But they may this time. In fact," she said, "I think they will." In his own mind, the chairman was afraid she was right. "Why not nominate Towns?" she asked. "Well," said the chairman, sparring for time, "first there is Sammy. And secondly, There is the question as to what Towns will do in Congress. He will promise to do anything you say, said Sarah, and I am going to see Sammy now. Thus she came and told Sammy the news. Sammy struggled at the phone. The operator was evidently asleep, but he got through to Graham at last. Sure enough, Doolittle was dead. Sammy stared into the instrument. It certainly looked bad for him. Here he had got the most important news of the campaign from headquarters through Sarah. Very well. Evidently he must tie up with Sarah again. In such an alliance he had everything to gain and nothing to lose. As his political partner, at least she could not continue to attack him. The matter of the nomination would not be settled until the primary was held in April. He had 12 days to work in. He had seen a president made in less time. Sammy put down the telephone and turned to Sarah with a smile, but underneath that smile was grim determination, and Sarah, of course, knew it. He was going to fight to the last ditch, but he extended his hand with the most disarming of smiles. "All right, partner," he said. "We'll start again. Now what's your plan?" "My plan is," said Sarah coolly, "to have you work with me for the nomination of Matthew to Congress." "Where do I come in?" said Sammy. "You come in at the head of a united machine with a large campaign fund." "That wasn't the old plan," said Sammy. "No, it wasn't," answered Sarah. "But who broke up the old plan?" "Graham tried to," said Sammy, "but God didn't let him." "True," answered Sarah. "And naturally somebody has got to pay for not stopping Graham, and that somebody is you. Still," she said, "the price need not be prohibitive. After Matthew has had a term in Congress, why not Sammy Scott?" Sammy smiled wryly. "All right," said Sammy. "I'm set. Now what are we going to do?" "We are going to try and get the Republican and the Farmer-Labor people to unite on the nomination of Matthew." "Good," said Sammy. "Here goes." "Of course," added Sarah, "we must be careful not to make our new alliance too open and scare off the Liberals. We must drift together apparently as fast, and no faster, than these two wings come to an understanding. That understanding I'm going to engineer, and I want your help. First, you go to Graham and tell him you'll support Matthew. I told him you're coming. And as soon as I've heard from him that you've seen him, I'll get hold of Cadwallader and tell him the news. We'll work on this toward a final conference just before the primaries. End of section 16.